Rosa Parks called me, and her person, Elaine, still, and said that they needed my help to call on the NACP and to call on MGM to get rid of that message they had on there about her and Dr. King. And I went to the NACP, and I was shocked. They wouldn't even let me read her letter, Rosa Parks' letter. Money, I guess. I hate to say that. But, people give funds. And sometimes, they can't do much about it. And so they wouldn't let me in. I was very surprised. Other persons say, we're for it, we went in, they dashed out. But never, for them, when I went to Julian Bond, I didn't see anything. He said, well, it was funny to me. I didn't see anything wrong with it. When he and Fumi said, I was very disappointed. And a lot of other people were. But Rosa Parks, I still want to see that that's done, because these DVDs can be played 25, 30, 40 years ago. And that's all our kids will know about it, that Dr. King is a hoe. And that's why they do that, see.
Have you been disappointed that there have not been more members of the African American community, particularly leaders in the African American community, who've been willing to be on the front lines with you about barbershop, about rap music?
That has just, that has hurt me more than all that white folks have done to me. That has hurt me more, because our people don't really understand the effect that this is going to have on our people. Because we're going to be gone, those of us who've been the fighters. And I'm glad you're recording this history, because all of us are going to be gone. Just like we didn't know about what took place in the latter part of the 18th century. You see, 1800s. That was all written out. That we had Congress first. Now we had legislators, rather, writing the Constitution of the state Constitution of Georgia and South Carolina. They were there, legislature. We don't know about that. They wrote out, and our kids coming up in 2040 and 50 and 60 will not know about us. That's why they're putting that DV out there. That will be remembered. That will be played. That Dr. King was a hoe. And they will reverse the holiday. They'll have a billing, and there'll be no more holiday. Coretta Scott King asked me to carry out that holiday celebration. They won't even play it up in the paper, because they want it to disappear. They said, we only have 2 holidays for Washington and Lincoln, 2 presidents, and they're going to wipe it away. And the kids, that's why they're recording it. All this music, that's all our kids will be hearing in 2020, 25 and 30 and 40, 2040 and 50, and they'll have to start fighting. Those who are knowledgeable now will have to start the whole civil rights movement again. Those who fail to learn the lessons of history are what? Doomed to repeat them.
Sammy.
Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side damage shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you're hollering in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live. Got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch, boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We'll tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good Sunday morning. I think we got OG Patrice up here. OG Patrice, are you there? Uh-oh. She ain't here. All right. Everybody good. Everybody's good. Okay, guys, if you can hear me, I got a new little setup here. That's what's taking me so long to get ready, man. I had a new little setup here. But can you guys hear me? Yeah, give me a 1 if you can hear me. Patrice? Hello, 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 hello.
Hear me, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can. I can hear you very well. Happy Sunday. How you doing?
Happy Sunday to you, sis. I'm doing well. Cannot complain. Had a good morning workout out here in Long Beach. My teacher came back in town, so we worked out and it was all good. It was all good. Haven't been through that kind of pain in a while.
Yeah, I saw you doing your thing. You should be a bit sore, huh?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. They took it easy on me, but just a little bit.
Well, I
But
hope everybody in the chat had a good weekend. I hope you had a good weekend too, brother. I had an awesome
same to
weekend.
you.
So yeah.
Same to you, sis. Same to you. Okay, Patrice, executive
Yes, sir.
producer, do you mind if we start the show now?
Well, not at all, because you know I'm on borrowed time anyway. You know, I got to leave shortly. So
Oh,
I
okay.
prefer
I didn't know that. Okay.
you get right into it. And I want you to play that video I sent you from Sister Kaya, um, where she's talking about the female rappers.
They pulled that video down, sis. I can't play it. They pulled it down. I tried to play it. Something happened. I don't know what happened.
See,
They either pulled
see?
it or something.
Maybe somebody from Sexy Red or Sukiana's team probably had it striked or took him down or
Yeah,
something.
it must be because I tried to play it. I was like, what? And then I kept playing it. Then I tried to play it again today. And couldn't
Right.
play it.
Oh
Um,
wow.
but anyway, hold on, Patrice. Let me we got another character with us. We got another character with us. We got another character. Yeehaw!
Is that our brother? Is that our brother Rico looking like a black cowboy? What's up, bro?
Y'all know it's almost my holiday. It's almost my holiday. And I'm going to say this. Good afternoon. It was the white man morning about 4 hours ago. We're going to get you a white man clock. Because you and this CP time is killing us. I'm like, man. Like, Lord, I'll be on time.
Hey, that's Rico's nice way of saying you started too late, brother.
Like,
Yeah,
what
exactly.
time he say his ass gonna be late?
Usually that comes with a cussing out, but I guess he's taking it easy on me today.
I'm
Bro,
gonna get you a
Rico,
white
you
man.
right, because I keep looking back at the time and he pushing it later. And I'm like, he
Right.
know I got rehearsal
Right.
today. I ain't going to have much time to get my little soliloquies,
There
right?
you go. Thank you. He moved about 3 times.
Yeah.
He moved about 3 times. I know I ain't the only one noticed that.
I'm like, what is he doing?
Okay.
Sorry,
Good.
y'all. I couldn't get the thing I couldn't get everything to hook up and so that I could get the audio right. So I had to take a little extra time. So please forgive us, y'all. That fell on me. Rico's right about that one. That fell
You're
on
gonna
me.
be doing it next week and the week after.
Rico, we got to start the
Okay,
show.
go ahead.
Rico.
Let Patrice get in.
All right.
Yep.
All right, so let's thank brother Eric. Shout out to brother Eric, man. Appreciate you, man. Go check out brother Eric 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man. A lot of funny stories, a lot of good stuff over there, man. Go check him out. His page is blowing up. Shout out to him. Thank you for letting us use the music, brother. Appreciate you for that. All right, we're gonna pull brother Eric down. And before we get started, we're gonna do some shout outs, y'all. Can we check everybody in, y'all? Let's check everybody in real quick. First on the docket is our resident sniper, Risa Neal. Shout out to Risa Neal's in the building. All y'all trolls know if Risa's in the building, man, it's time to just move on. Keep it moving, right? Gotta have an enforcer out there, man. Shout out to Risa. Glad to have you in the building, sis, as always. Hope everything was going good with you and your family. Everybody in the chat, like Patrice said, everybody in the chat. Hope everything's going good with everybody in their family, man. Hope we giving you guys information that you can use and try to improve your lives. Who else in the building? Sister Annie, excuse me. I might be there today. Excuse me. I gotta hang out with the family today. All right, sis, we got you. We still love you. But shout out to Sister Annie in the building. The administrator, shout out to her. Who else in the building? Old crusty, salty Uncle Rico. I guess he's in the building, right? What did he say? We're going to have to get Brosi a white man clock.
Because it has correct time.
You sound like somebody we know. I didn't know there were white man clocks now. I mean,
they tell the correct time.
All right, yes, I guess I got to get a clock the correct time, and I guess I go next time I go get a clock. I'll go to the white man section so that I can get a clock up. That tells
it be
time.
working.
The black section, the clocks will be a half hour late.
Always.
Shout out to Rico. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Who else is in the building? Von Bryant. He says, greeting, peace, joy, grace, and abundance. Shout out to Von Bryant. Knows how to enter a room. Who else? Who else in the building? I think that's everybody. Hold on. Let me scroll down, man. Maybe some people that might want to be checked in. We got OG Patrice in the building. She's on the
You get
panel, of
Quantum
course.
Love?
Who?
Quantum Love.
I'm gonna get there, Rico.
Oh, okay. You said it was
Calm
you.
down, Rico.
Okay.
Calm down. All right, we got OG Patrice in the building. She's on the panel. Of course, she's gonna have something to say that's gonna be really interesting. So y'all stick around, right? Who else in the building? GBG, Sherelle, hey, good to see you, Sherelle. Glad to have you in the building. We got my brother, my Taurus brother, Anderson the Great. My Taurus brother, you know, I don't mess with them Tauruses, man. He said we black again. Shout out to brother Anderson. Glad to have you in the building, my brother. Who else in the building? Quantum Love, of course, everybody's favorite Quantum Love. Quantum Love is in the building, of course. Shout out to Quantum. Good to see you in the building, sis. Who else is in the building? I think that's everybody who wants to be checked in, Rico. Everybody else is just sitting in the bushes. So let me let them sit in the bushes. All right, y'all. We here to talk about who? See Delores Tucker, right? See Delores Tucker, man. Unfortunately, man, when she was here, we did not appreciate that sister, man. And it's like, wow. And now everything she's saying, man, is just catching up to us, man. I don't know. I don't know if you guys saw that opening clip where she tried to get the stuff that they were saying about the stuff in particular. What's his name? The guy that Cedric the Entertainer. His character said some pretty derogatory statements about Martin Luther King and Rosa Parks. And C. Delores Tucker tried to get that out of the movie, right? And he said they wouldn't even let her in the building. They wouldn't even let her in the building. They said, nah, we good. We good with this. And she tried to tell him, he said, man, if you keep letting stuff like this slide, it's going to be an ugly situation, man. What do y'all think about that?
Yeah, let me first say I personally owe Miss Delores Tucker an apology. Not because I'm putting out music or movies, because I didn't do any of that. But I know I was part of the community of black people that just thought she was being hyperbolic and she was being overboard. So I didn't. When I'm apologizing for it, it's not standing up with her, and I sneered at her like everybody else, not thinking it was going to get as far as it was. And she had the foresight to see it, So I knew she was the enemy of the record industry,
man.
More so the record industry than the movie industry. And at that time, I think it was like Tupac Shakur and several other big name rap artists that just like would I think Ice Cube, him, all of them went at her. NWA, they went at her badly. And now that we're dealing with the repercussions of it, they ain't doing anything to fix this shit. Now they sitting around trying to do the poo-poo, da. No, but see, y'all told her she was old bitty. Yeah. I mean, they just talked about her in a very disparaging way. I mean, I was a younger man, but still, I thought just like those Negroes at the time, and I sneered at her too. And looking back at it now, I'm like, she was right. We're all fucked up because of it. And it's just a shame. It's just a shame.
Yeah. What do you think, Patrice?
I definitely feel like that and a lot of us in the community definitely owe this sister apology. Of course, I'm in the music industry, so I sat and watched what 30 years in the rap industry has done for our community and for our culture. Us as Black people, we've always taken something from the past and just heighten it to another level. And as artists and as rap artists, that's exactly what these male and female rappers has done. No more than, how Madonna set the tone for the Lady Gagas, you know what I mean? And how Roy Hamilton Jr. set the tone for the Elvises with his pelvic swinging, swirling, pumping. We've always done that in our culture, right? So The sister was right. I humbly apologize because I was a part in helping perpetuate that in certain ways, knowing that our music has always done it more covertly. Now we see it blatantly, overtly, and it's gotten out of hand. It's gotten to an extreme, and she was right in the last part of her speech there in that report. She was told the report, "I'm glad you're recording this because our children and children's children that come behind us need going to see this, and if you continue to be repeat history, we're going to be doomed, right? That's the worst part of history. If you don't learn from it, you're doomed to repeat it." And all we did was took the covertness and we repeated it but made it more overt. So we absolutely, this sister, this was a prophecy. This is prophetic in our community and our culture that we see now has most definitely come to fruition. The men don't need to disrespect the women anymore because they're doing a damn good job at doing that all by themselves. And a lot of this culture with the younger female rappers now has uh, taken a toll and wreak havoc. And I will say there are some young women that are speaking out against the, sexy reds of the world and the Sukihana of the world, and so be it, because it needs to come from their generation. We needed to be more vocal and speaking up when it was her speaking against the Snoops and the Pox and the NWAs that was putting out all of the vulgar language and the disrespect and the over sexualization of women, and the gang culture and the drug culture and the alcohol culture, and and it's become more traumatizing. If you look at the numbers from when gangster rap first came out and when it was so prominent in the 90s to the early 2000s, our crime rate shot up in our communities and
Yeah,
culture
definitely.
astronomically, right? And now disproportionately in certain areas in the Black community and urban communities, they're still disproportionately high, and how the puppets that was pulling the strings of the puppeteers, because we have to realize that it came from the top food chain, which were the music record labels and the executives, right? That helped change and perpetuate that narrative. And unfortunately, we all brought into it hook, line, and sinker. So it's so important that we have to take accountability and own up to that part in it, per se, right? Is helping perpetuate it. It's like the rebellious kid not listening to the parents that's trying to tell them something for their good. And then I'm gonna do what I want to do anyway, which is what we get told now, being the older generation. Now, having conversations with the younger generation by our experiences, by our faults and things of that nature. And it's like, hey, been there, done that. Like you've only been, you're 21, but I done been there. You ain't lived to be my age yet, but I've lived to be your age. But again, they call us, they call, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You did it," and it's a blatant disrespect. The same thing that they did, to Sister Delores, the Pox, and the Snoops and the NWAs, everything that spoke very disparagingly against this woman. It was like that rebellious child that didn't want to listen. And here we go. History is repeating itself with a part of self deprivation, with a part of self degeneracy, a self devaluing and degrading of our own culture and community, men and men, women and women. That's what we're doing now. Why do you think we see what we see on social media, all the disheartening things that's going on, all the things that's going on these YouTube streets? That is a part of it. We've played into and helped perpetuate it. And now the way the heighten of narcissism is coming to the play, that's, listen, when you're looking at the music industry, more of your male and female rappers are absolutely narcissists. They hype up the F attitude, get none but get in the bag, me, and about me, and only me, and just support me and F what everybody else is talking about. This is why we are where we are today, unfortunately. And don't get me wrong, it's not everybody. So let me put that disclaimer out there. It's not everybody. Everybody didn't buy into it. So please, people don't get up here talking about not all people. We know it's not all people. But when we look at the numbers from when rap came into play and the violence that went into our neighborhoods in the 80s, how they pushed the drug culture. And then you had the 30 years of trying to come out of the crack epidemic and how it destroyed our families. All of that played a part into it because they perpetuated the drug dealers. They accept them. They were in our families. We all have families members probably that sold drugs. So it's real and it is what it is. And we said, oh, it's okay because Junior paying the rent, he paying the bills. He, able to have mom and them go on that trip they always dreamed of. So we did play a part. We sat by and didn't say anything. And I'm not saying everybody sat by and didn't say anything. So again, discretion, put that out there. Not
Sister
everybody.
Patrice,
The majority of us did play a part in helping perpetuate that.
I just want to add a little bit of gravy to that steak that you served so fucking well. No, I'm serious because, again, like you said, where we became accepting of it in the music and the movies, we all know life imitates art as art imitates life. Right. So the thing is, as we became accepting of the music, that trickled into, that's why, if you realize a lot of that misogyny and narcissistic behavior you hear in the rap music, it's in this gender war bullshit we're going through. It's in this manosphere garbage. It's in all of these other problems. So it didn't it just stayed in the music or the movies. It actually started to spill out into life. Those white executives knew, hey, this isn't our community. This isn't our kids making this crap. It's theirs. And then the bigger problem is even just slightly preceding the explosion of the rap era industry was right around the time I think Sister Tucker saw it in the and when we had the blaxploitation movies, because we had nothing else. But look at what they allowed us to create. They allowed us to create things like Superfly, The Mac. These are movies glorifying pimps.
Yeah.
And drug dealers and shit. So, these were things, this was the type of art they allowed us to create and they profited off of. And I think Sister Tucker saw that even in the blaxploitation and said, hey, before we do this shit, because she's like, prior to that, our music, we always had music. We didn't always have movies. So she saw us go from, the jazz and the R&B and the love and the doo-wop and now this shit. So she's like, we had a foundation of music always. We didn't have a foundation of movies. She saw the exploitation in the movies and she didn't want it to come out into the music. And yet somehow we did. Again, I only apologize because I could have been a voice to stand up, write a letter and say that she was right. And I stood by and did nothing. I get the people that were younger, that were children. I was a young man. I wasn't an old man. I wasn't a wise man. I wasn't this wise old man you see today. I was a young fool. And being a young fool, I was a young fool and I didn't have the courage. And the only thing I say, like Sister OG says, we can't, as much as I would fight like a motherfucker to fix it, y'all ain't gonna listen to me. Y'all gonna call me and OG and Clarence old. But unfortunately, it's going to take y'all and my children to decide if y'all want it to change. And if not, if you decide you're going to sit on the sideline like my sorry ass did then guess what? You can't complain because it's not going to fix itself and it's not going to get better. And that's all I'm saying. I'm saying I understand now how we got here. And a lot of it came from apathy from the people who should have stood up, didn't. We watched, and this woman did a national, I want y'all to understand, she did a national campaign. She was up at the White House fighting with them about this shit, and the black community looked the other way, all sneering, she's old bitty. The same shit like OG said, y'all, not anybody in our family, of course, but like the young folk look at us and call us, me and OG, now we Sister Tucker. They treat us like we treated or dismissed her. And that's all I'm saying is we're telling you, we see how this shit's going to end. If y'all want to continue to sneer, y'all going to be my age and OG's age and Clarence's age, and y'all going to be like, oh, the young folk. And they're going to be saying the same thing about you. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Shout out, Sister Dawn. Nice to have you here, but that's the God's honest truth. So that's what I feel bad about. I was like, I was a fucking coward at that time. I was a coward and a fool. And that's what
I think most
When
of
I
us,
started seeing it really get really bad and go down the drain too, is part of the gangster, yes, but also the Two Live Crew,
I was
the
gonna
whole
say that.
Girls Gone Wild, and
Miami. Yep.
like that's when I really like. No, we got a problem. So I know when I was raising my son, I didn't allow him to listen to that music. He later listened to like NWA, and then he later became a fan of like Jay-Z and Kanye. So, but my son absolutely, I inbred old school music in him, and
I'm not
he
gonna
still
lie and
plays it
say
right
I
to this
wasn't
day.
listening to Two Live Crew. I was listening to the garbage.
Now I will say I never listened to them. I thought I was like,
I
oh,
did. I
I
love
can't
Pop
listen to
That
that.
Coochie.
Yeah, oh Lord, oh God,
I'm just saying.
it you. But yeah,
I was a
and
ratchet motherfucker. I was a ratchet piece of shit back then. I'm better now. So that's why I'm apologizing. Because I look back, I was like, God damn, what was I doing? So I did. So go ahead.
yeah, because it becomes a thing where your child end up saying, well, he was like, well, Ma, I heard you listen to, the stuff about like the music that I grew up off of was promoting adultery and cheating on you, sneaking in the bedroom and I be stroking. He was like, but Mom, that's
Right.
talking about sex and all that. I said, I get it and I understand. And I'm an adult. I said, it's not for a child. I said, and it's not so openly done. Like we wasn't openly. Like I said, it was more covertly. Now it's more openly, where you have someone like
Who sang
Sukiana.
the cleanup woman? Remember that?
Oh, that's Betty Wright. That's Betty Wright. Yeah.
That was a good one.
Yeah, so we have your Sukianas who twerking on a 10-year-old. I'm like,
No, we didn't have that.
We didn't do any of that.
God.
Like we wasn't acting out so overtly in the way it is now. But because in our culture we have always pushed the envelope and took it to that next step, they just took what we did more covertly and became more overtly
They
with
said
it.
fuck the envelope. They said fuck the envelope. They just ripped it out and just there's no envelope at all to push. They just so go ahead. But there's you're right. We were covert. We would send subliminals about sexuality. Like I said, the cleaned up woman and who sang the song I'll be the maintenance man or there were several other songs, but you had to be able to decipher what the fuck they were saying. Yeah. And only adults knew what it was.
Right.
But now, and we had no visuals. Remember, we would play a record and we could only listen. We had the audio only. They got the audio and the visuals. Yeah. There's no figuring it out.
Yeah. They had to, and if you was to see the song performed, it was performed on the stage.
Right. But you don't, now you looking at Cardi B and WAP, there's nothing to figure out.
Right, because they have a video now that can actually
the video is soft porn. It's not even sexually suggestive. It's soft porn.
Basically. But I think if we look at it, you'll see that there's only one type of music that is allowed to be like that.
Yeah.
Whereas other music, they have restrictions and guardrails and other things to guard against the music being like that. Whereas the R&B / rap music is allowed.
You don't see it in country.
Huh?
You don't see it in country.
Not see it in country.
You barely see it in rock and roll.
Yeah, you hardly.
Yeah. You don't see it at all in jazz at all. You see it in blues.
Even in heavy metal, you don't see it. Heavy metal do some demonic shit. But they don't do a lot of sex stuff. They do
They were the one pushing the envelope. They used to be the one that was the way far out there.
But not shit. Not sexually suggestive is almost exclusively in the realm of rap. But R&B, I still don't think R&B is that bad. I don't think
it hasn't gotten there yet, though.
No. But rap is almost exclusively, but you don't see it that much in heavy metal, country, rock and roll. They do some eat, Ozzy knew some eat a bird head off or some weird dumb
Right.
shit.
And listen, even to the fact that we fell into and help perpetuate the beefing, right? Like we fell into that, the East Coast versus West Coast. We fell into how in R&B and rap they pit us against each other. Like it can only be one queen of this or one king of that or one, like we fell into that, and that's how we end up coming at each other and having the beefs. Like, look at the female rappers, what's going on with Cardi B and Nicki Minaj, because it's like, oh, I'm the only one that can be the queen. I'm the only one can be, like, we fell into that. It was the same way that the slave master pit the dark skinned slave child against his light skinned mulatto child. Who stays in the field, who stays in the house? We fell for that hook, line, and sinker, even in the music industry. And because of that, two of our most prolific rappers, Biggie Smalls and Tupac Shakur, is deceased right to this day because we fell into beefing with each other to sell records. Put it in a record. Yeah, we put it in a record, but then it spilled outside the record, right? And it has caused the detriment that it has caused to this day. And now you got female rappers coming at each other, so having fights in clubs. Nicki Minaj team against Cardi B team and all of that. And it's just crazy, but we has absolutely fell into that when it comes to it should only be one king of this or one queen of that. Unfortunately, that's not in the country music. You didn't see no beef between Shania Twain and Faith Hill in country. Said it can only be one queen of country. We don't see that in no other genre but rap and R&B, where we put each other and pit each other against each other. Why do we continuously fall into that as well and help perpetuate that?
And it's wild that you say that, Patrice, because if you look back in the old days when Diana Ross and Clarence, put up Arshawn's comment, because that's what I was saying earlier. Great comment, Arshawn, about the gender war, how that same dynamic exists. That's what I was saying. But I wanted to go back with what Patrice was saying. Now, Patrice, like you said, when we think back to the days of like Diana Ross and the Supreme, you had multiple male groups, and when the Temptation, you had multiple hit-making male groups and female groups. While they did compete musically, you know who used to battle a lot musically before the Biggie? Who was Biggie and Tupac before Biggie and Tupac? Michael Jackson and Prince. But you never saw them trying to fucking destroy each other.
No.
They always, because not Arshawn. Prince said all throughout, he consistently wanted to outdo Michael musically.
Right.
Michael was consistently trying to he knew his arch enemy, not enemy, because they didn't even call each other enemy. They called each other competitors.
Yeah, they just rivals.
Was Prince. They were, so both of them guys was at the top of their game, putting out bangers after bangers after bangers after bangers. But yet, only in this genre do we want to take shit to the levels of violence.
Why is that?
I think part of it is manipulation at the higher level. The record execs, they saw that violence like sex sells. They looked at it. Somebody saw it and said, you know what? Just like sex sells, violence sells. So the more, I don't think that the record executives sat around and said, hey, I want these Negroes to kill each other. But they ain't have a problem with y'all bashing each other fucking head. And if it's going to make you sell 10 times the number of records to get in a fight.
But Bro Rico, they kind of did because they also put money into the prison system where they knew eventually these guys were going to either be in jail or 6 feet under. So they helped prepare. They didn't care about the lives of these. I mean, look at what happened when Tupac went to prison for that alleged rape, right? He was with Interscope. Billy, what is his name? Billy Ivine, what the Ivine guy? Yeah, he didn't come to Pac's rescue. That was unfortunately, it was Suge, but he was signed with Jimmy Iovine and them with Interscope Records. But they let him. He was Pac would have rotted in there. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for Suge Knight coming to the rescue. So at the end of the day, it was like, oh, you sold us millions and millions of records, but
Thank
now
you,
you in
Louis.
there, we give a rat's A about you.
Yeah.
That's how it was. So they
Yeah.
absolutely did.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, but check this out, y'all. Y'all see that they just see, even if it's not the rapper himself, like Patrice said, there's higher people up that's invested in these private prisons.
Yeah.
And so uh if the rapper himself don't get caught up, he'll inspire a generation of you know, what it I'm trying to use the word Arshawn used, which was disrespectful, you know, just demons that's gonna go out there and disrespect our women, disrespect our community, our culture, disrespect everything. And the cold part about it is it's a superimposition. It's a superimposing of that so that people think that's black culture when
Right.
it's actually just demon
Small
culture.
subset. It's a
Yeah,
small
it's a small,
subset.
but it's
And
not
not
our
to mention,
culture. It's demon culture superimposed on us. I'm gonna give you another
mhm.
example. I'll give you guys another example. Islam. Islam. When people think of Islam, they think of Arabs, but their culture has been superimposed on Islam. Islam is way older than them.
But the way but Clarence, if I can be
Hold on.
if I can
Go
be
ahead.
clear, I just want to say that I'm not going to say that there's not a, and you know this too, Patrice, there is a sliver of degeneracy that's within all cultures, right? So there's a sliver of degeneracy that exists in the black culture, white culture, Asian culture, Hispanic, Latino culture. All races have just a sliver of people. And when I say a sliver, it could be between 3 to 5%. But what happens is what they allow that, and I don't think our sliver of degeneracy is any greater than anyone else's. But what they did was they hyper focused on our sliver and allowed it to have an outsized influence on our culture. So, for example, I personally believe when people always talk about gangs, I'm like, okay, we all know there are gangs in the black community. The percentage of black male members that are in a gang, my supposition is, it's clear, it's easily less than 10%, probably 5% of black young men in a gang. And even in urban cities, most young black men in New York are not gang affiliated. They just are not. Now, the ones that are, they are hardcore. However, they have an outsized influence on our culture and our community because they hyper focus on them and then let them be the representation. But guess what? Of the white culture, you still got motherfucking Russian mobs. You still got Italian mobs and gangs. You still have those gangs existing today, but they're not representing all of white culture. They just don't. They'll recognize them as, oh, that's just a sliver. They know they have European mob, they got British mafias, Australian mafias in America, but they don't represent white culture. But let it be that 5% of black gang members. Oh, they represent black culture. That's the bullshit that I don't like. I
I
can't
agree.
deny that they
They
exist.
make us the poster child. They make
Right.
black people the poster child of all
Yes.
things nefarious. I said that, but you have to take into account how bigger than that it is on not on with the record industry, not only the prison system, but the insurance companies. Y'all know just the way that they had insurance on Tina Turner legs by Lords of London. They had insurance on J Lo's derriere. They have insurance policies on these rappers, right? Because they don't expect them to live only to a certain age, and they are unfortunately dying in their teens, 20s, and 30s, right? We know that to be sure. We had where Brother Vaughn provided us with that list, over 200 rappers over the last decade or less has been murdered, unalived, due to the culture and the change in the culture, the change in the music, and also the uplifting of more of the drugs. When you got songs like taking Percocet and sipping on syrup and all of that, that perpetuated the drugs even more. When we, after 30 years, trying to come out of the crack epidemic. So now you got a whole nother lineage of younger generation coming in talking about sipping on syrup and taking perks and mollies and things of that, like it's nothing.
What's funny, Patrice, what you said, I guarantee, based on what you say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, because you in the music industry and I'm not. I guarantee you, if a young and up and coming rapper was to sign with a label now, based on like Brother Vaughn produced, the preponderance of, okay, unfortunately, how can I say it tastefully? I can't. I'm going to say it directly. This Negro got a 50-50 chance of reaching middle age because just he could be the next, what's his name? Not Offset, Takeoff or King Von and them the only two I know of, and I'm not no old rap kid. All the rest of y'all can tell me the millions and millions, the one in New York. So Pop Smoke,
Pop Smoke.
So if I'm a record industry and I'm like, oh, you brought me this young up and coming rapper, I'm gonna sit there and tell when I go to sign him, nigga, part of your payment is going to a life insurance policy on you, and I'm the payee. Why?
And it's so funny because
I'm investing on you, and they do that shit.
Yes, they don't do it
and name them the beneficiary.
They don't do it on themselves. They don't even do it on themselves. Their families don't do it on them, knowing that they live in this type of lifestyle and singing that type of music, that drill music, that mambo music, or whatever you want to call it.
This is what I'm saying. They will make the artist sign and agree that a portion of his payment will go to pay for a life insurance policy that the record company is the beneficiary, because that's the way of what they call themselves, hedging their bet, covering their investment. If I'm going to sit there and invest to you, Patrice, $100,000 into your career as part of me paying you, I'm going to make you pay
millions of dollars into my career, which means I got to have a multi-million-dollar life insurance policy on you.
Thank you. Right, because you supposed to be the next big rapper, and I banked on it. And if you go out there and get yourself killed, I still want to get paid. I don't care about you dying, like you said. I still want to get paid. That's the sad part. They really don't care about these young black men or young black women's lives. They don't care. They don't care about Sexy Red, Suki Hana. They don't care about them. It's up to them to care about their loved ones. They care about, all they see us as is either you can make me money or your ass can go. You are a commodity. That's it. Nothing else. That's crazy. So they're going, that's crazy, but that's the truth. That's the truth. But I think that started a while back in the R&B genre, didn't it, Patrice? I think that was even
as far as what started back.
Like you said, because when you sat there and told me, and I did remember reading the story about Tina Turner's legs. Mm-hmm. I did remember reading about Jennifer Lopez's ass. Mm-hmm. I think like some singers had their vocal cords insured.
Yep, that started in the late 80s to the 90s, early 2000s, when that was happening. Like once they hit a certain plateau of a multi-platinum artist on the level of how Tina Turner did and how J-Lo came out with in the pop music genre, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they started valuing that, because if they got hurt rehearsing or on stage or anything like that, or off stage in their personal lives, if something happened to them, the insurance companies would benefit off of that.
Yes. And it would usually be, I think the insurance company, the big insurance company would be Lloyd's of London.
Lloyd's of London was one of the major ones that allegedly that Tina Turner legs was insured with and J-Lo's butt was insured with. Okay.
Yeah. So it'd be Lloyd's of London. They would do, I think, like Michael Jackson and Prince's vocal cords were insured. So like if their vocal cords ever, it's weird. And I think I remember hearing like Michael Jackson, Prince, and I want to say Amy Winehouse also was insured. So it's just like, I guarantee you, probably Adele, I guarantee you her vocal cords are insured right now. She's from England. So if she can't sing anymore.
Well, you're right, they were, because several years ago, Adele had to have polyps removed off of her vocal cords. So she had to cancel concerts and things like that. I don't know if people remember that. But when that happened, it was a chance that she would never sing again if something goes wrong with them removing those polyps off of her. Because if I can remember right, and don't quote me on it, I think some of the polyps were cancerous that was on her vocal cords, but it was causing her to always be hoarse, have a sore throat, and different things of that nature. So absolutely, they do that to artists. Right to this day, they say, especially the rappers, male predominantly in the rap industry for the male rappers. So what the most recent death was, what was that? What was his name? Takeoff, right? Takeoff. What's that? His name? Takeoff. Right from the Migos, because you got Quavo. You got, what was the one that passed that got unalived out there in Texas? Wasn't it Takeoff? Right? I want to say. If y'all know in the chat, please in the chat. But yeah, I think it was Takeoff. So absolutely. But then the thing of it is, the insurance company, I mean, the record labels gain, but the families of said rappers don't, because they don't take out insurance policies. You understand? So now they end up with GoFundMe's up and wanting the fans to contribute to a GoFundMe to help bury, said rappers if they don't have money, left over for their families to do it. They don't have these insurance policies on their own lives, but the record labels absolutely have it on them. Is Bro Clarence there? Brother Rico, are you there?
I'm back. Brother Rico said he had to step out, but I'm back.
Oh,
I'm back.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, you could go ahead and say a little bit. Like I said, I'm getting ready because I got to push out in a minute.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to play the video of her doing this national campaign against violent gangster rap. And this is Delores Tucker, and she's at this meeting. Let me play that. Here we go.
We need your help. Please call our petition hotline at 1-800. And your sons or daughters may have CDs or cassettes in their room right now that contain lyrics that promote rape, murder, racism, drug abuse, and violence against women and children.
This is by a group, a BMG group, German distributor. It's a group called Too Short, and the song is I Must Confess.
However, there is no excuse for the continued proliferation of gangster porno rap, such as you've just heard.
I think that nothing less is at stake than the preservation of civilization. This stuff by itself won't bring down civilization, but it doesn't help. And when you combine it with other trends, popular culture, television, family disintegration, host of other things that we talked about in other contexts, it's not good. It's not good for America. It's not good for other countries. It's not good for our children. It's not good for our future.
All right. So this was they actually played the lyrics to these songs. They was playing all of these lyrics and at the time, I'm gonna tell y'all, man, at the time we were just we hated her. Most of us hated her. If you liked rap music, you hated C. Delores Tucker. You hated her because she was trying to stomp our feet. She was trying to get rid of it. Now, me, I wasn't really into the whole I really didn't like the songs that called women B's and H's. I really wasn't into that. But I definitely was into like the party situation. And I thought her her I misunderstood her uh aggressive stance against gangster rap or porno rap as she called it. And I thought that she was uh attacking the whole genre. See, like now today, see, these young kids, they don't understand, man. Rap had a lot of different genres. You had the party rap, you had the storytelling rap, you had the political rap, you had all these different genres in rap music. Whereas today, all those other genres have been killed off. I'm talking about as far as getting money, as getting paid. You can't get paid doing conscious rap, uh, not like you used to back in the '80s. You could. Now you it's dead. The record execs killed it, right? The A&Rs killed that, right? And I'm sure the A&Rs they get their marching orders from the CEOs, and the CEOs get their marching orders from the stockholders, and the stockholders are the ones that tell everybody what they want. They want to make money. Stockholders want to make money, and you can't make money singing about love and harmony in the black community. That's not what people want to see in the black community. They want to see violence. They want to see viciousness. They want to see wickedness. They want to see a constant threat of violence at every turn, right? And so unfortunately the rap industry has devolved into um a demonic uh you know situation where the violence against women, it has been normalized, and drugs have been normalized, right? And taking drugs is like a sport, and being violent against women and children in the black community is a sport. But Clarence, they talking about violence against everybody. Oh no, they not. They know better to talk about violence against white people. They definitely know, and they definitely know not to say violence against Jews. They definitely know not to do that. There's only one group of people where they feel confident enough that they can be as violent as they want to be with them, and of course, that is the black community. Because there's going to be no crying out. Why? Because the other communities gonna say, "Look at them niggas. They ain't got no soul anyway." What they say on the Godfather? Let them sell that. Let them sell that heroin in the black community. Those niggas don't have no souls, no way. What does that mean? You don't have. You're not. They're not looking at you as real people anyway, right? So why not you? Why not you?
And it gets
Uh oh. Y'all. The corporations got Patrice. They got her. The corporation snatched her down. What do y'all think? Y'all think as gangster rap improved the situation in the black community, or has it brought more and more challenges? That is, the minute we try to fight one challenge, two more pop up, right? I want to focus on this thing with violence against our women. What community do you know that's going to thrive and strive, is going to have a culture of violence against their own women.
You want me to go first?
Go first.
I'll go first.
Uncle
No,
Rico.
no, listen. No, here. Let me be clear, right? Because I just tapped in a couple of minutes. Now, I'm not going to completely demonize rap music. I think rap music has a lot of positivities. And because I think that it spoke to the pain and the struggle of Black people and how we were being treated. So again, to all your rap fans, I'm a rap fan. I like I told you, I was. Now, did I have to rock to pop that coochie? Maybe I didn't, but I did. Okay. So what I'm saying is, rap music. We know rap music. I was a Kool Moe Dee, a Big Daddy Kane fan. All that rap. There was a tremendous amount of positivity about rap music, and there's still a tremendous amount of positivity about rap music today. I am not for getting rid of rap music. Absolutely not. Hell no. It's the language and the voice of the youth and how they speak to us as a generation, the government, so on and so forth. And rap music is no longer, unfortunately, Black vote. It ain't ours no more. Rap music represents the music of a struggle. Because believe it or not, as much, and here's the beauty of it.
I disagree with you on that one.
No, let me finish.
Let you finish.
Let me finish. Rap music, take it outside. Because you don't travel, rap music has a fucking global experience. Now, if you look at it just in the US, you can look at it any way you want. Rap music is being done in China, Korea, the Middle East, India, Pakistan. Everybody has started to adopt that music as a form of expression against oppression, period. Now, they use it differently than the way we do. But yet, it is still about rhyming, rhythmically. They all copy the style and what they got from the US. So even though we don't want to sit there, because all of these hip hop artists here in the US, they don't think about India, Pakistan, China, Korea, where rap music is celebrated, is blown up. No, they're not fucking paying homage. They're taking our music and they're saying, we're going to rap against the injustices of the Chinese government, the injustice of the fucking government in the Middle East, the injustice of, it's all over Europe. It's in Russia. It is everywhere else. So to sit there and say it's not, if you want to narrow it down to the US, I'll give you that. But rap music is fucking global.
Agreed. I agree.
It's global.
I agree with that.
And literally, other people may be using it in a more positive aspect than we are.
I agree with
so
that.
if we're going to say we're going to snatch it away from the world, then we are snatching it away from the positivity where it is being used in a positive manner, in a positive way. And I will posit, my supposition is it's still used in a positive way here in the US, but the negative aspects of it is outweighing the positive aspect, which is why we're having this conversation.
How is it being used in a positive way? How is it at this point being used in a positive way?
I think that there are still some positive rappers out. No. I'm not.
I think so too. I agree with you.
I'm not saying the genre as a whole. Okay, so when if we say that the birth of rap was, or hip hop was, Sugar Hill Gang, Herc, and all them.
Curtis Blow, yeah.
Curtis Blow, Herc, and all them, right? Okay, again, the problem is again, it's not that rap music ever changed. It's just that people who look to exploit financially said, hey, we're going to take this sliver of negativity and we're going to make it explode. And because it became so popular, too many of us bought into that bullshit.
Agreed.
But it does not mean that the underlying concept of the birth of the music, the language. So in other words, I can go and and fuck up R&B. I can go and fuck up country. I can go if I could go to country and exploit it and blow it up, but we don't see anything negative about those genres of music right now because they have not yet been exploited. But they can be. I can exploit country.
Okay.
I can exploit rock and roll. It's easy to exploit metal, but they've never done it because they never chose to. They picked our ass. Why? Because we're the biggest fucking fools. We make ourselves available and accessible to be exploited. If you go back to the mother, that's why. What's the most exploited country? What's the most exploited continent on the planet?
Africa, of course.
Thank you. There's a commonality about this shit. We make ourselves easily exploitable. It's not that what we're doing is wrong. It's the fact that we just allow the exploitation. Again, when I started black exploitation, the movies, the music, the continent of Africa. Who are they always trying to exploit, fuck over, take advantage of?
Well, Rico, we got to put that in context, right? You're right. It's always us, but why is it us? Because when we
has something to do with us.
Okay, it has something to do with us, and it has something to do with them. It has something to do with us, where we are at a disadvantage most of the time when we're dealing with them. We're always at a disadvantage, right?
Because that's why I said, but Clint,
let me say this, Rico, let me say this to qualify what I'm saying. The reason why we're at such a disadvantage in dealing with those powers, right, usually show up as Caucasian men, right? But the reason why we are at a disadvantage with those powers is because they are typically at a willing to do what we usually have a line that we won't cross to where I'm to do what you want me to do and to go past doing, and put my self-respect and sell myself soul and all that. Typically we were at a place at one time where that was too much to ask, right? Now we're at a point where now we're willing to do all that. And so if you have what the people want and the people want something and they want it bad enough, they're willing to do whatever to get it.
And I agree with that. But Clarence, what I'm saying is this: you asked me what's good about rap, and what I'm saying is,
let me.
No. I got you. I understand. Okay, all I'm saying is this is why I said there's still got to be some good, because I agree with every word you said. I agree with everything you said. I agree with this is what we did and how we got here and our weaknesses and how they're able to exploit us. I agree with everything. Bruh, this is one of the rare occasions that I bow down to Bro C that you are 100% factually right and true. All I'm saying is it does not remove the underlying notion that the genre itself was birthed out of positivity.
Agreed. Yeah,
that's what it's become. So I can't. The throw the baby out with the bathwater is the part for me. That's it. But other than that, I bow down to your old Negro ass. Every word you said was correct. Yes.
All right. Well, see, here's the thing. I'm not saying throw rap music out entirely. What I'm saying is we the young people, because you're right. I agree with you on this. They're not going to listen to us. They are not. But we can still, keep the candle burning and try to inspire them to try to change what they are doing. We definitely can continue to do that. But as far as like we say, hey, go do this, they are not going to go do that, right? They're going to follow the money, right? Because the American society has said, you're successful when you got a bunch of money. That's when you're successful. I'm not successful because I have a wife that loves me. I'm not successful because all my children are healthy. I'm not successful because I put all my children through school and they're doing fine on their own. I'm not successful because, every day, every night I get into bed, I got my loving wife there. I got my husband there. I'm not successful. No, you're not successful, Clarence. You don't have a Maserati in the driveway? Then you're not successful. You don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank? You're not successful. So that's what American society has taught our young, because we wasn't there. We didn't teach them. Listen to this, new growth. We wasn't there, right? Like you said, the crack epidemic and all of that hit the black community like an atom bomb. Boom. We was already reeling over the heroin situation, and then the crack came in and just boom, boom, like an atom bomb hit us, right? Now, the normal things that you're supposed to see when you meet somebody's mother, you're supposed to meet their mother and have respect for their mother. But now these kids were selling crack to their friend's mother. Their friend's mother was meeting them around the corner and saying, hey, man, can you front me on this and that? I can't front you, Mrs. Wiggins, but I know something you could do for me. And Mrs. Wiggins, well, that's what I got to do. That's what I got to do. Right? So we began to lose our self-respect, lose our self-control, lose our discipline, lose our moral boundaries, right? A community is only as good as the moral boundaries that they uphold, right? If you don't have no moral boundaries, right, then you're not gonna make it. The only way you're gonna make it if you have no moral boundaries is you got to be more vicious than the people that would invade your boundaries. You got to be more vicious than them. I.e., the settlers that came to America and the quote unquote Indians and Native Americans, but the indigenous people that was here. But you know, they called the Indians vicious, right? Here they are taking these people's land, right? But you call you, but they call the person trying to defend their territory vicious and evil, right? They called the Indians evil, right? Sounds like another situation we know, right? That sounds like another situation we're hearing on the news right now, right? Where the victim is the perpetrator is calling the victim the perpetrator, and the victim is, you know, the victim is actually being called the perpetrator. It's the perpetrator calls himself the victim. So what has happened? Now, music has always been something that helped us turn our people around. You could always capture the hearts of the people with music, right? So if you take a whole generation and you tell them the black woman is a hoe, the black woman is a bitch, the black woman does not deserve protection, the black woman does not deserve this, she got to earn her protection. Really? How does a woman earn her protection, Rico? How does a woman earn? What does a woman have to do to earn her protection for any man, especially the man that's in her life?
I'm showing you.
Oh, you put something.
Share.
Oh, you sharing something? Well, Rico, you got to tell me you sharing something. Rico.
I'm telling you how to show protection, just to break shit up. Look at it. Look at me and Eddie Murphy. Look at me and Eddie Murphy.
Holy smoke.
I'm trying to show you. That's how you show protection.
That's how you show protection?
Yeah, that's how you show protection.
That's how you show protection. Rico, do you have any pictures where you not having the libation?
That's how you show protection.
Oh man. I see the lovely lady here. Now,
yeah.
who is this dress? Who is this monster? Who's under this monster suit that's dressed up?
That's Gomez, Adams, and Morticia. And that's me and the king of Zamunda. The king of Zamunda.
The king of Zamunda. The king of Zamunda.
That's what tequila would do to you.
Hey, Rico, I always see you happier. I always see you happier with the libations.
I just wanted to break it up a little bit. I wanted to share just to break it up a little bit.
That's good because it shows family, man. Family.
Yes.
And it's important. And I think we got away from that, man. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? We really got away from that, and we got to connect back up to our families. But some of us say, man, well, you know, my mom wasn't there for me, my father wasn't there for me. Okay, but
Yeah.
that's okay. You might have to build your own family. You might have to build your own family, and maybe you might have to build a family online, right?
And I'll say this, bro, Clarence, like you was asking me, right? Okay, again, you would like. I'm just, let me just collect my thoughts for a second. So we all know, like, these YouTube streets has just been a goddamn mess as of late, and we're not gonna talk about them. We're not gonna talk about. We ain't talk about. But we all know they've been a mess, and I'm just sitting there thinking, like, okay, because you said something about the family thing, and that's a big thing. Like, I grew up. I remember having the conversation with you. You had a 2-parent household.
Correct.
Beautiful, middle class, Cali. So I'm not telling nothing that I think you done share with everybody. If not, okay, bro, Clarence came up the son of 2-parent household, middle class in California, and that's why he's so well grounded and rooted in the right place. That's why that's his foundation. My foundation is a little bit different. My foundation came from a single mother in the hood. But guess what? Yeah, we both ended up almost in the same place.
Right.
So it goes to show you can come from you can both start at 2 different places and still end up at the same destination, depending on what you desire out of life.
But I think, Rico, it just goes to show, like, what if it doesn't matter if it's 2 parents or 1 parent, if they're putting the right stuff in you, man, eventually
there it is.
Come out, man. So
there it is. So you know what I'm trying to say. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. So if they putting this right stuff in you, you know, eventually you're gonna get to, like, he was raised on a whole nother side of the country. I'm raised on a whole nother side of the country. I had 2 parents, he had 1 parent, but yet here we are in agreement on a lot of different things.
Didn't he know my daddy? Didn't he know it? Because he died. When my daddy died, I wasn't 5 years old.
Wow.
No, wow. I bullshit you not. That's not hyperbolic. That's my truth. That's the reality. That wasn't something that I wished for. As a matter of fact, the loss of my father is what drove me even to a point where I failed as a father at some point to desire to be a father so much. You know what I'm saying? Because you can want something so bad, you can fuck something up. Right. Because again, I was adamant I would never not be there for my sons because I never had. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't. And for you like, I don't know the fuck you talk about, Rico. My daddy was always there. Yeah. And I saw it's a different dynamic for different people. So again, and let's tie this back in on Sister C. Delores. She always kept speaking to these things about what we don't see and what and what, when we allow things to happen, what we will see. So go ahead, play the video. But again,
okay, this is what we're gonna do, Rico. This is what we're gonna do. Yeah. We're gonna start taking some people want to make some comments or something. They want to come up.
You can drop the link.
Yeah, we're gonna drop the link. So those of y'all that want to come up and make a statement, or y'all agree.
Arshawn, you better hit the link, bro. Savant, don't be sitting in the clouds. We got one more day. Get your ass up here, because I rely. Let me tell you, this young man, I rely on his intellect. You know, and the only reason I'm saying I'm not, because again, hey, black-hearted new growth. Get
another one, right?
Get your behind up here. Don't be fucking hiding down there. Don Frank.
Don't listen to Rico. Please come up here. Please come here.
Okay, please. But I'm saying, don't y'all sit down there in the chat and hide. Get the link, because I really do want to hear it.
Yeah.
Seriously, we're just trying to tell you from an older perspective. I watched Sister C. Delores Tucker go to the White House and beg for us to sit there and watch our behavior, and we all sneered at her
many times.
Now I'm literally listening in 2023 in the manosphere space. Men complain about the behavior that she fucking warned us about 40 years ago. 40 years ago, she said, if you don't get these motherfuckers under control, they're going to create women who will do this shit. And we all sneered at her. Shut up, you old biddy. You don't know what you talking about.
Exactly. Sure did. We sure
And
did.
my cowardly ass stood on the sideline. Pop that coochie. Pop that coochie, baby. I'm telling you.
I don't think it was cowardice, Rico. Rico, I don't think it was cowardice. I think we just didn't know any better at the time.
I didn't. Because but why did we not know any better, Clarence? Because we wasn't trying to read.
I think that we thought that, hey, you know, we
weren't reading. We weren't trying to study. We weren't trying to have any of that.
Okay, but we didn't really know that, because when we were hearing that stuff, it was the beginning.
Clarence, in 1984, let me tell you this. In 1984, I was living for 1984. I didn't give a fuck about 85, 86, or 87.
Let me finish, Rico. Let me finish.
That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying. I'm conceding that point. So we were in the beginning of stages of this stuff. So we didn't see it. It wasn't like a cultural thing where you could just, say, disrespect black women, and you could disrespect the kids, and you could. And
it wasn't going to be a problem.
It wasn't no problem, because it was just a what do you call that? A specific genre of rap music. It wasn't like a culture. Whereas in today's world, which is what Delores Tucker was trying to say, hey, if you keep having a generation listen to this, eventually they're going to be okay with saying.
And to be honest, let's face it. The reality is this: none of us had the forethought to believe that fucking hip hop and rap would be this big. We just didn't. We didn't believe it.
I don't know. I thought it would be big. I didn't think the gangster part would be this big.
We all thought it was gonna be some nigga music and it wouldn't expand beyond niggas.
No.
We just
I knew it was gonna be big, Rico. I knew it was gonna be big.
Clarence, you cannot tell me you knew they were gonna be playing that shit in China.
I did.
Korea.
I did, bro. When I heard Microphone Fiend for the first time,
then you should be the world's richest man if you knew that.
I should, man. I should have. But then
another example of why we so goddamn dumb, because you didn't capitalize on it.
I just knew. I felt in my heart, man, when I heard something like that. There's no going back. Once you hear something like Microphone Fiend, once you hear something like I Got It Made, or something like that, there's no going back to just listening to dance music. No, now or you listen to Public Enemy, that I knew it was no going back. So I knew it was going to be big. Now, as big as it was, it going to be $1 billion industry by itself? That I didn't know. I didn't know it was going to be $1 billion industry by itself. But I knew it was going to be a big part of the music industry. Definitely.
I just didn't. It caught me off guard. I'm surprised I didn't. But you know what? Drop the link, because Mr. Arshawn and Black Hearted. I'm waiting.
And let me tell you something about New Growth and Arshawn.
Yeah.
So New Growth and Arshawn are guys that don't always agree with us, right?
I want them to come and tell us where we're wrong.
I know, but I'm saying I enjoy the fact that they don't, because when I listen to Arshawn or I listen to New Growth, I say, wow, I didn't think about it like that. And I like doing that. I like hearing the different ways of thinking, even if I may not agree, right? Arshawn, I guess he got one of them old PCs. Gonna take a while. He's warming up, right?
We're gonna wait for your ass.
I got one of those, Arshawn. Right, I was actually on that PC right now. I got to transfer over to this other PC.
But yeah, let me say this. I think both of these young men are fucking geniuses before their time.
Absolutely.
I just do, and that's why I'm like, hey, don't leave me. I'm trying to learn some shit today. So come up here and spank my old ass. I'm literally saying, and I made the admission, me and Patrice, and I'm saying that, like, we fumbled the ball when it came to Sister Delores Tucker. And the thing is, looking back, you know, they always say hindsight is 20/20.
Right.
We can see perfect. Shit. If you told me what was last week's lottery number, I'd be a billionaire.
Yeah.
But that was last week. I don't know what next week is going to be. We can't see forward. We can see behind. And with that, when we sit there and we listen to, you know, Bro C play her interviews and what, I'm like, damn.
Now,
This is the shit motherfuckers is crying about now. Damn.
now remember, Rico, remember, not only was the black community, younger black community fighting against her,
Mhm.
the whole music industry was fighting against her.
Even older black people
Oh,
people was
there you go.
ignoring her.
There you go. Everybody was turning their
That's-
back on her because nobody wanted to be connected to that fight.
She
And
was
then on
on
top
an
of that,
island.
the most powerful people that were fighting her, besides the music execs, were the lobby, were the government
Yes.
officials that were fighting her because they were getting money from the music lobbies.
As
So I
God
mean,
is
she
my
was
witness.
out there by herself, basically.
As
Out there
God is
by
my
herself.
witness, she would wear her hat, she would do this. And like I said, see, Delores Tucker is from my hometown. She's from Washington, D.C.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, she hometown girl.
Oh, are you?
And let me tell you this.
DC?
She kept her ass at the White House fighting about New Growth. You know, is she homegirl or not?
Yeah.
Thank you. There it is. Mic drop. She fought like hell. And we all, and I sitting there and said, that's why I came out and apologized, because I know I wasn't a kid. I wasn't as old as I am now, but I was old enough that I sneered at her the same way everybody else did. I thought she's an old biddy.
Hey, can you all hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm gonna be on mute because I'm driving, but I'm gonna step in a little bit where I can too.
Okay.
Okay. So that was my
Still love you.
perspective. And when I look back at it now, I was like, bruh, you was wrong as a motherfucker. You was wrong.
Okay. Rico, New Growth is here.
Yep.
Arshawn is here.
Oh.
Remember, you asked for this ass kick.
Start on Clarence first. Start on Clarence.
Hey. What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing, man?
Hey, how y'all doing, man? What's
Doing
going on?
good. Hey,
Hello.
Rico, bro.
Hello,
C.
gentlemen.
OG.
If you haven't already subscribed to New Growth Old Soul, get on over there and subscribe to Black Hearted with New Growth Old Soul. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, and you can see this young man right here, that young man right there, go on over there and subscribe to Critically Drinking. You can see him yelling the whole crew over there. All right, let's get started, man. Let's get some opening statements. Let's start with New Growth. He checked in first. New Growth, what do you think, man? What do you think about anything we've been talking about? What do you think?
Hey, what's going on, y'all, man? It's a great conversation, man. It's just different nuances and different ways to see it. It all ends to the same endpoint that has gotten out of control. That is, it's more of a hindrance now, I believe, than a help. It seems like once you get into that system and you don't control the people that put it out in the world, they gonna manipulate it because they gonna look at the algorithm and say, this is making more money. Let's push this. Forget the repercussions, right? So it's tough. I mean, I remember her doing this. I was young. I was probably a teenager. I think Snoop Dogg album just came out. I remember, and I was upset. I was like, what? Because like you said, Clarence, I thought it was on the whole industry, like rap as a. And I think as I grew older, I understood what she was saying. I just felt the way that she presented it, the way that she went to the people, right? I think it didn't really come off like I said the other week. I love how Farrakhan does it. He goes to the artist and sits down, and I don't remember her having sit down. I've been looking all week trying to figure if she ever approached the artist before she approached the media in the White House. And that was my only thing with it. But
Brother New Growth, let me just say this.
Mhm.
She did try, and the artist told her, fuck you. And I'm gonna be honest, let me tell you this. Let me tell you the artists who came out publicly and demonized her. Tupac,
yeah, I
Ice Cube, And they were the biggest artists of that day. All of them, they were not going to sit down and talk to her. As Sister OG Patrice said, Two Live Crew, and I feel bad because I know I was rocking to pop that coochie. They was like, I got my First Amendment right to say whatever I want. She need to shut up, blah, 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 blah. And that was their position. So it wasn't that, from my understanding, I know Sister Delores Tucker reached out to them all. And she did try, but they rebuffed her. And so, and I'm not even saying she was 100% right. I'm just saying we are where we are. And I'm like, I don't know. So I'm gonna be quiet now. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you, New Growth, on that one. But let's get Arshawn to open up, and then we'll watch a little bit of the video.
No, I agree with everything you guys are saying. I'm not going to say that you guys are wrong on anything. We did miss a lot of boats. I think we have, I would say we have the same problem now that we had then. It's like a recurrence. We are seeing our freedom, and that is allowing us to miss the responsibilities that keep freedom on course. So I think there's a new level of freedom. Like, we don't feel oppressed racially, like, daily. Like, there are events that happen, but I think that, like, not having to think about your blackness every single moment is a level of mental freedom. And like idle hands or the devil's playground, that released load is going towards destructive tendencies. It's not being cultivated in positive areas. So I think we're seeing a resurgence of negativity because of that.
Oh man, yeah, definitely.
Exactly.
All right, y'all. We're gonna play a little bit of C. Delores Tucker. This is her at I don't know if it's a congressional thing. I don't think it's a congressional thing. I think it was her at some type of central gathering, but I don't know who exactly it was. Let me research that. But this is C. Delores Tucker. Let's play it.
Stop the agendas that are not too relevant as this. That we stop pondering over the issue of space exploration. That we stop debating whose diary we should publicize. That we stop arguing over what choices each lifestyle has. For today, we must be serious about this serious situation, this plague, this death to our society. Our greatest fear right here in America is not from hurricanes or earthquakes, not from disease or war, but from violence one against the other. We must understand clearly that violence comes in many forms and is acted upon by many sources. Whether we are talking about physical violence, spiritual violence, economic violence, or sexual violence, the end result is the same: the destruction of human life. Enough is enough. And I'd like someone to bring me what made me say enough is enough. Where's my graphic? Bring it up here, please, somebody. I am here to put the nation on notice that violence perpetuated against women through the music industry in the forms of gangsta rap and misogynist lyrics will not be tolerated any longer. Principle must come before profit. A year ago, I established the National Political Congress of Black Women's Entertainment Commission, headed by Dionne Warwick, Melba Moore, Terry Rossi of Billboard magazine.
That's another one that caught a lot of arrows. Dionne Warwick, I forgot about her. She caught a lot of arrows.
I get ready to say, you heard those heavy hitters. Dionne Warwick and Melba Moore.
Melba Moore as well. If I may interject here, that is the main reason why those two beautiful sisters' careers kind of plummeted and they were kind of blacklisted in the industry. A lot of people don't realize that, but it played a part in that.
Yeah, and Melba Moore was huge. She was in The Wiz. She was involved with she was fucking Melba Moore was a fucking superstar.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She was fucking Mariah before fucking Mariah.
Her career was really just taking
Yes.
off when all this started happening too. I'm gonna tell you
I'm just
somebody
telling
else
you,
who got
young
caught up
folks.
in something like this. I'm gonna tell you somebody else who got caught up in like and I told you guys before, Cuba Gooding Jr. I mean, excuse me, Cuba Gooding Sr. His career was starting to take off, and he took a trip to Africa and kind of changed his whole get down. And when he came, man, he was done.
And they
He
were
was
willing
done.
to sacrifice their career to say what was right.
Right.
And if I may say, interject right here too, as a rite of passage, shout out to Cat Williams because recently Melba Moore got her Walk of Fame star on Hollywood Boulevard, and Cat Williams paid the $75,000 to have that done. So salute to that brother, and it was a way of him paying homage to Melba Moore and all she did for our culture, and how she was unfortunately blackballed due to her protesting the Gangsta Rap. So I just want to say that as well.
I didn't know that, but thank you for letting me know
shout
that.
out to Cat Williams. Yeah.
Shout out to Cat Williams. Yeah.
All right, y'all. So
she was a big
what
part of
do
my
y'all think so far? Because I'm trying to structure it. Because I'm gonna ask you guys a very important question in a minute, but I gotta set it all up. As you know, first of all, why do you think she was so adamant and so aggressive with her position on this issue? Why? I want everybody to give me an answer. Why do you think she was so aggressive?
Quickly, she saw the shit we see today. Next.
But I want everybody to answer, Rico.
I'll just speak shortly. Let me speak shortly because I'm gonna be going in and out. I'm on this road, but I know that she had to be aggressive because the Gangsta Rap was very aggressive, coming in out the gate with the disrespect, the misogynist lyrics, and things. So if she was to be soft spoken and not come out just as aggressive as the music was, I don't think her voice would have been heard to the level that it was heard, if that makes sense. So sometimes you have to match people's energy and where they are. Rap music, Gangsta Rap music came out very aggressively against the misogynist lyrics, the disrespect of women, our culture, alcohol, drugs, all of that, right? Killing of, murking of each other. So she had to come out being very aggressive as well. And I'm just going to leave it right there and land my plane there for a minute. Like I said, I may be going in and out, so I'll just sit back and listen to you guys and rock where I can.
Okay. All right, girl. Arshawn, what do you think?
I would say she lived. I looked her up real quick, like as far as her age. She lived in a time. She was born in 1927, so she lived in a time where she saw how Black people were treated as less than human. She saw that. She was born into a time where Black people did not have the right to vote, protected. So with that, she knew the mentality that was required to dehumanize somebody and what kind of violence that allowed once you dehumanize a person. Once they're no longer a person, they're an object. It permits any kind of abuse. So if she saw that in her time for Black people, period, and then she saw Black people taking on the same type of dehumanizing mentality, these are just objects, she had to automatically have that callback in her mind. Oh, I know where this can go. We'll just be slaves to these people. Eventually we'll be nothing but physical labor. We'll be nothing but sexual labor. We'll be nothing more than that to these men of our own community if we allow that to continue. So I imagine like there was almost like a trauma response. You know what I'm saying? It almost like immediate, like, oh, I felt this before. There'd be no way for her to ignore that.
Wow. Well said. Rico, why didn't you demand that Arshawn come on all our shows? What's going on with you, Rico?
Stop it.
Well said. What do you think, Nick? New growth. You got anything else to add to that?
You about to call me a nigga? Nah, I'm just playing.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of. I don't know. I look at it because I remember it, And I look at it with now. I'm recollecting a lot of stuff. I look at it through eyes of agenda, somewhat, right? Now everybody has an agenda because the way she started the speech, y'all, it's beautiful. I thought she was about to talk about the the Iran Contra or something like that. She's talking about violence against people, and then it trickles down into this little drop over in the corner that wasn't the biggest music. Like us remember that time, it was artists. The biggest artists have always been positive artists. Like even if you look today, the biggest artists aren't these gangsters. These people are just minions for the record labels. They in and out tomorrow. But I'm like, why are you jumping over here and it was the women thing, and it started. I remember that it was an agenda. And that's what threw a lot of people off. It didn't seem sincere to me. Not saying what she's saying wasn't true, but I'm just saying, how do you overlook all of these other layers to get to this? Right? So I remember it now. So I have a problem when she was out there doing this time because it would seem like I'm coming to attack as opposed to I'm trying to fix the actual hole in the wall.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Do you think, because me and Rico have all have admitted that we just was blind. We just was so blind. You know, sometimes you can be so blind with with someone or something. You can be so blind that you can't see when somebody comes and says, "Hey man, this might not be that good for you." You know what I mean? And you can be that blind. Do you think that may have had a reason why you looked at it that way at that time?
And that's true. I was a huge fan, but I also was a fan of the genre. Like, like you said, it wasn't just one, right?
Right.
And this was the era when they started putting the 18 and older stickers on it, right?
Right. That's because of her.
Parental advisory.
Yeah, that was her. She did that. Yeah.
That was her, or did it happen prior to her?
No, that was her.
That was her.
Prior to her, huh?
No, that was her. She started. She
pushed that.
Right. She pushed it, and then I think actually that was the lawsuit where 2 Live Crew sued the Supreme Court for the right
to
won music, and they won.
They won.
But what it did come down to at that point was then from that point on, they started having the parental advisory. They didn't have parental advisory stickers before that. They did not have parental advisory stickers. It was behind C. Delores Tucker, and she started her crusade in 1993.
Okay.
It was the early 90s when she started the crusade. It was NWA and 2 Live Crew at the same time. I mean, because she was like, and of course,
then it switched over to Death Row.
All their videos was about sexually suggestive. Have you seen the video to Pop That Coochie?
Yes, but remember back in the day, that wasn't allowed. We had Yo MTV Raps, and we had what was the Chris Tucker?
But here's the thing. Yo MTV Raps used to censor what they would show.
Right.
I mean, no. Yo MTV Raps was on MTV.
Yes.
So it was a television show, and Donnie Simpson had Video Soul. They would censor, and they would only show those videos. They would show those videos. This is what's funny about it, Negro. They would do those videos the same way that the FTC was. They would only show sexually suggestive videos after 9 p.m. They wouldn't show them during the day. They would show them after 9 p.m. So you would have to watch that shit and whack your meat from 9 p.m. till whatever time in the morning. I'm just saying.
No, I remember we had. Y'all remember
shit
the
was
box?
Soft porn.
Y'all remember the box where you had the.
I remember the box.
Video. That's where
you could not see that during the daytime. Because I'll tell you another one, the guy, the white guy, I'm Just a Gigolo. They would show all these women in scantily clad bikinis, but those videos would only show after
Van Halen.
8 or 9 Van Halen. They would only show after 8 and 9 p.m. for the longest time. You could not, the FTC said you could not show that just like regular TV until kids went to bed. MTV and all of the cable channels had the same restrictions.
But they didn't
they just
like
did. You can look it up.
now. I was in my horny teenager days, so I remember that they had me so horny on MTV.
Yes.
Now that I do
pop
remember
that,
that video.
but the Pop the
I
Coochie
so
song that was on the
horny.
box.
I so horny. Me love you long time.
Rico, calm down. Rico, calm down. Rico, calm down. Rico.
I be taking me back into my 20s.
I didn't know
You obviously love that one.
Yeah, I didn't know who NWA was until the box where you had to call in and pay to get the music because they wouldn't show Straight Outta Compton. It was deemed unsuitable. They would show Express Yourself, and then it started to get a little, but it was always censored to me. We would have to go and at that time. I think to me personally, she brought more light to it. I mean, it was coming more popular, but I don't know. Maybe I was in that moment at that time, like, why is she picking this? Maybe I was seeing everything else and said, why are you picking on this? And everybody has the right to pick where they think the change may come from. So that was just my question at the time.
All right,
I think
y'all. I got.
If I say something real quick.
Oh yeah, come on.
Because something New Grove just said made me think of something. It's also because I'm saying this is a reflective. Like to me, this conversation is reflective of the gender war. Like it's just again a different medium from music to like podcasting, so to speak. So I say it's the same dynamics. There's positives and there's negatives, but the negatives get magnified. But see, Delores Tucker is also the same as, and I'm going to use you, bro, Clarence, as an example of people who call out the negatives. It's a double-edged sword because while you're trying to call it out to show the negative behavior, you also still hold it up as an example that people can then go search out and still promote. So although a lot of times we'll be trying to say, hey, this is bad, this is harmful, what can actually happen is a lot of people will be just shown it through us and they'll start to follow it. They'll start to listen. They'll start to watch it like, oh, shoot, you calling out Charleston White, but this dude's crazy. I'm gonna start watching him. And then they've got another fan because we were trying to do the right thing, but we also bring attention to it regardless. So I just wanted to point that out that there's a double-edged sword to what she did.
Now,
right. See, so she elevated gangster rap, even though she was trying to demonize it. She was trying to demonize gangster rap, which was right, but unfortunately, in her crusade to demonize it, she actually made it a national story because she did. She really did. And I do not think that was her intention. I think she thought that if I speak to the national audience, that the better minds and more reasonable minds will agree with me. And you know what they did? We fucking sneered at her like the pieces of shit we were. And now we're dealing with it. Arshawn, you nailed it. No, and what I'm saying to the next generation is that while you sneer at us, when I'm gone to dust, bro Clarence, Sister OG Patrice, you motherfuckers gonna be dealing with it too.
I think it's gonna be a worse situation then, man.
Whatever
it's gonna be
your
a worse
issues
situation.
Is.
And just this right here, quick, you know, I did a little the parental sticker came out in 1987. So yes, I remember being young and seeing them stickers, and my mom wouldn't let me buy it. So this was prior to her. I think she brought it way more to the forefront, but in 87 is when they started it.
Okay, but I think something they probably I don't think they were putting them on the rap music. I think I need to check that because she was very critical of that.
May I speak?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just want to say in short, it was no difference than when the comedians came out with the sexually explicit comedy albums. You know, you had Richard Pryor, you had Bill Cosby, all of them. Like they had some sexually explicit and exploitive comedy, and on those albums back then was when the parental guidance started to happen on those albums.
Maybe you're right, Patrice.
So not only did it just was in the music industry, it was also in comedy because you had those people doing sexually explicit comedy as well. So it sparked from that genre, which actually was before gangster rap. So I just want to say that about the label.
Yeah,
And let me just say this,
you're
Bro
right. Go ahead.
C, if you want to share, I did again. You may be correct, Negro, but specifically and share. Okay, that gives you when and who caused it. In 1990, the now standard black and white warning label design reading parental advisory explicit lyrics was introduced and was to be placed on the bottom right hand section of a given product. The first album to bear the black and white parental advisory was the 1990 release of Banned in the USA by the rap group Two Live Crew.
Exactly. Right.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but again, we're saying all the same thing. So I just wanted to say, because you're right. You looked it up. I think Sister Patrice did say correctly. It had to do with some other things, but this was a huge thing where they took to the Supreme Court.
Right.
Because they was trying to say, you can't even sell this shit.
It was mandatory and it had to be a large display. Sometimes they used to put it in the corner in the back, like back when Patrice was talking about it, they had they did it as a courtesy, right? Hey, this is not for kids. But
I just wanted to point that out, that this still came down to Sister Delores Tucker, Two Live Crew, the Supreme Court, all of, because that is a big First Amendment right case that still exists today. You know who else used that argument? Who's the guy that got shot, was in a wheelchair? Hustler magazine.
Larry Flint.
Larry Flint. These motherfuckers, they use this. Like people who are in deviant behavior. So whether you're in pornography, whether you're in rap music, see what I'm saying? There's a semblance, there's a similarity there. This is not just music. Pornographic artists use that same argument. Oh, if you allow them to say this about I'm so horny, just that, whatever, then my pornography is acceptable. First Amendment rights. It's the same arguments.
Well, I got a question for y'all. Well, I got a couple of them. Well, let me ask you a question. Can it get any worse?
Hell yes.
Can what we say? Rico, let me ask a question. Rico.
Okay.
Can it get any worse than where it is now? Right now, let's just look at it and say it's bad, right? It's bad. We got men in the manosphere that say women are worthless. We got women that saying men are worthless. Just to counter that, we got the children paying the biggest cost, is because there's no music. We used to have music that tried to talk about love and talk about family, and now there's very little music like that gets airplay. Not saying those those people aren't out there, but that music is not going to sell billions and billions of copies. What sells billions and billions of copies is violence and sex, right? So most of the time, only thing pushed in the music industry today is, like Rico said, the violence and the sex. So my question to all of you is, can it get any worse? And what is that worse going to look like? If so, what is that worse going to look like to us, to any of you? What would that worse look like? How much worse could it get? If it's already the point where Black women and Black children in particular, because in rap music, the violence is typically toward one group of people. I don't care what color the rapper is. The end result of the violence is usually one person, and that is or two people, that is Black women and Black children, or three, it's the whole Black community, Black men, Black
women. Absolutely can get worse easily to multiple other communities next.
How is it going to go get
next? Absolutely.
Not next. We got other people on the panel, Rico.
I want to let everybody else speak.
Okay.
I believe absolutely it can get worse to multiple other communities other than just the communities that it has affected. And it will get worse. And I'll give other people an opportunity to opine on it. But that's my belief structure.
Agreed. Okay, Arshawn, can it get any worse? If so, how?
Okay, so I'm going to bring this again back to like the gender war. So at the beginning of the gender war, everybody kept bringing up the Moynihan report, at which time they kept saying that in 1960, whatever, 23% of black women were unmarried, and now it's 77% of black women are unmarried. In just 50 years, we've gone from 23% unmarried to 77% unmarried in just 50 years. Oh my God. So that's the argument. So in 50 years, whatever we're on the low end of, if whatever our what is it, the vocal minority is, that we're the Sukianas, the Sexy Reds, the Glorillas, right. the who's the one that's we used to be mad at, we used to be mad at, but now we're not, a Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
That's the 23%. That's the small percentage. But in 50 years, that's going to represent 77% because people move on a sliding scale. So in 50 years, what we could look at is a majority of women looking like the minority that we're complaining about now.
Okay. What would that look like society-wise? What type of issues would that bring in a society where most of the women are grocery eaters and and the like?
I mean, because you already see the STD rates are off the chart. The fathers, everybody likes to. I know I like.
Hey, Arshawn.
Yeah, my signal.
Start over, man.
Yeah, my signal cut out.
Breaking up. You're kind of breaking up. Can
yeah, I saw myself.
Okay.
Got you. I'll say we're already seeing the STD rates are off the charts in the black community specifically. I can't speak for everybody, but I know in the black community there are certain pockets where we talk about the STD rates being off the charts. At some point, some of these problems that are, because again, in 1960s, these were epidemic level problems that needed to be addressed on a national level. But now we're 4 to 5 times worse on a lot of these metrics. Eventually, a lot of this stuff is going to require, the government is going to say this requires a government intervention because this group of people cannot police themselves. So what's going to happen is black people are, again, going to fall under the ward of the state status. We're going to lose our freedom and autonomy and agency because we're not equipped to take care of ourselves. And they'll be able to justify it per the stats, which are terrible now. But in the future, 50 years from now, if we don't find a way to stem the tide, there's no way that this country could survive with people who are operating at a detriment. I mean, because you're only as good as your weakest link. And if we remove all of the systemic oppression, pervasive systemic oppression, where every day is, you're oppressed every day, you can't walk out the house without running into a racial issue. If that can be removed and people can argue justifiably that that's not the case anymore, there's pockets of this, there's pockets of that. Of course, you can't eliminate everything, but if people can sit and argue, say, hey, listen, when was the last time you were oppressed? Well, and you got to think about it. Now that that's starting to happen with people, and people can use that as a talking point, and people can get tripped up on panels. When was the last time you were oppressed? And you can't think of the last time you had a racial issue in your life within the last 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, where you know for sure race is what determines your outcome. If that's the case, and you're still having all these supremely negative outcomes that cannot be a part of a civil society, somebody's going to have to do something. And what they're going to do is not going to be a request; it's going to be a demand. And that's what we're trying to put us back into slavery. Well, we tried to let you free, but you can't govern yourselves. That I can see that happening. That's my worst case scenario.
All right, thank you, brother, man. That was a lot to think about, man. Something is wrong with Rico, y'all. Something is wrong with Rico. We got to love him out of it. We got to love him through it, man. Something is really wrong with this man. All right.
It's called Gin.
Yeah, it's Gin. But it's Cerveza. All right, New Growth.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Let me set you up, man. Let me set you up. Can you see the situation now, right? The Sukihanas and the city girls and all of that, right? The grocery eaters are out there and they're on a mission. Can it get any worse? And if so, how so?
Yeah, of course it can get worse. It always can get worse. Like it can get worse until it's over. So
How can it get worse?
like Arshawn said, you know, it could be to a point where we can't govern ourselves. We can't control ourselves. Like they have to dictate and do all of these things. And like you said, I guess another word is neo-slavery. But my point is the Suki Hanas, I've never heard a song from her, right? I don't know who she is. What's this other girl named Red something?
Yeah.
Right? I don't know their music. But I do know down the street from where I live, over I think like 70,000 turned out 3 nights in a row for Beyonce.
Right.
And that's my question is Beyonce. Beyonce is the top of the pyramid. So
Correct.
when she puts out certain type of imagery and lyrics and stuff, but the world loves her, it's gonna trickle down. Everything trickle down from the top. Just remember, I remember T-Pain was like the biggest guy, right? Everybody, T-Pain was on everything. And Jay-Z was the guy though. You know, he was just the gatekeeper. And he came out with Death of Auto-Tune. T-Pain went down plummet, right? So my point with saying that is the person at the top really is the one who makes the standards, right? So a lot of these girls, their biggest wish is to have a song with Beyonce, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion. That's the creme de la creme. Like a lot of these rappers want to have a song with Drake, or so. Once these people start having a little more governance, because they have the power to say no, or discredit that, or pull away, I think it can get better. But I don't think it's going to be able to be fixed just by us saying, you know what C. Delores said. We found out it didn't work. Even though she had a stance, I mean, unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. Would y'all agree?
Who? C. Delores Tucker?
Yeah, she was unsuccessful.
Oh yeah, it was very unsuccessful. Yeah.
And
Very.
So let me ask you a question. If we agree that C. Delores Tucker was unsuccessful, and you believe it can be fixed, what's your solution?
My solution is kind of like I just, was saying, like,
it's just a question. I don't know because I have no idea.
You know, like the gatekeepers, they have to be unstrapped to their puppet master and actually say stuff. Remember, I mean, Bambaataa, like it was real big in gangs, and he was like a real big guy, and he changed the trajectory of rap at that point. If remember that time period.
So let me ask you a question. Okay, so we're talking about specifically. Let's look at who we're talking about, and let's just name some names: Sukihana, Sexy Red, Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion. I'm just going to use those 4. So again,
don't leave out Nicki Minaj. Don't leave out Nicki Minaj.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just throwing out some names. This is an exercise. This is not okay. We have to solve this yet. So now I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, and I'm an old head. Me, Clarence, Patrice, we're old head. You and Arshawn are young heads.
Now
so I want to know, how do we sit there and change the influence that Sukihana, Sexy Red, Meg Thee Stallion, Cardi B, and Glorilla, 5. These 5 women that we all agree is a problem. How do we change their influence? And this is a question because I have no fucking idea. I'm clueless as how do we fix it. But how do we sit there and tell the younger generation that Glorilla, Sukihana, Sexy Red, Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion, and the image that they're projecting is not the image that we want projected, because that's what C. Delores Tucker was trying to say.
Right.
And as an older gentleman, I don't know how to do it.
Right.
I'm telling you, I have no fucking idea. So that's on you, New
Right.
Growth, and Arshawn. You two motherfuckers figure it out.
My thing is like, okay, you look at who they influenced by, who they look up to, right? Because I remember a moment when Nicki Minaj met Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill wasn't the big star that we all knew, but she looked at it, she bowed to it, she was like, oh my God, she rapped every word of her song. And it's like, that was her influence. But guess who became her influence? Little Kim. We can all know that, right? So Little Kim never got a chance to write her direction, right? You know, she grew, but her music stayed the same. Nicki Minaj is in the same boat now. It's kind of like her way out of there. She never got a chance to write her direction. So you steered all of these people on this path. You have to pull it back at some point and bring it with these people who still look up to you and you're their idols. They're the front runners. So if they took it left, fell off, this person come, and you know rap music is a competitive sport. So I knock off my idol, but it keep going. So it gets worse and worse until somebody is able to center it somewhat. And
okay,
I don't want
stop. No, stop for 1 second, because again, and you're right, and no, I want you to hold where you're at, because what you said was great. And I cannot name a positive female rapper. I can't. I should be able to, but I can't. I don't. But what I'm saying is, what you're saying is absolutely.
She's out there though.
No, what I'm saying, no, here, no.
Yeah, I was gonna say Rhapsody for sure.
Well, what I'm saying is of this generation. So again, I accept what the premise of what you're saying is that you're saying they have allowed themselves to be influenced by others. And I accept that premise. But again, my point that I'm asking is how do you guys in the current state, 2023, fuck the past, because the past is gone.
Right.
Y'all already said we're old. How do you change it today?
And it's like
literally.
It's
you
like
told me no, New Growth. You told me everything that's wrong, and I accept everything that's wrong. I'm looking for a fucking solution. You tell me how you or Arshawn is going to make it go correctly.
Right.
I know how we fucked it up. We fucked it up. Me, Patrice, and Bro Clarence, we're the pieces of shit that fucked it up.
Hey, don't blame me. Hey, whoa, watch him out. Watch him out.
Fix it. All I'm saying is you guys fix it.
And the way, and what Patrice said earlier about what she let her son listen to. Only thing I have is the power and the influence around me. Like if I had a voice like Delores Tucker, is that what you're saying? If I had a voice like her on her platform, if I had her platform, I would go try to find the biggest guys, right? That I could find. Fuck the media, right? Because they're eating off of it. They love the controversy. They started the East Coast, because the media jumped off of her and said, oh, we're going to go with the East Coast, West Coast. We're going to go. So the media was exploiting her as well, right? Because why was the cameras turned on when she was talking this? They wanted to exploit it. Go to the one, and that's why I always refer to Farrakhan. Go to the ones at the top and do what you can to get them. If you can change the head or like you said, Beyonce called herself what? The Queen Bee. If you can get the Queen Bee, you're gonna have a greater chance of changing the outlook of the people who look towards her as the trendsetter, as the person I need to be like. So my flock is my kids, right? Arshawn is his nephew, right? We got a community. So I don't let my kids listen to that. You don't watch TV without that. We're gonna watch Aretha Franklin. My daughter loves Aretha Franklin, right? A lot of kids don't know what it is. So we have to do that little part. But if I had her part, like Clarence said, there's a lot of artists out there. They're just not getting the spotlight. But guess what? Hip hop was never about the spotlight. We remember those days when Hammer got murdered for going pop. And now it's like
His
you're
career
not a
got,
good. Remember
his
those
career
days?
got killed.
He got killed, and everybody is, so we got to really understand what the music means to us, because like Rico said, it's our music. We created it, but it's not our music. This is the biggest selling genre and these corporations is trying to sell music. They got quotas. They got, hey, we sold 50 million this year. We need 70 next year. So they're gonna push anything out there that gets controversy. What happened to Lil Nas X? I ain't seen him since. That's all to get things started. But when we get back to when it was underground, I remember we used to stop liking artists if they got on the radio too much. You saw that. Let's go to the next. You know, we got to find a fine line between that, but they're gonna do things to get attention. But we know better than that. I just think we got to make better decisions. I mean, you weren't the only one watching Uncle Luke. He wasn't Uncle Luke then. He was Luke Skywalker.
You like pop that coochie?
Oh man.
Oh Lord. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. Look, we're gonna let Arshawn in here.
Hey, and let me get one more thing. You know who loved it the most?
Who?
The women. I didn't like the music.
Man.
The women loved it the most. When that song come on in the club, oh my God.
That was I'm be quiet. I'm be quiet.
Calm down. Let me calm down.
Thank you, Negro. But oh my God, I was in the military, and I'm telling you, when that song came on, the U.S. Army lost their motherfucking mind. Whether I was in Korea, the U.S., whatever, pop that coochie, pop. When Uncle Luke dropped that shit, pop that coochie, pop that coochie, baby. Pop that coochie, pop that coochie. Man, love you.
We got it, Rico. We got it.
Don't forget about Doodle
Rico,
Brown.
we got it.
Doodle Brown was
that song was that song was.
No, it was the other one. What was the other one? You guys just said it earlier. What was the other song?
Oh, Me So Horny?
Oh, Me So Horny.
That was the one.
That
was the one that actually did it.
Because
that was the one.
Believe it or not, that clip came from the movie Full Metal Jacket. So that clip, see, people don't realize that clip, I So Horny, also came from a Stanley Kubrick movie. But believe it or not, if you ever watched the movie Full Metal Jacket, Stanley Kubrick, which, okay, let me give you 2 minutes.
You're
2
right.
minutes. Stanley Kubrick was a director who did a movie, and he did some not so safe shit with a 14-year-old in the U.S. in California. Real shit. The U.S. government is still looking for that motherfucker. That motherfucker went to Italy and never came back. He won 2 or 3 Oscars. No, hear what I'm saying. He's won multiple Oscars.
Okay.
For movies. He did Orange Clock, whatever.
Clockwork Orange in 2001 Space Odyssey.
Yes, and won an Oscar for that. He also won an Oscar. He also did, he's just a huge director. And in Full Metal Jacket, which he was also a director of, there was a particular scene at the beginning of the movie where the Vietnamese hooker said, so horny, and they clipped that and put that in the music video, which blew it up for fucking 2 Live Crew. It was literally like a Vietnamese prostitute saying, I'm so horny, me love you long time. That was the fucking hook of the song that made these motherfuckers nationally known.
Yeah.
I am not making this shit up. That was what made them the NWA before NWA existed. NWA didn't even exist at that time. But Uncle Luke and the 2 Live Crew did that. They copied that from that movie, put it in that song, and it was, I can't remember the name of the song, and it just exploded it.
Me So Horny?
Yeah, Me So Horny.
Yeah.
Me So Horny. It was about prostitution, selling you pussy. So it's like, why is the narrative again? And see, Delores Tucker saw that and she was trying to speak against it. I'm not gonna go any more than that, but it's just like we gotta stop pretending like that didn't exist, that wasn't a part of it, and so on and so forth. And God damn, New Growth, you suck.
Can somebody please
Go
go
ahead,
back and clip Rico and Brother Clarence talking about me so horny? I just need a clip of them both talking about saying me so horny, and then send that to me. That's it. Only those words, because they both said back to back, me so horny, and then clip that portion right there. That's 3 seconds, and then send that to me, please.
You are Arshawn. You are welcome to clip anything you see up here, especially any old guys in cowboy hats. Clip anything they say, right? All right, here's another question for you guys, man. This is a tongue twister as well.
Stop with your long ass questions. Make them shorter.
So here's I know how to ignore Rico. Y'all, some people get upset. Rico, I know how to ignore Rico, right? All right. So anyway, this is a tongue twister, man. How do we get the genie back in the bottle? If we see what's happening now, and we see that Delores Tucker was right, and she said that the black community would basically be a den of iniquity, right? And she was right about a lot of things, right? Our women are less protected. They were already less protected at that time. They're less protected now. Our children are less protected, right? We got dudes out here that's saying F child support, right? They don't even want to pay the child support. They don't want to take care of their children, their biological children. They don't even want to take care of them. I can understand someone not wanting to take care of their own take care of someone else's biological children, but they don't want to take care of their own biological children. So the thinking process of the men is so degenerating into a point where they are looking at themselves as this like lone wolf type of person, and it's just everybody is just there are just fodder, right? They're just fodder for whatever need they have at the time. Any person that comes into their life that can meet that need, we let them meet that need, step on them, chew them up, spit them out, and then we're done. We're on our way. That's where we're at now. Like I said, 50 years from now, holy smokes, where will we be then? I mean, you could just walk up to a girl and just hit her, right? Just knock her out right there on the street, right? So, is there any way to get the genie back into the bottle? Is there any way?
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you think that the music that we talking about was the chicken or the egg?
I think that I'm gonna get a little technical.
Go ahead, bro. That's what we like.
Okay. Okay. I'm talking about us in particular, black people. We've always been in unity with the motion of the universe and the motion of the planets and the motion, right? We always been in unity. Sun up, sun comes up, sun goes down. We've always tried to be in unison. That is actually music right there, right? But now when we bring it into where you have oxygen that can flow in this type of environment, now you can have sound, right? You can have all these different sounds. And so, but it's still a tempo. It's still a movement. It's still a intervals of movement, right? And so we've always tried to be in concert with intervals of movement. And so that is why we can get so caught up in music. Because now Elijah Muhammad called it massive. He called music mass hypnosis. You use it the wrong way, it's mass hypnosis, right? You can hypnotize the people over the beat, right?
Is it the chicken or the egg?
Wait a minute, Rico. Wait a minute. I ain't like you. I ain't got libations to.
You going long winded, but is it the chicken or the egg?
Calm down. Wait, Rico. Wait.
Okay.
So anyway, we don't worry, y'all. Me and Rico argue like this all the time. Y'all should hear us over the phone. Anyway, we can get caught up in the music, the beat of the music, right? But we're not really listening to the lyrics. We're getting caught up in the beats. We're getting caught up in the beat. We get caught up in the beat. We get caught up in the beat. So, is the music the chicken or the egg? The music is the egg. Our love of intervals of time and tempo, that's the chicken. If that makes sense.
Well, I was talking more so of the lyrics, the soundtrack. Like, you listen to the 60s, like the soundtrack. People get ready, and the change gonna come, and Black I'm
Oh
Proud.
well, then
That
the
was
music is the chicken. Then music is the chicken because in the church they use the organ, right? They use the organ, and that's what they would wrap their message around the music in the church, right? So the music is the chicken, but now who's in control of your music? We used to be in control of our music, right? Because most of the time you didn't hear black music on the radio. You had to go to church to hear black people singing. You had to go to church to hear black music, right? So we were in control of the messages that were coming across the music. Well, now you're in a position where somebody else controls the messages. Why? Because they say if you sing that song, New Growth, if you make a rap, New Growth, that pulls the people, that galvanizes the people together, we're gonna kill your career. We're not gonna pay for that. Now you put some violence, you put some sex in there, we'll pay for that. So by design, the rappers learn, hey man, I can't have a positive record on my album. I got to have all violence and sex because that's what's gonna sell. I'm gonna get my $100,000, $200,000 advance, right? Too Short said they used to give him $100,000 advance to go to the studio. He used to do it all in his garage and keep the money, right?
So it's a chicken in you. It's a chicken. So I love you, brother. It's all
Is
bullshit.
it the bottle or is it the glass of gin, Rico? Is it the bottle or is it the glass of gin?
It's the glass of gin.
There you go.
All abject bullshit. It's I'm gonna say this, brother New Grove. It's not the chicken, it's the egg. And we're gonna give it to Arshawn because I'm waiting on Arshawn to opine. But we're gonna throw all that shit away. It's all bullshit. It's not the chicken, it's the egg. We're gonna let brother Arshawn opine first, and then I'll follow up later.
I agree with you, but go ahead, Arshawn. I agree with you, Rico, but go ahead.
Could you restate the question, New Bro?
It's like the music is the, like the gangster music now did that come before the gangsterism come on the street, or did they watch that in the music spawn from that? It's like we're acting like it came from nowhere. Like these guys just went in the studio.
You didn't ask it to me like that, New Grove.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you didn't ask it to me like that. No, of course.
Yeah, that's what I was meaning.
Well, it was going on in the street before the music. Before the music was out there reflecting it. No, yeah, of course it was on the street. Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because to me, they're the same. Like, because the music is the person. Like the music comes from the person. So like they happen at the same time. So like even though the expression, like Brother Clarence just said, the expression of the music, they may not have had the instruments or sometimes the technology, like with the beat and the scratching and all that stuff that came later. But the music, that's why they rejected some of the older forms of music for hip hop. Like to like take this back, like the principle back. Before rap, before Delores Tucker, before rap, they didn't like the way Elvis performed. So like people are going to have a problem with the way stuff comes off. So there's always going to be somebody that does not agree with the way you do something. Like, so decency and standards, you could take that all the way back to the first story to Adam and Eve, who once they had the knowledge of good and evil decided to cover up because of the way things were perceived. So like, I don't think it's anything about necessarily rap or music. I think people and the way we perceive circumstances, they're going to happen at the same time. So they're both the chicken and the egg. We're both the creator of the product and the product itself. Like, so they reinforce each other and they are each other at the same time.
Right.
Well, I got a quick question. Quick question for Arshawn. Quick Bible question.
Let's go.
Did they both have the knowledge of good and evil? Or did he get the knowledge of good and evil?
I assume they ate the fruit, and the fruit allegedly is what imbues the power. And since they both ate of the fruit, I'm assuming they both got the knowledge of good and evil because they both also behave similarly by covering themselves and feeling the shame. So I would assume, And then based on what God said, based on like they have, and I'm going to kick them out because they did, he intertwined them. So I'm going to assume they both did.
But she ate the fruit first and went to him still naked. If she came with him covered, he would have asked the question, "Why are you covered?"
Can I ask a question? Is this a biblical conversation?
No. Just a quick conversation. I just wanted to get his
No.
opinion.
And because again, I don't want to say this in any way like to be dismissive of people who have a faith-based position.
Say it, Rico.
No, what I'm saying is because like,
well, I never, Rico.
No, I'm thinking it's like
triple dog dare you.
It throws me off because sometimes we'll be having a logic-based conversation, and then it is.
It's a logic-based question.
Right. So can we keep it logic-based then, and not because again, for those of us who are not faith-based, when we hear these conversations and you start using faith-based terminology, it's like, look.
No,
that's my only question.
Okay, Rico, I'm just talking.
Right, so go ahead. I'll fall back.
It doesn't matter, Rico. Never let no one say, "Oh, well, just because you're not of this faith or you're not of that faith, you can't respond." You can respond to whatever. You can ask a question.
I'm not saying that you can't. I'm not saying that you
can't. I'm not talking to you directly, Rico.
Yes.
I'm talking to anybody out there listening to us.
Yes.
If you have a question about anything and you're sitting around and you hear these people talking about a particular faith, ask. Only thing they can say is we're not going to tell you. Okay, right. Cool, no problem.
And again,
never be afraid of doing that. Never be afraid.
I want to say this. Look, Sister Annie, I am not trying to be unfair to the people that are faith-based. I am not. I am not trying to be dismissive of it. I will never. That's why I asked the question, because I don't want to inject myself in conversations that I don't feel comfortable with. Because that's just not my conversation to be involved with.
Rico, this is real quick. This is gonna be real quick.
Okay.
So Arshawn's gonna mow me down real quick. Arshawn's gonna knock me out real quick. All right. So Arshawn, do you think that because obviously when he ate the fruit, that's when everybody went and put some clothes on. But she ate the fruit, nobody went and ran and put the clothes on. So did she get the knowledge of good and evil? Or did she get the knowledge of good and evil when he ate the fruit?
Well, more than likely, like now this is where I go back on my human nature thing. Because I kind of believe that human nature and what the Bible calls sin are the same thing. If she realized what we believe she realized is true, nobody in our state wants to be in that state alone. So she wanted to make sure that he ate the fruit too, so that she would have somebody in her same mind state. Almost all of us are looking for somebody that we can relate to, somebody on our level that understands us, whether that's friend, family, relationship. Once she realized that she was in an altered state, like nobody likes to drink alone. People don't like to drink alone. Once you're in a state, I'm just saying, people, most people would rather have a drinking buddy. Most people, if they want to go out to eat, most people want a companion. Whatever state her mind went to after she ate the fruit, she then sought a companion that she could share that experience with. So more important than covering herself was finding a companion. Again, but that's me projecting my understanding of the way people move.
Agreed. So you're saying that maybe it's possible that she had that knowledge came to her and she held back from covering herself to entice the man to be involved with her chicanery as well.
And I'll bring that back to the conversation we're having. Everybody who's been involved in the music industry, including the Supiana who said she sold her soul, instead of covering herself, continues to make the music to bring other people in to eat the fruit.
Good.
So we're still practicing the exact same behavior.
Still following that line. We're still seeing that play out even in today's music. Wow, good point. See, Rico, I'm glad we got smart people up here, and not just me and you up here. We got Patrice, Arshawn, and New Growth up here, man.
Well, what does any of that have to do with what I asked?
What did you ask, Rico? What was that
Yeah,
question?
what did you ask?
No. I think you're absolutely right, bro. See, and I'm glad that we let that play out. So I think that
Anyway, Arshawn never got to answer my question, Rico.
I only jumped in to ask the question because, again, it's just like, some of the questions go back and forth. And I only want to step in on questions that I feel like I can answer. And again, I know that our audience is a mixture of people.
Of course.
It is a mixture of people that are very secular. It's a mixture of people that are very religious. And I don't want to offend anybody. But with my secular ass, I try to stay in the secular space.
No, you don't have to.
That's why I only asked, because the question came off to me as, because before I stepped away, we were asking questions that I didn't think had a religious nature.
No. Okay, Rico.
I didn't think it did.
That was me. I introduced the Bible. That was on me.
Are we still in that space or not? That was it.
No. Anything. But I'm just laying this out to you. Anything we're talking about, I don't care. If you're talking about something that I don't know about, I'm gonna ask a question.
No. But Clarence, I'm sitting there saying is, again, when I stepped away, the question we were asking was around seemed more secular.
Right.
And when I came back, they seemed more religious, and that's the only reason why I brought it up. I would have not have brought it up for any other reason, but other than like, whoa, if this is a religious conversation, let me know.
No, it's not. And the only reason,
and Rico, that was me. I brought that up. I brought the Bible into
which is fine.
The only reason why I posed it to him, the only reason why I posed it to Arshawn, he has demonstrated that he has a greater than average knowledge of some of those things, and so I posed it. I posed that question.
That was the only reason why I asked, was so I would know, hey, I need to fall back and shut the fuck up. Because I didn't know.
Well, how about this, Rico? Can I ask him the question that I originally was going to ask him? Because he actually answered Nugro's question, but I wanted to ask him the original question that I was going to ask him is, how do we get the genie back? How can we get the genie back in the bottle, and how do we do it? How
in any way?
If so, how do we do that?
Secular, religious, whatever way you think we can do it. And I just want to hear it so I know, okay, where I can opine or shut the fuck up. That's it.
Yeah. I would say, in a weird way, Rico, though, they're the same thing. They're just
shut up option, Rico.
The language is what changes it. The language is like the secular and the religious are very similar. Because I could have gave the same analogy using light and scientific. I was going to go scientific next. Like the chicken and the egg, I was going to use light because light's not really light. They're just photons. But our experience of it is what we consider light. So that's how we experience, and it only reacts the way it does because we're observing it. So I mean, I could have went science too with the chicken and egg thing. It's both at the same time. So there is no egg without the chicken, and there's no chicken without the egg. So like they're synonymous and conjoined. Like this is a shared experience, even though it's a different expression of the same reality. So I get you. I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go all scientific and philosophical on you, but. No, we cannot get you cannot put the toothpaste back in the tube. You can't get the cat in the bag. You can't unring the bell. You can't go back into your mama's womb. Like none of that stuff, none of that's gonna work. So what you have to do, I was watching this movie, is a time travel movie. And no matter how they tried to stop the catastrophe, it's like a big bombing. And they realized it was woven into people's choices. People's choices and motivations kept like pushing them towards certain outcomes. So one of them finally got fed up with it, and like the universe just seems to want this to happen. And the other one said, so now we're just going to have to outsmart the universe. Now the issue is we're going to have to outsmart people's nature towards wanting to do this type of thing. We would have to think past that. So we have to use human nature against human nature, which is what con men do, which is what grifters do, which is what marketers and predatory lenders do. That's the only way for the normal person, the secular person, the only way to get that accomplished is to out-secular the secular, which means we can't have the same type of high-minded morals and values because we're going to have to deceive people to get them out of deceit, which is crazy. I've got it like, what is it? There's a quote like, it's easier to con a person that's been conned than to tell them that they've been conned. It's easier to con them again out of the con that they fell into than it is to tell them that they've been conned. So that's the kind of mindset we'd have to adopt. And we'd have to try to probably like demonize. We'd have to demonize people like the thought rappers and the drill rappers. We'd have to demonize them because we'd have to have people that are either afraid of them or rage. We have to rage bait people to not want to be that. We'd have to make it undesirable in some kind of way. So we would have to kind of try to trick people out of their desire for freedom and being able to do whatever, which is, yeah, like you've got to get a new bottle. Ordinary, extraordinary, you've got to get a new bottle.
So let me ask you a question though, Arshawn.
Yeah, what's up?
Then, do Black people have a problem with accepting the butterfly effect?
Definitely.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Because
well, for those of us that don't know what the butterfly effect is, what is the butterfly effect?
The butterfly effect is that the wings of a butterfly can create a typhoon. That's just it. Wrap your mind around that concept that what happens in one place can affect something somewhere else.
Okay.
That's the butterfly effect.
Okay.
It can affect over countries, even over time. The belief, the theory of it. It's not a proven, but it's a theory that what can happen in one place can directly affect what happens somewhere else. It's called the butterfly effect. So you look at a butterfly and you be like, oh, it's a small, insignificant insect being. And you be like, the flapping of its wings can affect the water. That can, and just on and on and on and on and on. And while we as Black people can sit there and go, oh, I can't grasp the concept, that's a deeply held thought and belief at a higher level, but we're resistant, or I'm not going to say we're, because all of us are not. There are a lot of Black people are accepting of that theory. Probably long before it ever was coined, was accepting of that fucking theory. But right now, 2023 today, people are, oh, that's some bullshit. Okay, believe whatever you want. But the butterfly effect, I believe in, is a real thing. I believe that the existence that I have today was dictated. I believe, now call me cuckoo, crazy, whatever the fuck you want.
Cuckoo, crazy.
Absolutely. But I believe that my existence today was dictated by a decision that was made by somebody before my existence. I believe that. Okay. And I believe that the decisions that I make today will dictate the decisions of somebody in the future. I believe that. I don't know how.
Up to this point, Rico, I go along.
Hear me out. I do not know how. I don't know in what way. All I'm saying is, in the same way that you believe religiously and biblically, I believe logically in the butterfly effect. I believe that, hey, someone did something to create the ability for me to exist in the space and how I exist today. And I will do something, I don't know what the fuck it is, that will create the possibility for someone, white, black, blue, green, male, female, whatever, to exist in the fucking future. I believe in that. And that's my belief structure.
Okay, Rico.
I'm not taking away from anybody who believes in the Bible, the Quran, whatever. But my belief structure is in things like that. That's all I'm saying.
We got it, Rico. We got it. All right, y'all.
I mean, that's some weird shit, right?
Yeah, but it's solid.
No,
that's solid.
Weird at all. It's not weird at all, man. It's not. Everybody has their own thing. We all come from different places, and we all have different things that develop our belief structure.
The thing is, when we had these conversations and when we talk about things like this, again, I'm not being dismissive of anybody else, or whether it's and I want Arshawn and New Growth to opine more, but just like, because again, like come on, Clarence, they teaching us. Let them teach us.
I'm not stopping you or talking about this. I believe in the butterfly effect stuff. I'm not stopping
you just said. What you just said is biblical too. The same way you called it butterfly effect. That's also what we were just talking about with Adam and Eve. Two people eating the fruit caused the rest of humanity to suffer greater consequences.
That's my issue, Arshawn.
See what I'm saying? So we're talking the same stuff, no matter what, secular or religious. It's the same concepts, just with different language.
Same point. It's the same point. I concede to that.
Thank you, sir. That's why you're the fucking savant. That's why you the fucking savant. And that's why I told you your ass better come. Hey, New Growth, get off the fucking mute. Get your ass back in here. We need this conversation. No, seriously. Because this conversation is we need the conversation.
I got another question, Rico.
To flesh it out.
Rico, before you go on another 30-minute uninterrupted rant, I got a question. I got a question for the brothers. Okay. A certain YouTuber who shall remain nameless, a certain YouTuber says that men are incapable of love. A certain YouTuber.
Okay, we're not gonna talk about them people.
No. This is related to what we're talking about.
Okay. I saw him.
It relates to what we're talking about.
What's up, Simon?
It was me.
Shout out to Simon, man. Hey, man, let me tell y'all something.
It was me.
If y'all have not,
Rico say men can't love. Make sure y'all focus.
It was Prince Rico.
Rico.
Prince Rico. Yep.
Rico, be quiet. So if you haven't already seen Simon on Kendra G, I mean, I'm telling you, boy, you get you some popcorn, sit down, you're gonna be rolling, man. You're gonna have so much fun laughing at that. Is so hilarious. I gotta bring Simon back. We gotta finish that. Man, it was hilarious. We only got about halfway through it. Huh?
He dropped this. It's in the chat. Yeah, he got dropped right behind his message.
All right, Simon, hit the link.
Who knows? He might. Simon said that Kendra had eyes for him. He might be out coming up with Kendra right now.
Come up and tell us about it. Hit the link.
Yeah, come on. I guess Simon have a position too. Well, I just want to say that I feel that rap music is down the tubes. Right.
Hit the link, Simon.
All right. But
Simon's a rapper.
I got a question for you guys. There's a certain YouTuber that says that men are incapable of love, and it relates to what C. Delores Tucker was talking about. But okay, so this person says this. Now, this person has said there's no way to fix this situation. This person has said there's no way to fix this situation. So the only way is kind of like what Arshawn was saying. I'm gonna out chicanery the chicaners, right? We're gonna out chicaner them. So if men are the ones that are playing these games and getting over, then I'm gonna teach the women how to get over better than the men are getting over, right? That's the only way to get out of that. Now, in my opinion, where's that going? I don't think that's going to lead us ultimately. If we're trying to be together, that's going to ultimately not have us together. But I think in the long run, in her case, well, if that would be the case, in my opinion, if she was able to attract women that had their head on straight. But fortunately for the rest of us, she's only going to attract people that's similar to her own type of experiences, in my opinion. But the question I have for you guys is, in this situation with the rap music and the gangster music and where it's got us at now, okay, like you said, Arshawn, you made a good point. So let's go down that road. How do we out gangsterize them? How do we out gangsterize? You guys ever seen a movie called DC Cab? Well, in the movie called DC Cab's an old movie from the 80s, and Mr. T he was a cab driver, and he was trying to get these kids to stop hanging around this drug dealer. So when the DC Cab company finally started making some money, he bought all this gold and jewelry and all this, and he hooked his cab up to look like he had all this money, right? And then the kids came running over to him. And I'm like, but you're still not fixing the problem, right? In my opinion, right? You're still not fixing the problem. You just out chicaning them. Now, how do we do this? How do we do this?
You asking me?
I'm asking anyone who wants to answer. How do we out game the gamers?
Now, it's not cute. It won't be cute. A lot of it would be, we'd have to do a lot of deception. We have to do a lot of deception, and a lot of it would harm our own people, so to speak, because you would have to sit there and honestly demonize what they're doing. You would have to make them bad guys, like this content creator is doing. You have to identify an enemy. You have to target an enemy.
Boogeyman.
You have to make a boogeyman. You have to make a group of people the other. You have to other them, and it would have to be the rappers. It would have to be the people who talk about the WAP and who talk about drill rap, and I'm gonna shoot this guy on this corner on this day. You would have to make an enemy of that group of people. You would have to make that unattractive, unappealing, something undesirable. If people partake in it, it would have to be hidden. It would have to be a subculture, underground. You would have to push that. You would have to make that a subgroup as opposed to a dominant group or mainstream. It couldn't be public. You would have to force that through social pressure, not be something that people felt comfortable playing in the car beside you with their windows down. It just wouldn't be. You can't allow that. There would have to be some social reinforcements. It can't just be we sit online and talk about it. We'd have to do some things. There would have to be some unattractive things done to people who partook in things that we didn't agree with. There'd have to be reinforcement and measures that were taken to reinforce the codes that we're trying to adopt. So again, all of that's not attractive. Now, you have to have some power.
Example, case in point of what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Adolf Hitler did the same exact thing what you're talking about. Same exact thing, right?
Yeah.
And of course, he rose to the chancellorship, but he did do that. He used deception. He started telling lies about the Jews and telling lies about not only the Jews, but the other Germans that were supporting him. He just started, and then he went on this program of, hello, Diamond X, getting rid of the undesirables, right?
Yeah.
You got cancer? Gone. Why are we spending money on you for trying to help you beat this cancer? Gone. You got polio? Gone. You got some type of mental disorder? Gone. Right? Homosexual?
You being dismissive and disingenuous about, you can't, don't do that. Don't. You being dismissive and disingenuous. Adolf Hitler had a much more tighter fucking control. First of all, there was no fucking.
Not in the beginning, Rico. Not in the beginning. He didn't.
Excuse me. There was no internet. There was only radio. That's all he had to control.
It was even newspaper. No, Rico. I'm talking about even before all that.
But
he was writing he was writing his own newspaper.
But Clarence, all he had to control was newspapers and fucking radio. It was a much easier and tighter.
But he had control of any. I'm talking about in the beginning, Rico.
I'm not saying what you described. What he did was wrong. What he just did was absolutely correct. But it was way more easier.
His intent was.
I'm not talking about his intent. I'm saying it was easier for that fuck nigger to get away with it than it is today. If I want to be an Adolf today, it is 100 times harder to be Adolf today than that fuck nigga was 50 years ago.
That's irrelevant to the point, Rico.
No, it's not irrelevant. No, it's not irrelevant. The ease that he was able to do compared to the difficulty of today is night and day.
But that's out of our control, Rico. We can't.
I agree it's out of our control.
We're not arguing that.
But it's disingenuous to say that, oh, okay. So do you literally believe that fuck nigga can come back tomorrow and go to Germany and land in Germany and do the same shit that he did when he did in 1939? Fuck no.
What does that got to do with what we're talking about, Rico? What does that got to do with what we're talking about?
No, because you're projecting as if All I'm saying is, again, I'm not trying to dismiss your point or your perspective. I'm saying it's not apples to apples.
Who said it was?
You're saying it is.
No, I'm not.
Okay, go ahead. I'll be quiet.
I'm just showing that Arshawn, there's an example of what he was saying where not only did this YouTuber we know is doing the same thing, but also it goes back in history where other people did the same thing. And one example of that was Hitler. He did the same thing. He went around used a lot of chicanery and he basically out chicanerized the governing bodies around, and he just started moving up and moving up and moving up the chain doing that. Right? Same thing Stalin, man. Except Stalin was even worse because people just start disappearing, right? Hey, I oppose you, Stalin. Hey, where'd that person go? Poof, they're gone, right? So I'm trying to say is this is so. But what I'm saying in this instance, I just was laying a foundation for it. That has worked in the past. In this instance, but how would we do it today? 2023, this situation, how could we do that today? Because there has to be an element of desire on the people, right? The people have to desire to walk with that theology that you're putting out. So what would motivate them to be desire to be a part of that theology? That's where I'm trying to get to. And we got these young brothers up here. They think faster than us. Let's ask them. New growth. Sean tired of getting interrupted by Rico. All right, new growth. You got a comment on that, new growth?
Yeah, it's kind of like what y'all said earlier. I like that analogy about the bottle. You have to take a new bottle. You can't rebottle. You have to. And if you think about it, that's how we always innovated in music. Like you go back to we had to start our own labels, right? Like Sam Cooke's and they came and took that, right? They came out with a bigger bottle. They said, give them a little money. Or, in Sam Cooke's situation, we might have to, whatever.
Put
So
you down.
next
Yeah.
thing, because you think about it, Gangsta Rap, all the ones we talk about, new 2 Live Crew, that's Luke's label. Luke had to come out with his own bottle because nobody would do it. NWA, that's their label. They had to come and do it. So these things, in the combat it, they had to come a certain way. These things just caught fire. I think now we have to have a new generation with their own bottles that's gonna say, okay, this is what we're gonna push. That's how it does. But unfortunately, the negativity is beating us to the punch. Right? The negative ones are they feel it in our kids. It's a reflection, the chicken and the egg. Our kids don't feel that they can be different. Nobody wants to be different no more.
Right.
So it's easier to take some money and say, I started this label with drug money and did this and live that lifestyle, as opposed to starting a label like, I don't know. I'm trying to think. It's hard to even think of some positive one. Russell Simmons, Def Jam. They didn't say they started all as drug dealers, right? That was a bottle and that created it. But it's going always, because Curtis Blow, Houdini, remember, they were real clean cut. They had suits on. It was a different type of imagery then. I was reading a book and Russell Simmons, I remember he said he didn't want to sign LL Cool J in Public Enemy. He
Right.
said because they look like they look too much like niggas, right? We couldn't sell them to the mass, and that was Rick Rubin is actually the one to push them. So we always got to find a way to think outside of the box, and once we do that, we can't be so willing to sell the bottle. Right? We get a new bottle, we bottle some new stuff. We so quick to sell the bottle. We don't let it ferment. Ain't that right, Rico? We don't let it sit in age.
But new growth, we've been broke so long, man. And here they offer you crazy money. They offer you just crazy money. What are you supposed to do, man?
But can I ask?
But look, all of these dudes who got this crazy money, most of them end up broke. Luke, he can't even use his name no more.
Right.
He ended up broke.
Or the label.
A lot
He
of these guys
doesn't own that music anymore. He doesn't own that.
Okay, can I ask a question? Okay, again. All right, let's hypothetically, right? For shits and giggles, let's go back to the argument of the Fura, right? And this is how I think of it, right? the Führer, that little short little motherfucking piece of shit that belongs to the dustbin of history, that deviant piece of shit that deleted all those people, right? His ideology was an ideology. But what did he own in what I'm saying is in 1930, 1939 Germany, what did he own? He didn't own radio. He didn't own newspapers. Those were the methods of communication of the day. He didn't own either of those, but he found a way to get his message into both of those.
Right.
So he didn't own. Hitler was no fucking newspaper editor. That motherfucker wasn't on no radio, nothing. He simply got his message into both mediums.
Right.
And today, the third medium is, so it went from newspapers. This is how it goes in the world. It went from printed paper. It went to radio. After radio, television.
Right.
And the fourth medium is the internet.
Right.
Which is where we are fucking today. And most people who promote fucked up shit don't own any of those mediums. Hitler didn't own any of it, but he pushed his poison into it.
But he owned his own paper.
Stop, excuse me, but bro, Clarence, the Nation of Islam own their own paper, but they don't fucking own print media. Let's keep it real.
The mass media, no. The mass media, no.
Let's keep it real. That's all I'm saying. And I get that. I get
it's
that.
Some complex. It's complexes to that, Rico.
Right.
Just
No. I'm not arguing the complexities.
Go ahead.
I'm not arguing the complexities, but I'm not going to argue that, because I own a local paper, I'm on scale with the fucking Washington Post, the New York Times, the LA. I'm not going to argue that.
Rico, it took the man 20 years to get to where he got to.
But Clarence, I'm not dismissing any of that. I expect that and I respect that. But I'm saying is that, again, we know what controls. What we're talking about is people who control the masses of information that most of us consume.
Correct.
So perfectly. Right? I don't live on the West Coast, but when I get LA news articles, I get whatever the fuck. It ain't coming from the Nation. It's coming from the Los Angeles Times or whatever Times on the West Coast want to feed me on the East Coast.
Yeah.
And I consume that. I consume that information. I get no other information from the fucking West Coast from nobody fucking locally. I don't get it from anybody locally. So let's knock it off with, people locally. Now, maybe if you're on the West Coast, you get that shit. But on the East Coast, we don't get that shit. We just don't. Vice versa. Whatever's going on the East Coast, y'all gonna get from the New York Times, y'all gonna get from any of the major, and that's all I'm saying.
Rico,
so
calm down, Rico.
So no. What I'm saying is when we get into it, that it just drives me crazy. We gotta stop feeding to our people that they can be dismissive to. I'll tell everybody here, okay? I can go into my bubble. Fuck it. I'm going to go into my bubble. I ain't watching no other content from nobody else, nowhere else. Arshawn, you going to your bubble. New Growth, you going to your bubble. Clarence, you going to your bubble. We can all do that. What motherfucking good is it helping us collectively? Because at the end of the day, we know our bubble is just that, our fucking bubble. We still have to live connected globally to this fucked up country and this fucked up world.
Rico, easy.
Find me a way. No. Find me a way that we are all going to be successful disconnected. You tell me that. That's my question.
Rico, we agree with you.
It's not going to happen.
No. Don't agree with me. Give me an answer how we're going to be disconnected from the
Okay,
world.
we'll answer that question.
We're
We're going to
going
answer that question,
survive.
Rico. But we got a question from Mr. He Said. Shout out to Mr. He Said and Miss She Said and everybody else in the. If I haven't gotten to you this show, please forgive me. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man, who checked in. I appreciate all of you guys for checking in, man. Conversation got kind of hot, so we got superstars up here, man. So I'm trying to keep up with them. So excuse me. And then of course I got Rico to deal with. So y'all got to understand, right? All right. So anyway, we got a question from Mr. He Said. Mr. He Said, question for the panel. If you could go back in time and delete a baby Hitler, would you do it? Good question, Mr. He Said. Shout out to me. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Mr. He Said and get on over there and see Cerebro Saturday, what is you doing, man? You crazy, man. Go on over there and check out
Absolutely. Next person.
Saturday. And Miss She Said with Shameful Sunday. All right.
Yes, absolutely. I would delete that motherfucker next person.
Shame Sunday, not Shameful Sunday.
Oh, shame.
Shame Sunday.
Thank you.
The question was asked, would you delete them? I would delete them. Next person.
Okay. All right, Sean, would you delete a baby Hitler?
Go ahead, New Growth. Sound like you were ready. I got to think about that one.
New Growth.
Nah. Because it would be enough. It was just the time. Like Rico was talking, like he said he didn't own, but the people were starving. There was so many sanctions. It was the perfect storm for him to rise. That's why a lot of things come out of destruction. Like the hip hop music, it was a voice to the voiceless. It's perfect nuances that make a certain person or characteristic. So if it wasn't him, it would have been somebody else. So I mean, we're gonna do like the Bible, go to the whole city and try to delete baby Jesus. It's the storm is gonna come. It may not have been him, it could have been somebody else. And it's been others since him. So
fair answer.
That's a no.
Fair answer. Next. Everybody got on. Everybody got on.
If I could go back in time. First of all, I guess for my situation, my circumstances, my demographic, I don't think Hitler was a problem for my life, like my trajectory of my family. So if I could go back in time, that's probably not where I would expend my time and talents and resources. So if I could go back in time, that's probably not the person I would take out. There might be somebody I would take out, but it probably wouldn't be that person.
Good answer.
Secondarily, if I can make a time machine, there's probably something I can do to fix this now, as opposed to needing to go back. Like I know I'm perverting the question, but I'm just saying, if I could produce a time machine, I could probably do something that would fix the circumstances we have now to make them palatable and sustainable and stable and safe. I could probably do more if I had that type of ability. So
you wouldn't get all the lotto numbers and go back, man.
I think we can do better than money. Like if I can produce a time machine and warp time and space, I think I can do better than paper. You know what I'm saying? I really think I can do better.
That's a question, right? And this is the bigger question. Because what I hear what you're saying is this, okay? And Clarence, hush. Bite your tongue.
I haven't said anything.
Because no, because I know you. Like, and this is what I'm saying is like without question, I would delete Hitler if I could go back to time. But the question is asking me to go back just to that time space. Now, here's the second part of hold your powder, Clarence. If you could go back, I know, I'm just saying. Now, they didn't ask me if I could go back to time of my choosing and delete someone. You see what I'm saying? Now the question becomes different. Because again, I think I could go back earlier in time, delete a person that would change the point of the trajectory where Hitler probably would never even have existed. So when you sit there and say, when you talk about, because you said our people, I'm like, yeah, I just think what Hitler did was fucked up. I don't think that had nothing to do with our people. But if you're asking me,
let me make this
I want to go drop in time and delete a motherfucker to change the trajectory of our history. That's a different question.
I got you. So let me address you and the question within the spirit that they were asked in. I'm gonna give my perspective through that question. So no, I would not get rid of Hitler for this reason. Because Jesse Owens showing that Germans were not the superior human being on this planet was still more important than the harm that he caused to my group of people. That's what I would say. So showing that a black man was physically superior to the Ubermensch, that captured more psyche than killing him would have done. Because like there've been a little.
Where would you have went, and who would you have? You know what I'm saying? Because again, now you got one choice. What of your choice? So it's fuck Hitler. You can go earlier. You go back to Jefferson. You go back to Washington. I don't care.
Rico, we're talking about Hitler right now, Rico.
Man, you don't want to know. You don't want to know the way my brain thinks.
Yeah,
I didn't give you a chance to answer the question, Rico. I never got a chance to answer the question, Rico.
So we know
take us on a whole nother tangent.
Clarence,
who would you go and take out of history, and why, Arshawn?
Okay, hold on.
You don't really want to know the way my brain thinks.
Yeah, I do.
Hold on, Arshawn. Hold on.
I got you.
We go, Rico. He's trying to get us on a whole nother tangent.
Man, I'm gonna get y'all canceled. I'm about to get y'all canceled.
Some deep shit.
I'm about to get y'all
canceled. Question for me, New Growth?
Yeah, I want to hear your answer because I know you're a historian, and I know you know. So I want to hear because it's going. That's why I go ahead and I want to hear Clarence. I want to hear bro.
Okay, I'm with Arshawn. I would not take out Hitler, and there's lots of reasons why. But one of the main reasons why I wouldn't do it is because with his what he did, unfortunately, it was some bad things that he did. Yes, I have to acknowledge that. But there was a lot of good that came out of his presence as well. And I'm talking about for us as a country and as far as women as well.
Tell me what.
His
what
presence,
good?
His presence creating and starting World War II, that jump started women's coming into the workforce. They had to, right? Because all the men were overseas, right? Women had to come into the workforce. That jump started that situation, which jump started many other situations. Now, had that not happened, today might look a lot like 1930, 1920. Who's to say? So, and I agree with Arshawn. He wasn't really that effective as far as his evil hadn't worked its way down to us yet. So, therefore, I don't think his presence would have demanded that type of action.
So you giving him credit for the women's movement? I'm asking you.
I'm not giving him credit for it. I'm saying his presence demanded that. I'm not giving him credit for it because, see, Rico, intent is everything.
It's a question. Right? It's a question.
Okay, the question is no.
The question is no. Got you.
The question is no. Just like I'm going to give credit for Dylan Roof for now all the churches have men outside, stand outside. But I'm not giving him credit, but his behavior ignited that situation, which Elijah Muhammad told them 50, 70 years ago. You need to put some men out in front of the church.
So, but
somebody's going to walk in and do something like that.
But then in essence, even if you want to talk about Dylan Roof, but then in essence, you are saying he was the what do they call it? What's the
catalyst?
Word? The catalyst for something happening. Or the
he was part of. He was
right. I
to set the environment up.
But Clarence, you said
for that. But Clarence, I don't want to give him credit.
But you said the word. Okay, the catalyst. I'll use the word the catalyst.
I would say he was very, very, very instrumental in creating an environment where the women had to go to work, and that was a good thing for women in America.
You used the word that Dylan Roof was a catalyst for them putting more protection in the church. And again, we go back to Hitler, and you're saying you wouldn't get rid of him because maybe he was the catalyst for what?
See, but I brother Clarence, let me help you out.
I'm just asking.
because you're saying the byproducts, because it could have been somebody else besides Hitler.
That's what I'm saying. It could have been anybody else.
But I'm talking about, we can really talk about things Hitler actually did that were very influential on the world. That's why I thought with his engineering, the German engineering, and all of these things that went into place. He actually did that. That was nothing that, okay, since he did this, it sparked this and made that better. He actually did that. So a lot of things we would be missing in that department.
But that's what I'm saying. But see, he promoted, well, he didn't promote it, but his actions promoted the American workforce to have to accept women into it. He promoted that.
Excuse me. You
quicker than they had to.
Clarence. Now be careful, because now you're saying as if that was his intention.
No, I'm not saying that.
No.
I am not saying that.
So let's be clear that just because. So in other words, okay, like I'll tell you, for example, if a dog shits in your yard, a flower may grow. But the dog shitting in your yard, its intention was not to fertilize that piece of soil for a flower to grow.
Agreed.
So a positive can come from a negative.
That's all I'm saying.
But that's not the intention of the negative. So again, that's what I'm saying. Let's be clear. When you said about the women, again, let's not go to giving Hitler credit.
Nobody was giving Hitler credit.
Let me finish. I agree that women coming into the workforce, the industrial period, and women coming in, that was all positive. That was some wonderful shit during World War II. But fucking Hitler doing the fuck nigga shit he did, that wasn't his intention. That was just a result of it.
Agreed. I mean, that's why Rico. That's why the police always try to find out if a crime occurred. They want to find out what was the intent of the suspect. Okay. Right. Example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. I run a red light. So the man says, okay, well, you ran this red light, I'm going to give you this ticket. And I say, well, sir, I had to run the red light. Somebody was coming behind me, and I didn't want them to hit me. And if they would have hit me, I would have hit the baby going across the street. I had to make that right turn. I had to do that California roll. We call it California roll, where you don't stop at the stoplight, right? You just roll around. You just slow down and keep going around it. I had to do that California roll, right? He said, he goes and looks at the situation. He said, you know what? You're right. That makes sense. No ticket, right? Because my intention wasn't to just run the red light. My intention was to stop something worse from happening, right? So intention matters. Even though I broke the law, intention matters, right? So that's why I'm not saying he was a good dude. Obviously, he's not a good dude, right? But he brought a lot of things that he forced a lot of things. Well, not him. He created a situation that forced a lot of good things to happen for women, and not only women. Guess who? Us as Black people. He put a situation where we had to step in, where they couldn't no longer say, "Hey, we're going to just let these Black dudes just be cooks." No, he had to teach us how to fly, teach us how to do a lot of different stuff.
Oh, I can't save him.
Arshawn, can you save him?
There ain't nothing to save.
I'm not a savior. I'm not a savior.
Brother Clarence.
Look,
Clarence.
The man was a horrible person. I'm going to give you that. He was a horrible person, but did some good things happen out of what, the situation that he created? Yeah, some good things happened. I wouldn't wait to put it on him.
But Brother Clarence, like, why are you skipping over the things he actually did? I mean, these were the offsprings of what he. These are the offsprings of the negative. Like Rico said, it wasn't his intention, but his intention was to build the best engineering in the world. So it's kind of like, since we're talking about music, let's give an example. Like R. Kelly, right? R. Kelly, would you delete him, or let's say that? I would say no, because yeah, he's horrible for what he done, but what he did actually done on the opposite spectrum will change music forever. So what Hitler did on the opposite spectrum changed engineering forever, right? No,
I agree with that.
that's what I'm saying. So the thing about the women, I can see, because I'm with Rico on that. It's like, oh, that's the offspring. That's like, well, that's like giving somebody credit for well, if they didn't bring, that's what a lot of them say. Well, if they didn't bring y'all black people over here to slavery, y'all still be uncivil, silly stuff. That's a good thing that y'all brought to slavery, because I heard that argument from people before.
That's my point.
I
But I don't
disagree
agree
with the
with that
R.
argument.
Kelly shit. Can I say that?
Say it again.
I disagree with the R. Kelly argument.
Who wrote "I Believe I Can Fly"?
He did.
That's something that will never change, regardless of how we. That's one of the greatest songs in a lot of people's minds. That's what I'm saying. That's a positive thing he brought.
And let me tell you this, Negro. I agree. I take the L on that. I think he is the most prolific. He is a musical genius. But I would delete that motherfucker in a blink of an eye. I just would. I mean, it's just like I don't think his negatives outweigh his positives. So basically, basically this is what I'm saying. It's like we had the conversation earlier. It's like, how are we weighing negatives to positives? And it's hard. It is fucking hard. And every time I think about R. Kelly, I can't separate myself away from, and I'm struggling. I sit here and I close my eyes and I cry and I beg and I plead. I'm struggling with separating myself away from his victims. And I just can't. That's where my struggle
I agree with you
is.
totally.
That's just it. If I could separate now, like it was weird because people ask me about like Michael Jackson, and I was like, I don't have the same connection to his victims that I do with R. Kelly's victims. R. Kelly victims just come off across as more visceral,
Right.
they're more real, they're more attacked. Every time I think, and me, I love Michael Jackson music, and I'm like, what the fuck is the problem? It's like I can't connect to these motherfuckers, these little white kids. I'm struggling, and I want to because I don't hate white children, but I'm literally
that's not wrong, because that's kind of like what Rico and that's kind of like what Clarence
I'm
and
trying to connect to these motherfuckers.
That's kind of the same thing.
I can't connect to little fucking Billy that played with the monkey. I can't connect to these motherfuckers. I'm trying to connect to Michael Jackson victims so I can feel the same level of sympathy towards them that I do towards R. Kelly's victims. R. Kelly victims strike me as more relatable than Michael Jackson victims. And they're victims of, I think they're victims of you go back to who was the guy before fucking Little Richard, the other one that was fucking his 14-year-old cousin. And I was like, I'm trying to relate to them.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
Jerry Lee Lewis. Thank you. But it's hard. But again, see how we struggle to connect to those victims because as time goes on. And do those victims seem like victims? And I tell you the perfect example, right? Okay. Listen to me, New Growth.
Hold on, Rico, hold on 1 second. Mr. He said, man, we just talking up here, man. It's all love up here, man. We gonna fight, but that's all, man. Just still sharpen the shield. You got a question, brother? Don't hesitate to ask. All right.
I just want you to hear this one question. Somebody asked, I saw somebody on YouTube say it, like, I think it was Joe Budden, and Joe Budden called Will Smith, said, you are no longer a victim, you are a volunteer. And it got me to thinking, And it was like, well, are you a victim of how someone's treating you? Or are you a volunteer that you're participating in how they're treating you less than?
But that's a different situation, Rico.
Right.
That's a different situation.
but that's what got me to
Bless you.
The devil coming out of him. The devil coming out of him.
No, but that's the thing.
Come on, devil. Come on out of him, devil.
That's the thing that got me to thinking about it, was like, literally, it's like, are you a victim or are you a volunteer? Are you participating in the behavior? And I was like, damn, that's deep.
But see that now you talking about Joe Budden, who's never
He threw the question.
Hold on, Rico. Let me qualify what you're talking about. Joe Budden never been in love with a wife, never been in love with somebody like that. Never had a wife.
But Clarence, it has nothing to do with it. It has everything to do with how do we participate in our trauma. That's what I'm talking about.
Agreed.
Right,
but
right.
See,
So
it's going to be tougher. But see, a person that never been in that type of relationship with someone else is going to be like, why don't you just walk out of it? What's the problem?
But Clarence, I get what you're saying, but it's too easy to dismiss that. The question is, are we villains in our trauma, or are we volunteers in our trauma? And that's, I don't give a fuck that he never participated in it. That's a valid question.
That's a valid question. I will give you that.
That's
but
all
it has
I'm
to be
saying.
Qualified, Rico, because every situation is different.
Right.
Like to say to this man who has put all these years into trying to be in a relationship
all
with this
I'm
lady,
saying, Clarence,
but wait a minute, listen, Rico, this is very serious, because some people out there going through this right now, and they might be listening. They put all their time into somebody, so of course it's going to be more difficult to walk away from that person, even if they're your tormentor. Right? Listen. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, Rico.
Right.
On Juneteenth, they said, hey, look, y'all free. Go on about your business. These people that been whipping you and feeding you pig guts and everything, you don't belong to them. Go about your way. Most of them stayed because they didn't know what else to do, and they felt more comfortable in the tormenting that was going on currently.
But Clarence, let me ask you this. You got your ass on your back, but fucking how many years ago was it when Kanye said the same motherfucking thing? You didn't say peep.
I didn't say what?
No, let me. Kanye said, when niggas been 400 years in slavery, what did Kanye say, Arshawn?
Slavery was a choice.
Thank you. And niggas didn't say shit.
Oh, we did.
We did 3 or 4 shows.
Excuse me. Not on this channel.
Yes, we did. Go back
no. All I'm saying
is calling you out, Brother Clarence.
Again, what I'm saying is
cussed out on the phone.
And I'm not calling bro Clarence out. I'm saying no, I'm speaking to the wider community. I'm saying when he said that and Van Jones went at his ass, most of the black community was what, Arshawn? Crickets.
I would disagree with you.
Shows on that. I did a couple videos on that.
He about got canceled because after the Red Hat thing and then the slavery was a choice, people were livid with Kanye.
Yeah,
I was.
A lot of people were.
I know I was. I don't think most people were. So again, if I'm wrong, Arshawn, I'll fall back and I'll say I'm wrong.
I think you're wrong on that.
Again, if I'm wrong, I'll fall back and I'll apologize for it. But I don't remember.
We did Sister Annie Rico crazy. Yeah, we did 2 or 3 shows on that.
Okay. Let me finish. Is all I'm saying is without you cutting me off, sir.
It was the devil coming into him. The devil's coming in.
No, but I'm just sitting there saying is that like certain things are said and done, and we all sit back. We started this live about Sister C. Delores Tucker. and black people in the community being
Rest
what?
in peace.
Silent about the degradation in the community, right?
Right.
Or am I confused? Did I come on the wrong stream? That we're
Came on the
saying
right
niggas,
stream.
we're saying niggas didn't speak up
Too
about
much libations.
No, we did we not say black people don't speak up?
Agreed.
And that's why the Sukianas, the Meg Thee Stallions, the Cardi B's, the fucking Nicki Minaj, and all of them are just doing all the fuckery they're doing. And those are the women rappers. We didn't even address the male rappers.
Boozy and all them, yeah. Agreed.
We didn't talk about right. I didn't hear nobody on this live tell me, Clarence, what male rapper did we name? I'll wait.
What male rapper name do we name about
To be careful. I didn't know we had to name male rappers, but I said drill rappers because I didn't want to leave the men out. I said drill. No, y'all name me. Y'all said King Vaughn. I'm OG Producers up here. King Vaughn, Takeoff, and OG. No, it wasn't just you. OG. I listen to OG Patrice. OG Patrice is up here naming names. It wasn't just you.
I named King Vaughn. I named fucking I named me. Rico named King Vaughn. Me, Rico named these motherfuckers. Nobody else named none of these other.
OG Patrice did. I was listening.
I named these motherfuckers, and
Easy,
I
Rico.
follow this shit.
Rico,
I named them.
Rico, can we let Diamond Axe get up here and let him get an opening remark? Because we're getting ready to start getting some closing remarks. But Diamond always comes in late. Diamond.
Hey, what's up? How's everybody doing?
What's going on, Diamond? How you doing, brother?
Doing all right. I want to address a couple of things.
Me, Rashawn, me. I'm good.
What?
Diamond, what's up, man?
Okay. I'm happy to hear that. But I guess what I wanted to say, when you look at the history of hip hop being destroyed, we had to go back before hip hop, and we had to understand that this ghetto culture has always existed. They had the dirty little things. There's a guy called Blowfly that was doing dirty songs in the 1970s.
Great.
There was a guy. There was Dolomite that was doing that was talking nasty stuff. So that kind of sexualized or the raunchy culture has always existed in the black community. There's always been a class of criminals in the black community. But the problem is those class of criminals and that raunchy behavior has become mainstream for black people. It's just like the pimp culture. Pimps have always referred to their women as bitches and hoes, and they've always been rude and disrespectful and abusive to their women. But the problem is that now we're all, not all, but people are trying to emulate that culture. So what we've done is we've bought the nigger culture into the mainstream.
Okay, well,
and that really.
Diamond, let's qualify that. Why are the people not? Why are the great? See, it used to be like you said. It was a subculture of the black people that were into that life, into that information. Now we have a broader appeal for that type of understanding. Why? Why is it like that?
Well, because I believe the process of niggerizing the black race started in the 1970s. Even before then, they've been trying to niggerize the black race because they want the black race to do exactly what it's doing. It's self-destructing. It's imploding on itself. Like we, as a people, we're going to be done. We're actually finished right now. Right now, we're a defeated race because we're imploding on ourselves. But when we look at that, the movie industry, like movies like Superfly, Willie D, and there's other movies that glorified criminals, The Mac, what else? Huh?
Goodfellas, The Godfather.
Well, Goodfellas did, but Goodfellas that's the mafia stuff. No, that don't really have anything to do.
The Birth of a Nation.
Well, yeah, that's kind of, but that wasn't black people. Hold on.
What I'm saying, brother. That was my point. I don't mean to cut you off, but see, I think sometimes I listen to you and I understand your passion, but you got to understand that this was done since the inception. You never turned on the news and didn't see us front page, so we can't blame that on music. This is what American culture has
it is.
personally always bombarded on us. So to
Right.
look at us
Hold on real
as
quick.
if we're, go ahead.
I didn't mean to be rude, but let me finish
No,
my
no, go
thoughts.
ahead.
I'm gonna lose my train of thought. Well, the difference between the birth of a nation is that those were white people participating in that. When you get to the era of the 1970s, then you have black people that are making these films, that are participating in these films, or they're getting financing to do these films.
Financed by whom?
Well, we're getting financed by white people, but
Okay,
still
so
we're
they're
at.
participating in it.
Yes, of course they are. But now what you're saying is right. But this is a war. So the thing about it is they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. If you're supposed to attack your enemy, but we don't understand we're at war. The biggest thing black people do not understand is we're at war. You're supposed to attack your enemy. So they're doing everything they're supposed to be doing because you're supposed to attack your enemy. We got to stop looking at it like we pals with these people when we're not. That's another mistake that we're making as well. But I was going to say that at the same time that the movies like The Mac, Willie D, there's a whole bunch of other movies that glorified criminals, Foxy Brown, all of this stuff was released. At the same time, there was that's when the heroin had finally begun to really destroy the black community. See, people don't understand. Before you had the crack epidemic, you had a heroin epidemic in the black community, and they had been trying to infiltrate the black community with heroin since the 1920s, if not earlier.
You had a heroin epidemic. Let me stop you real quick. You had a heroin epidemic in America. There was the hippies. See, I think a lot of times you look at it from one point of view and don't read the whole page because we're not hippies, and all of these people, extreme drug dealers, the war on drugs was started for that group, that generation. So let's not look at us and demonize us because sometimes we can get in the role. We can play the role that the white man no longer has to play, and we can have, not saying you in disrespect, you can play that role of being the naysayer to his own people. They don't need to do it no more.
I'm not
But
the
when
naysayer to my
people
own
know
people.
history, we know that the hippies in that drug epidemic was huge, right?
Hold on, man.
I'm just
I'm not a
asking yes or
naysayer to
no.
my. Yeah. I
Okay,
don't. But the thing about it
go
was,
ahead.
but when I've studied books, they say the CIA and the FBI have been focused on trying to traffic dope in black communities and get black criminals to sell drugs to one another. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not demonizing black people. I'm just saying what happened. Um, so we have to understand. The same time they put the heroin in, they took the jobs out of the school system. They stopped doing certain trainings in the school system as well. So by the time you get to the late '80s, that's when they started to attack through the rap music. But what they realized is how good they responded to Two Live Crew, Too Short, and NWA and Ice-T were some of the first ones to really glorify that criminal lifestyle with the hip hop music. And when they seen that black people were already niggerized by that particular time, we had already been
I think there
partially.
was, well, Diamond. I think there was people. There was people way before Ice Cube and who else did you mention?
Two Live, the first ones to really
Yeah.
be
It was
the
way before
first people. Well, yeah, of course it was. But I'm saying the process had already started by then because you had, but the thing about it is before then it was never a mainstream thing. It was always an underground subculture.
Agreed.
And there's nothing wrong with having an underground subculture. There's always been black pornography, or I'm going to say corn. There's always been black corn. There's always been black people involved in sex work. There's always been criminals. There's always been drug addicts. But
Yeah, but
those
see, I don't see. This is what I'm saying. It has to be. We got to qualify a lot of this stuff. I agree. The net effect is that we're doing it right, and that needs it. We need to find a way around it. That's true, but it has to be qualified. See, because the Caucasian society does not have an oppressor, so their choice to be involved with drugs and all these other illicit things is just a choice of convenience for them. Whereas many times in the black community, it's a cross between serious trauma and an environment where they feel that they have no options of ever being considered a real man in the society. and so that creates a anxiety, which then creates depression, which then creates a desire for to get out from under that depression, and they seek the easiest thing. And a lot of times it's the drugs or the sex or the alcohol or some other illicit behavior, right?
Well, let me explain that
That's
to you.
how we got into this situation.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I would say it's more about
Do you think we came
escapism.
here, Diamond? Do you think we came here in that looking for illicit drugs and
No, I'm not
degenerate type
saying
of
people
society?
did that. No,
Okay.
I'm saying the reason why people get into religion, the reason why people get into sex, alcohol, or drugs, or selling it or using it is a form of escapism. Because the thing about it is,
That's what I'm saying. We're both saying
yeah.
the
So,
same.
but the point being is, but the thing about it is, only the weak participate in things like that. Strong people don't escape. They deal with the problem and they fight through it. That's just my opinion on it. So,
Okay,
so
well,
hold on.
go ahead.
Let me finish. I'm gonna lose my train of thought. So what I was gonna say with the hip hop music, by the time the early '90s came, they had seen that we were finished. We were really finished by then, because we were so much into it that it was to the point that if you tried anything conscious, you would be booed, and they would say that's corny. And it's so bad now that anything positive is seen as corny. If you want to marry a woman, you're seen as a simp and a loser. If you want to, if you want to be in a relationship with a man, you're seen as a loser. So everything is starting to get so bad now that we're glorifying that it's getting worse and worse by the moment. We're glorifying that ghetto culture. Now there's some black people who are turning away from it. Of course they are, but we have to deal with that part, and we have to understand that this is war. We have to stop pretending like we're not at war. We're at war, and we have to understand that's why they're promoting negative music. That's why they're doing that.
We understand that.
So something else. Delores Tucker was right about that. And I heard about the controversy when I was young. When it happened, I quite didn't understand because I didn't really get all the details. But afterwards, Delores Tucker was exactly right, because there's nothing wrong with hip hop music, even if you're going to talk about being a drug dealer. See, the problem with the gangsta rap is we act like that, you're never going to go to prison. You're never going to get shot. You're never going to have any bad. It's never going to be a struggle. You're going to be a big time hustler, and you're going to be the godfather. You're going to be the black drug dealing godfather. You're going to have 20 girlfriends. These women aren't going to set you up and rob you. They're not going to turn against you. People aren't going to turn state's evidence against you. So the problem with it is it's a glorified power fantasy. So even people who have hustled before, they only had ounces, but they'll say they had 20 kilos when you weren't that big. You was small. He wasn't out there killing them. When you got into one shootout, but now you're talking about you just walking up and you spanking people. So the problem, the people see, we have to be honest with ourselves. See, black people are a major problem for other black people. And a lot of us just don't want to deal with that fact. And it's and that's the reason why we're not going to get ahead, because we can't blame everything on the white man, because the white man is doing what he's supposed to be doing. He's trying to destroy us. So if you're trying to destroy someone, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to attack. And they're using covert.
You're admitting that. Hold on, I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to cut you off. You kind of long-winded, but I just want to cut in because before you go too far away from your train of thought. So you keep saying that we're at war, right? With
Absolutely.
whom? You said the white man.
Well, not every white person, but the people who are upholding the white power structure. Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the majority of them, right? Kind of like how you talk about the majority of us are niggerized.
Here's what I'm gonna say about that one.
Hold on, no, you didn't answer the question. I'm sorry. I just want to get an answer.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna say yeah, but it's complex. It's complex because a lot of our people don't understand that we've been niggerized. It's like a lot of other people don't understand that they've been trained to be racist. So I don't blame. So the thing about it is, but once you find out what's going on, then you have to make action.
Wait. Who's been trained to be racist?
Huh?
Who has been trained to be racist?
White people.
Oh, white people. Okay.
Yeah, they've been socialized to be racist. But that's no excuse. I'm not going to tolerate it. But I'm just saying that a lot of them don't even understand what's been done to them themselves. But it's up to them to fix their own people. It's not up for us to fix them.
So
We don't need to
do you
fix it.
think
We
do
don't,
you think a lot of us understand what has been done to us?
well, to be honest with you,
Good question.
we know we're not doing pretty. We don't know what's been done to us, but we know what we're doing is not right. But we're caught up in carnal desires and base. We know what we're doing, and here's how I can prove black people know they're not right.
Hold on. Not don't go too far. But my point is, you said you don't blame the racists, right? Because that's the way they were brought up. So if we were brought up this way, do you blame us? If we were the victims of racism, because you seem to blame us a lot in niggerism and us and cut us off. It seems less empathetic towards the people that look like you, and more empathy to the people that are at war with you and us. So
Well,
that
here's
seems kind of
the
weird.
thing. No, that's not weird at all. Here's the thing. When you care about your people, you demand more for them. When you don't care about someone, you don't demand anything. So my whole thing is, here's the thing. I'm not worried about anybody on the outside who comes in. You know, if I got to deal with them, they're going to get dealt with. I don't have a problem with doing that at all. Okay, I'm not going to be kissing nobody's behind. I'm not going to be explaining anything to anybody white about it. If they want to talk about it, we'll talk about it. But I'm not going to explain it to them. I'm not going to go back and forth with them. I don't care, you know, about what they're doing.
Right.
What I care about is getting us right so we can defend against any attacks. So the issue comes down to that deep down inside, we know what we're doing is wrong. We may not understand everything, but we know what we're doing is wrong. But the reason why a lot of us don't want to correct it because it's painful. It's
and I get
hard.
what you're saying. I think a lot of what I'm hearing from you, a lot of what I'm hearing from you is frustration towards your people, right?
I'm extremely frustrated with black people.
That. Like, frustration comes from people that you love and you expect stuff from, but a lot of times it can come across kind of like Delores Tucker as condemnment, like as we're going to war. You know, sometimes it takes, like you said, if you don't have respect for this person, you're not going to engage with them. But a lot of times you say, well, we need to cut these people off. That's why a lot of us say. That's why a lot of us say. Cut off some.
Okay.
That's why a lot of us say that we need to. That's why a lot of us won't cut off.
Gentlemen.
Go ahead.
This is. I appreciate this conversation. However, this is pretty much the same conversation we have.
Right. Well, let me finish my train of thought real quick. What I would say is once you hip somebody to what's going on, if they don't fall in line, then you need to get rid of them. So I believe in that because the W people will do the same thing. Latinos or anybody else will do the same thing. If you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, they're gonna cut you off. They're gonna consider you a traitor. And the thing about it is, when Jim Crow was going on, and any W person who was nice to us was considered a traitor. So what I'm saying is anybody who's niggerish to me is a traitor. That's how I look at this, especially when they know what they're doing, because some know what they're doing, especially some of the ones that are older in age. They know what they're doing, but they just don't care because they care about what feels good. So that's how I see it. You know, and you think about it is you can't save everybody. Some people are just no good. They're just going to be kept. They're going to be gotten rid of in order to have a good society. You can't let people that are touching children, that are raping, that are unaliving. You can't let those people live with you. You just can't. What's interesting is this is an interesting story. A preacher got a man out of prison for unaliving his wife and his two kids, right? This dude was a fool. This preacher let this nigga marry his daughter, and guess what he ended up doing to her and her kids? So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, listen, I've heard about incidents, and I live in Pittsburgh, right? I've heard about when the gangbanging was real heavy in the 90s, I've heard about incidents where people would see somebody that they did not know and who was not involved in the gang and unalive them because they didn't know them. So this one case, this one dude said to a guy, you're not in this blood gang, are you? He was like, no, I'm not in the gang. The guy said, say your last words. He's like, for what? He didn't do anything. People like that, we don't need to have them in our community. I don't care when anybody says we don't need them. We need to let them.
I hear you, Diamond.
We need to put them somewhere and let them unalive each other. Okay?
Diamond, I hear you, and I appreciate you, and I want you to contribute, brother. But we can't have somebody talking for 10 minutes uninterrupted, man. We can't have everybody talking.
Sorry. Well, sorry, man. Well, I mean, I'm trying to finish my train of
short and
thought.
sweet, man. You got to make it short and sweet so that the ball keeps going around. That's what.
Oh, well, I apologize. My bad. I apologize, but I land my plane there.
But that's okay, y'all. Because guess what? I'm going to let you guys finish your Sunday. I so appreciate all of you guys for coming up here, and I want you to get some final thoughts from all of you guys about C. Delores Tucker, or whatever else that you may have you want to touch on. Now is the time where you could talk a little longer, maybe more than a little minute or so. But when we're trying to have this conversation, we got to keep the ball moving because we can't have just one person talking. But anyway, all right. So let's keep it moving, man. Okay, New Growth, you there? Got any last final remarks, man? Something you want to touch?
Yeah, great conversation. Y'all know I love music, old school, new school. It doesn't matter to me, but I think we at a point now where we really need to destroy and rebuild. It has to be kind of like taken down, and we need to start promoting the things that we like. It's artists out there that we love, and just keep in perspective, like the 3 biggest selling rap artists in the industry are Drake, Kendrick Lamar, and J. Cole. None of these people are gangsters. None of these people, I guess you can say Drake is on the spectrum, but he's known as a singer. He's not known as the tough guy. So let's not buy into a lot of the bombardment of the media that wants to make it seem like this embodies rap. All of these negative things, because for these guys to be the biggest seller, that means that people want to hear a message. People want to hear love songs to a certain degree, and bring back R&B. 2024, we're gonna bring back R&B. Me and Arshawn been talking about doing an album. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just playing, but bring back R&B, soul. Because our kids need to hear about love. That's a big thing. They need to hear about love. We talked about that before, but other than that, man, everybody be good, man. Peace to you.
Thank you, New Growth. Appreciate you.
Right.
If you haven't already subscribed to New Growth also, Blackhearted with New Growth also, man, get on over there and subscribe to the brother. That's why Rico was demanding them come up here, him and Arshawn, because they are the young minds that can kind of think a little outside of the box than where we are just the older guys. We're gonna think inside of the box. So shout out to New Growth. Appreciate you, man. Diamond, are you there?
Here.
Diamond,
hold
man,
on.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm here, sir. Yeah, give me 1 second.
You guys know. Okay, let's do a trivia time. Trivia time. Arshawn, do you know that there's a song by 2 guys named Sam and Dave called "Hold On"? Have you ever heard that song?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, I heard
that. Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you guys familiar with that song?
Yes.
You know how that song came about? They were recording another song. One I forgot which guy, either Sam or Dave. One of those guys was stuck in the bathroom. He couldn't come out. He kept saying, "Hey, come on." He kept telling them, "Hold on, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming." And then they said, "Hey, let's make a song about that." So they made a song. Hold on, I'm coming. All right, trivia time is over. Diamond.
Yes, sir.
Closing remarks. For what
well, the closing remarks I have is I don't want people to think that I don't love my people. I'm just not going to tolerate our people being second. Okay, but I'm not going to tolerate my people acting like second-class citizens. Like you're acting like a slave yourself. So it's kind of like, if we want the best out of our people, we have to demand more. You can't let people get a D and an F and just say, well, because of this now. You say, no, you try to get an A and a B. And we have to challenge our people to do better. We have to stop making excuses for them to fail. And I feel like when we get I feel like we give our people too much grace. We give them too many chances. And I feel like when we start to cut people off, people will straighten up. But you can't build a community if half of the people there are trying to destroy and then tear it down. You can't do it. You can't build when people are trying to be destructive and tear down. You have to get rid of the people who are being destructive and then build, and you can invite them in if they're willing to change their ways. That's the only way you can fix this. You cannot have neighborhoods where there are shootings, where people are being unalive just because, and try to make that into a good place. You can't love people who don't want to do right into doing right. So that's why I think religion, to a certain extent, it has really damaged us, because we keep believing in forgive, and it's just not going to work. So I'm not trying to be rude about this. I'm just saying, from what I've seen living 45 years of life, I can't see any other way. And it's not about because someone smokes too much weed, we're going to just throw them away, or because they're broke, or whatever the case may be. If they're destructive and they're trying to hurt other Black people, then why would we not defend our race against any threat from the outside or from the inside? I don't understand why we would not do that. Because the thing about it is, people are touching children, and no one wants to say, "Hey, Uncle so-and-so, you can't come around anymore. So-and-so, we're not going to do this no more." We can't even do that. So that's why I am the way that I am. Because I can't see, the only way you can fix it is you got to cut the cancer out. So I'm not trying to be rude about this. I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable. I don't mean to do that. But I know these conversations are uncomfortable, but I land my plane there. I'm sorry.
All right, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming up as always, man. Always got good takes, man. Appreciate you. We just got to work on you shaving down some of the time on getting out that information. But
my bad, man.
Coming up here, man. No. Glad to have you, man. When we get the panel so big, yeah, always, man. Yeah, when we get the panel so big that we got to keep the ball moving, or the people like, that dude's still talking, and they'll go, you know what I mean? And so you might be giving out some good information, but just because they want to see Arshawn, some people here want to see Arshawn. Some people want to see you, right? They see Arshawn start talking too much, they're gonna be like, "Shut up, Arshawn. God, let Diamond talk." Right? All right. So, but thank you, brother. I'm gonna put you down, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you as always. All right, brother. Then there was two. All right, brother. Brother Arshawn.
Yes, sir.
First of all, man, this is the one I always mess up, right? I always mess up. When's the next time we can see you?
The next time, and possibly last time you can see me is tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Daylight Time. Daylight savings is still on.
Wait. What are you talking about the last time? What are you talking about?
It's about to be last call. So tomorrow's last call. There might be a couple of drinks that slipped in after last call, but it's unlikely. So be there tomorrow for last call. Rico's gonna be over there. We're gonna have a conversation tomorrow, 5 p.m. Yella should be by, hopefully, and Bree should be by. So the people who've hosted with me, I'm having the last call conversation, and we'll do that tomorrow, 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So
you're not saying you're not gonna be streaming anymore. That's not what you're saying, are you?
What I'm saying is it's last call. So last call is last, which means closing time's coming. Now, you might get one drink after that. You might be able to get 2 drinks if you know the bartender. You might be able to stay after they lock the door because you know the owner. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work for everybody, but there's levels to this. Some people don't know me that well. They're going to get that one drink and they gone. Monday's going to be the last time they see me. Some people might see me more than that because they're closer. They know the bartender or they know the owner. They know me. They're going to see me other times. So you know what I'm saying?
Got you. Okay. Okay, y'all. I guess he's saying in a nice way. We got to tune in to find out what the hell is going on, because this is the first time I'm hearing about some last call and all this.
It's all good. I've been talking about it for the last 2 streams. I know people don't watch me routinely, and I'm not even mad. I'm just saying I've talked about it. So it's just you haven't tuned in, and that's okay.
I missed the last couple, so
cool.
That's my fault. That's on me. All right. Okay. So now we know that we got to tune in. Tomorrow I'll be busy because I'm working tomorrow, but I'll definitely tune in. Find out what the hell is going on around here. Anyway,
and tomorrow I'm not even talking about it. Tomorrow I'm just having a conversation. We're just having a good send-off conversation. We're just talking. Okay. A good, nice, long conversation. Just chopping it up about several different topics. So come through for a good old like today. We're gonna have some topics, and we're gonna talk about it, and it's gonna move and evolve. That's what we're doing tomorrow. That's where I've always wanted it. That's where I always loved it. So I'm not doing a whole bunch of boohoo and goodbye. I'm not doing all that. We just having a conversation to leave it off like a good old critically drinking conversation. That's what we doing.
Man, I don't like the sound of that, but I'm gonna tune in to find out what the hell's going on, though. Definitely, for sure. Hey, man. All right, man. You have anything that you wanted to say about anything we were talking about, or anything you want to add to that, or anything?
What I would say, I like a lot of what Diamond said. I agree mostly with Diamond. When you and New Growth were inquiring into what Diamond thinks, I'm closely aligned with Diamond. I would just tweak the verbiage, because the verbiage carries messaging. So like he used the word war. A lot of people use the word war. For me, war has opposing sides of possibly similar strength. And also war requires warriors that know they're at war.
Right.
Like you need an opposing force to know, well, we think we're integrated. We're not at war. So that's more like a eradication, maybe extermination, something along those lines. So there's a different intonation there. War is not the word. Subjugation, occupation, there's a lot of words I could use, but it would not be war, because war requires two sides. I also disagree with what he said about, this is where I disagree, because mostly I agree. Overall, the overall message I
think
agree
we
with
all
that.
do mostly. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But he said you got to throw people out so that you can build. And again, I know Rico said stay away from the Bible, because it everybody can't follow. But there's a book of the Bible called Nehemiah. Okay. And even though the Hebrews were occupied people at this time, they were under subjugation. They had permission to both build and were sent with resources so they can both build and defend as they rebuilt the temple. So you have to both build and defend. We can't sit there and pluck out and cut out. I think he said cut out the cancer. We don't have the time. We're, like he said, it's over. Somebody said it's over for Black people. We're at such a state. We're at such a state. We don't have time to perform surgery so that we're healthy. We have to take what we have and start building, and at the same time defending. We can't go in and look for and search out all the little parts and pockets of cancer and cut those out. We don't have the precision tools to do that, but we can build. Crude tools can build, and crude tools and weapons can defend. But surgery requires technical skill and scalpels and precision. We don't have that capacity right now. So build and defend, Nehemiah is a template for that. Under occupation, that's what I would go with. And the last thing I would say, I think we can do the things we want to do. We just don't know how, because we don't have the scalpel. We don't have the surgical skill. That's what's missing. We don't have the technical skill. There's pervasive anti-Black attitudes across the globe.
Agreed.
So because of that, you would have to, for Black people, we would have to create a new bottle that tends to people's tendencies and the culture that they find themselves in. So we would have to have an Americanized, dramatic, provocative, engaging product that we could siphon people into that kept them out of the mainstream. There would have to be something that was pro-Blackish, but that didn't feel preachy, that people could get involved with. But we would have to, and then we'd have to siphon people out of that pool that were ready for a shift. Like eventually people start like, is this all there is in life? Am I just going to do this? Am I going to watch Lapeef for 50 years? There's got to be something more than this. I can probably grow. Maybe there's something more. And then those people you pluck out and you move them on, like matriculation. We have to establish and create those type of systems for ourselves, because nobody's going to do it because of the anti-Black attitudes, not necessarily hatred. There are attitudes that people aren't even aware of. I think Diamond talked about that too. They're not even aware. People aren't even aware. That's an attitude that you adopt. You're born into it, like bang. You're born into the darkness, including us. So because of that, those with intent to do well for Black people would have to create the system within a system that's against them, that pulls people together based on some complete BS. This has also happened in history. I look up Ida B. Wells, and I think it's Robert Greene. Robert Greene was like a Black millionaire. He was in, I think, like the bootlegging, prostitution, all that stuff. Ida B. Wells got on him like, hey, we need money for the stuff we're trying to do that's positive. Take some of that money you're taking off of Black people and let me use it for Black people's benefit. We have to develop those same types of systems so that we can have a Lapeef, like the mothership. I know you like the mothership. Yeah. We can have a mothership for the people that want that. They're vibrating on that frequency, but they're with us, even though that platform itself said they're not for Black people. Right. We need something like that that says it is for Black people. Let them be as ignorant and profane at that level. Then we need something that's a graduation, a step stool better than that, like a little cleaner, a little tighter, a little less inflammatory. And then you have something that's a graduation above that and a level, so people can matriculate from their lowest vibrational state on up the run. We have to develop that with intention, without the conflict of egos that we typically have. So that's my opinion and solution, but it's not easy. It's easier for me to say it than to do it. So if I could do it, I wouldn't be talking about tomorrow's my last call, you know. But appreciate you, bro. C. Thank you for letting me up, man. Much love to you. Much love to OG Patrice. Much love to the chat. Rico, I'll see you tomorrow.
This is your home, brother. Peace. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I'm gonna pull you down. Sir. Thank you for stopping through. Yeah, this is Arshawn's home, man. Arshawn, you always welcome here, brother. So don't act like you brand new. Oh, thanks for bringing me up. See, no, you know you always welcome here, man. You hit that link. Sorry that Rico had to threaten you guys to put you up here, but I'm glad he did, man. I'm glad he did because, you know, the reason why I like guys like Arshawn and guys like New Growth, because they don't think exactly like me. They don't, and I may learn something from them. They see it a whole nother way, even though we all have we all have good intentions, but we might see things from different, you know, even Diamond, right? We might see things from a different lens, right? But we all have the same goal. Like, I think Diamond got the same goal. We all got the same goal. We want our people to do better, but we have different ways of getting there with different ways of going down the street. And then those guys might bring up something and I'll say, oh, wow, I didn't think about that. I didn't take a look at it from that angle. Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. That makes sense. Even adding that angle to it even makes more sense. Shout out to Arshawn. If you haven't already subscribed to Critically Drinking, might be your last time. Might be your last shot, right? He's talking about this last call. I don't know what that means, man, but it didn't sound good. I don't know about you guys, but it didn't sound good to me. For us, those of us that are fans of that show, didn't sound good to me at all. At all. But shout out to Arshawn. Glad he came up here. All right. We have to think about today's show. Well, was Delores Tucker right? Of course she was right on a lot of different things, but what is this going to look like in 50 years? What is this really going to look like in 50 years? If we keep having, 30 years ago, there was no Sukiyanas, there was no city girls, there was no grocery eaters, there wasn't none of that stuff, right? There was no, people that was doing stuff like that, they kept it very close to the vest. It wasn't a public thing. Now the grocery eaters are out here, and they saying they want to be celebrated for grocery eating. I just can't get down with that one, family. I just can't get down. If you guys are secret grocery eaters, just keep it. We gonna have the military's attitude. Don't tell us. Just don't tell us. Come on, we love you, but don't tell you that part. You don't have to tell us about, right? I mean, I just cannot get in to the grocery eaters, man. I just cannot see that. And we had people talking about this stuff way long time ago, right? We had guys like Trick Daddy talking about doing stuff like this, right? This was a long time ago. And Trina, long time ago, talking about eating groceries, right? And they were lambasted for it, right? Now you got the chick I just talked about, and you got these new chicks, man, and they, yeah, I'm a grocery eater. Yeah. I just can't. I don't see no value in that one. But hey, the problem is you got to keep your daughters from hearing that, because they're gonna think that's the standard by which men will accept them, is by them eating the groceries. Come on, dog. Your daughters are gonna think, hey, this is the standard. If I want to have a relationship, if I want to be with a man, hell, if I want to be with a female, I got to eat these groceries. So I better get to practicing, right? It's a struggle, man. Arshawn said grocery prices are skyrocketing lately. This is it. He said, I don't even want to go I don't even want to go grocery shopping with all this talk. Excuse me, Brother Clarence. I am not even going to go grocery shopping now. I'm not even going. Yeah. Arshawn said, I eat groceries from Kroger and Walmart. Hey, man, I'd rather eat those groceries. Definitely. For sure. You know what I mean? I'm definitely not. I don't know, man. Brother Clarence is not one to hang out at the exit ramp. You know what I mean? Not at all. Yeah, Arshawn said, if you don't eat groceries, you probably eat out a lot. See, that's the way we used to do things, man. Very, very. What's the word? What do they call that? Innuendo. A lot of innuendo, right? Well, you had to try to figure it out what's going on, right? But if you just say it on the surface, sounds harmless on the surface, right? But they made a whole show and they did it for 7 seasons off of innuendo. It was called Three's Company. And all they did was a whole show where one person says something and everybody else thought it was something else, man. And they did a whole series on that, right? But my point is this, man. Our people, they suffering and they think they winning. They think they winning. And they watching people getting views and likes, just being controversial. But meanwhile, the real person on the inside is dead. They're dead. And like Arshawn said earlier, they can't do nothing but lead other people to their death. When you dead, you're dead. You can't do nothing but get another person in the grave. That's all you can do, is try to attract other people into the grave. But if you're alive, you can turn people either way, or you can attempt to turn people either way, right? What is the job of the civilized man? Try to civilize the uncivilized, right? Our people have gone from civilized to uncivilized to a little civilized back into uncivilized behavior. We're basically we're in the black community is like ancient Greece and ancient Rome, right? Where anything goes. Anything goes. And this is what C. Delores Tucker was talking about. Anything goes. Crime, okay. If you're doing crime and you hurt somebody else because you wanted something, because your desire was high and your desire was great, then it's okay. As long as you're feeding your desires, it's okay for you to commit crime. Well, I broke into this man's house and stole his wallet and his money because I wanted a new car. Oh, okay. You celebrated for doing that. You celebrated for doing it. Our people on the road of destruction, not to destruction, of destruction. We already here. We're not on our way. We're not marching, and we marching in high. We got our knees high marching, right? I heard a man say, "Wide is the road to destruction. Narrow is the road to enlightenment. Narrow is the road to, salvation." What is salvation? What is salvation? What is salvation? Think about that for just a minute. What is that? That's your opportunity to save yourself from the impending doom that is coming to most people that follow this carnal thinking. And they are subject to the carnal thinking. they have no self-discipline, right? They don't have the self-discipline to discipline their desires, right? I'm just telling y'all about the nation, right? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said we got to fast once a week. We should fast once a week. Pick one day and fast that once a week. Why? To train your stomach. He said, because one day you ain't going to have no food. You might not have no food. This America thing that you following, it might fall down right under your nose and you wouldn't even know it. There won't be no grocery stores. There won't be no water. There won't be no milk. There won't be none of that. You got to train yourself to deal with that situation, right? There won't be no electricity. We saw it here in the riots in 92, right? There wasn't no electricity for a couple of days. There wasn't no stores. People was going into the stores, taking out big old 2 or 3 baskets of food, right? But how long is that going to last? The point is, we got to get disciplined, man, because we never know what's going to happen. We got to get disciplined, and we got to get disciplined as a people. No nation can rise higher than this woman. That's another coming from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. No nation can rise higher than this woman. So if our girls are out here, our girls who are going to be our future women are out here thinking that it's okay to be promiscuous and unsanitary at the same time with the grocery eating, what's going to happen to us? The Romans, one of the reasons why they fell down is because they were unsanitary people. They were like dogs, man. They use a bathroom wherever they stopped. They use a bathroom. Matter of fact, Caesar put public urinals out there where people had to go in public. You had to go to the bathroom in public. If you didn't have a little squire or a little playboy, as they called them, where a grown man had to have a little boy to have sexual encounters with, they would look at you and say, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Right? It got so bad in ancient Rome. Well, not so ancient Rome, but it got so bad in Rome that they have a holiday. They had to have a holiday to promote being in heterosexual relationships called St. Valentine's Day. Because there was a St. Valentine, he was out there marrying heterosexual people. They outlawed marriage. Oh, I'm just stating the facts. Y'all go look it up for yourself. We're talking about Rome. We're talking about Greece. Greece didn't even marry nobody. You just said somebody was your wife, right? This is my wife, right? And she was strictly, a wife was strictly for procreating, not for sexual pleasure. For men, at least. Right? That's why both of those societies fell down. They fell down because they just couldn't support the unsanitary way they thought. Because they felt like having sex with children was okay. Both of those societies, they said, hey, having sex with children, that's okay. That's all right. Now here we are coming around here in today's society, and we still got men that think it's okay to have sex with children and women. See, that's a degenerative behavior, but people don't realize that, right? And some people don't want to do it. Here's the part. Here's the people that are really in a prison. There's people that are doing that behavior. They can't help themselves because they possessed. We saw it. There's a YouTuber out here that said that men are incapable of love, and we saw her go up against Jay Prince, and we saw a demon just take over her. and the demon in her connected into the demon in Jay Prince. And he was like, right? Shout out to Sherelle. It's terrible. What are we gonna do? What is our girls gonna look like? What is our women gonna look like in 50 years, man? God damn it. You're gonna just be able to walk, you're gonna be able to just drive your car up to a black woman walking down the street and just grab her and throw her ass in your car, and nobody else say nothing. Damn, we damn not doing it now. Hardly. You know what I mean? Black kids are missing. Poof, gone. White kid go missing. Oh, we got to have a television show to talk about all these white kids going missing. Something's going on here. Black kid go missing, man. Shit. But whose fault is that? Oh, it's white people's fault. White people are not. No, it's not their fault. It's our fault. Why? Because we have accepted the notion that black women and black children have no value, especially black girls. They have no value. These black boys, you can put them in prison. You can get them to work for 30 cents and charge these companies $15 an hour, right? But black women and black girls, absolutely no value at all. So what's going to happen in 50 years if we keep going like this? U-B-U-H, U-B-U-H, U-B-U-H. I'm a pimp. I'm a pimp. F that in, F that in. I'm going to shoot this in. I'm going to shoot that in. Hey, man, are you going to shoot anybody else? Are you going to shoot a white person? Oh, no. Oh, no. That's where my check come from. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. That's where you're going to see me, at the white hospital. What about the black hospital? What about Martin Luther King Hospital down here in Watts? We going to see you down there? Oh, no. Oh, no. I'll be at UCLA Medical Center. Right? These so-called entertainers. I mean, some of them mean well, but they get overpowered by the demons that is this whole the whole construct that they're in, the industry that they're in. The industry comes with demons, and they drive you to do what they want. Hey, either you do this, or we're gonna cut your money off. Either you do this, or we. See, there's always a price you're gonna have to pay. There's always a price you got to pay. When we in an evil situation, yeah, Vaughn, Killer King, right? But ain't nobody going down there to be sitting in front of the kids that's down there in King, right? Ain't nobody going down there. Ain't none of these entertainers, right? I'm talking about the black ones. They're gonna go where? St. Jude, Children's Hospital, Ronald McDonald House. They're gonna go places like that. And I'm not saying they shouldn't, but if you're gonna go down there, hell, man, we got black kids over here dying of cancer too. We got black kids with one arm and one leg over here too. What about them? What about them? Arshawn said, in less than 20 years, the number one career aspiration for kids is influencer celebrity. The time it takes to change a generation has lessened due to social media reinforcement. Yes. Man, we got to watch our granddaughter we got to watch my granddaughter like a hawk. She don't even know nothing about, right? She don't even know nothing about prawn and nothing like that. She's 5 years old. She don't even know nothing about that. But anything that slipped past, we got to be right there. We got to be right there with her to make sure she ain't watching nothing crazy. Or anything that might lead her to get. I'm going to tell y'all something, man. Sexuality, once you open that door, you can't close it. No matter what the age of the person is. You can't close that door. You can't reshut it. You can't, oh man, we just close this door and it's over. No. That's why sexuality has to come with a balance of maturity. That's what it should happen. But in this society, they get you started on sexuality so young, right? Especially the boys. They get black boys, they want to be sexual. And we as black men, we promote this culture of sexuality that's been superimposed on top of us. Where we come from, you don't even talk about sex till you got a house, you got a place of your own, you got your own plot of land, you got your own hut, you got everything you need to be a successful man. Then we can start talking about betrothing you to somebody. In America, no. All you got to do is have a penis swinging, and that's it. Off to the races, right? So they use sex to sell everything from cereal to cars to houses to clothes to everything, right? And they use scarcity, the scarcity to against you. They use a scarcity. They create a scarcity mindset in you, and then they use that against you. You ain't got no woman. What's wrong with you, Clarence? You ain't got no woman. What's wrong with you, Clarence? Clarence, something wrong with you, but I can fix you. Listen to me. I got this pimp book. I can show you how to have women. You can? Yeah, I can show you. See, something wrong. Oh, Clarence, you driving that car? You know that car is 8 years old, Clarence. That's 10 years old. Yeah, but it gets me where I need to go, and it's warm, and it's warm in the winter, and it's cold in the summer. Clarence, honeys ain't gonna get in that car. Clarence, ain't no honeys getting in that car. Yeah, because I don't want them in there. I ain't trying to put them in there, right? If I wanted them in there, they'd be in there. No, Clarence. It's not you, it's the car. It's the car that's stopping the honeys from going in there. You need another car. You need a Maserati in the driveway, Clarence. So it's always you feel inferior. It's always to create this sense of inferiority in you. And if you go and buy this product, then now all of a sudden you will become worthy of a woman, worthy of whatever, right? When you already worthy. If you got the right mindset, the mindset is what makes you worthy, not the things around you. Cause Pookie's come in all shapes, flavors, and income brackets. That's what they didn't tell you. See, they tell you Pookie's is just broke dudes. No, they're not. Pookie's come in all income stratas. They come in all income stratas, man. Just because a dude got money and a car and a house, you think he's a solid dude, he's a good dude. He ain't a good dude. That don't mean he's a good dude. You got to check his character first. How will our women be able to check character when they always, every song they hear, they're getting called a bitch and a hoe? How will they be able to think of themselves as other than a bitch and a hoe? And we as men, we don't check that. We don't say, baby, you ain't no bitch, you ain't no hoe. God's woman, God's firstborn woman. What are you doing? But you don't know. You got amnesia. You got amnesia, black woman. You don't know who you are. You was hit over the head with a teaching that taught you that you ain't who you are. You are this hoe and this bitch. And you just for the sexual exploits of anybody who got enough money in their pocket to give it to you. Oh Lord, here I go. I done went off. I done went off, right? But again, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, for every woman out there, I'm going to say it again, for every woman out there, hello, Manosphere, listen to this. Elijah Muhammad said, for every crazy woman out there that's doing all manner of evil, he said there's a man out there that made her that way. I'm going to say it again. He said, for every woman that's out there doing all manners of evil, he said, there's a man out there that made that woman crazy like that. Either you was a father and you wasn't in the home, or you was a father and you was in the home and you was doing all kind of crazy stuff, or you didn't pay no attention to your children, or you misguided them, something having to do with us. And in today's marketplace, it's our absence and our silence that is killing our children. Our absence and our silence is creating this environment where men can say, yo, our black women in general are bitches and hoes. I'm sorry I have to use that language, but I got to tell it to you like for real. Our women are bitches and hoes, and they don't deserve protection. What do you do to? How do you earn to be protected from your people? You don't have to earn no protection. Your child have to earn protection from you. Hey, kid, you 5 years old. You do something wrong. No, you don't. You didn't earn my protection. Child shouldn't have to earn your protection. Your wife shouldn't have to earn your protection. Your aunt, your family shouldn't have to earn your protection. And really, any of our women that's out in the street and something evil has happened to them, and you can determine that it's been done to them on an evil basis, what do they got to do? But see, this society, and like this is what Delores Tucker was saying was going to happen. This society, by allowing that kind of music to go forward, to hypnotize the people into thinking it's okay. Black women ain't nothing but to be used sexually. And black children, let the state deal with them. Oh, the state got a plan for them. The state got a plan for them. It's called the prison pipeline. The state got a plan for them. Unless they can show that they are willing to bring value to white society, the state has a plan for them. The state has a plan for them. So who's at fault here? I'm not. We know who's at fault, right? But the question is, who's going to bring about the change? That's the question. And black men, I think, are going to have to be the catalyst to bring about the change. We're going to have to be the catalyst. Ain't nobody else interested. Nobody else has a financial interest in doing it. Nobody has a moral interest in doing it. Nobody else has no other interest for doing it. Why would they help us stand up and be better men so we can help the black community stand up and be a better society so that black women could not have to worry about being snatched up, murked, touched, anything, or talked to any kind of way? Why would they want that from us? Other groups, they enjoy having black girls and black women as prostitutes and sex workers. They don't want to see that stop. We got a street right here called Figueroa, full of black women, full of black women that's out there selling their bodies right now while I'm talking to you right now, right over there. You see, and men of all races go over there and get those women. How you know that, Clarence? You don't got no stats on that. Just do the logic. If they wasn't making money, they wouldn't be over there, would they? I mean, you have to have some type of motivation to stay in that area, right? How does a little girl, come on, family, walk with me. How does a little girl get to the point where she's selling her behind out there on Figueroa Avenue or any Figueroa anywhere across the country? There's always a Figueroa somewhere. How does a little girl get to that point? That's why I constantly try to pour into my granddaughter, because there's no man there. There's no man. And when they don't know how to they can't decipher between a good man and a bad man, because every man that came into their life is trying to have sex with them. They can't make that deciphering. They can't do that critical thinking. They get to a point where they just say, F it, all men are like this. Like a prominent YouTuber we know. All men are like this. No, all men are not like that. All men are a lot like that. There's some men that'll love you just because. But Clarence, that's the exception to the rule. That's the exception to the rule. But if y'all start picking better men, those kind of men won't have no action and they'll go away like a dinosaur. Then we can invigorate these men to make the changes that they need to make necessary so that we can start changing this community. So you saying it's all women's fault? I'm not saying it's women's fault. I know who the real perpetrator here is, but that's neither here nor there at this point. The point is, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? Something has to be done. Those of us with children, especially those of us with girls, well, with boys too. These little girls, man, they're being raised up and sent. I mean, they're not even given a chance to know what a real man looks like. Yeah, go ahead. Vaughn put it. I guess Vaughn put a link out there for Figueroa. Y'all go see what's going on out there. That's somebody's sister. That's somebody's daughter. That's somebody's granddaughter. That's out there on that blade. But guess what? We as men ain't getting it, man. Our presence is needed. Well, Clarence, I ain't even in the house. I mean, I live across the country. No, partner. There's StreamYard. You can do this for free. You can check in with your children for free. And so what? So what? It costs you $10 a month or $20 a month to check in with all your kids across the country every day or every other day. So what? Hearing your voice, seeing your presence. That's going to mean a lot. But black men, we as black men, I'm talking about as a group, we don't get it. A lot of us do. So I don't want to throw it out and say a lot, but a lot of us don't. And not enough of us get it to where we are going to be with our kids and it's only a small, minute group of men that's not with their children. It's a large enough force not taking care of their children that we have this situation that you're complaining about the type of women that's out here, yet you not being there for your daughters is creating the void, the vacuum that's allowing the devil to step in and go in and influence your daughter through social media and other the general media. Well, hey, say, hey, Vaughn, is that your video? Is that your personal video, Vaughn? All right. But we got to do something, y'all, because I'm scared in 50 years. I got a granddaughter, 5 years old. She's going to be looking for a man. Now, luckily for me, I poured a lot into that baby. So she knows that, hey, there's men out there, there's good men, and there's not good men. And she'll be able to at least have an idea of what the difference is. But what will men look like in 50 years? Men will be walking down the street with purses and everything. So how will they know if they're interested in that? I mean, if where the kind of man they're looking for, or where to find those kind of men that are traditional men. What would a female population look like? What are they going to be doing? Let's say some of them follow Princella. That's a lot of head bumping that's going to have to go on before they realize, oops, we backed the wrong pony on this one. Yeah, they don't have no clothes on, Vaughn. They don't have no clothes on. And you know what? There's so many of them out there that the police just say, you know what? We got real crimes to to deal with. They used to, you know what they used to do, Vaughn? They used to pull them over and detain them and all of that. They don't even do that no more. They don't even do that no more. They might do it on a school day. They might do it if they are really disrupting school dropping off or something like that. But if they don't do something like that, where somebody don't call in, they all over the street. They're all over the street. And that's somebody's daughter. How does a little girl go from being a little girl playing with dolls to, one day I'm gonna sell my behind on the street. And not only am I gonna sell my behind, I'm gonna give the money to this other knucklehead. I just don't get it. Well, I do get it. I understand. That comes out of trauma and a lot of other things. But mostly never really seeing a man that and knowing a good man most of the time. Some of them have had their fathers or whatever, and they just rebellious, right? And that rebelliousness got them caught up in that situation, right? But a lot of times not rebellious, it's just they don't know no better. What will male-female relationships look like in 50 years? How will they come together? Will they come together? Will we just be coming together? Because we just like the Romans now. We just come together to have sex. We're not coming together to build anything, to make anything work, or do anything. We just like the Romans, the Greeks. We have a male-female relationship just to breed babies who we can then turn into other traumatized people, and the cycle continues. Anyway, I'm going on and on and on. Let me close up the shop, y'all. Let me close up the shop. Thank y'all for listening. I appreciate y'all, man. Okay. How did we do on the show today? I think we did good. I think we caught a lot of points, right? Right? I think Rico got started before the show, right? He was calling me. I didn't even answer him, right? I knew what he was calling me about. I said, well, Rico, I'm going to start the show, right? But I was doing too many things at the time. I couldn't deal with Rico at the time, right? But I think he got started early, right? But anyway, other than that, how did we do? I think we did okay. I think we did a good job. I'm gonna get to everybody in the rundown. So hold on tight, man. I'm gonna get to the rundown. All right. Thank y'all for listening, though, for sure. Okay, let's do the rundown, y'all, and let's get up out of here. All right. The chat is where it's at. We got our resident sniper in the chat, Risa Neal in the chat. Shout out to Risa. Glad to have you, girl, and appreciate you always keeping everything solid, in that chat, man. Now, I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm much more lenient than Risa. I am much more lenient than Risa. Risa and M. Mills is another one. Those two snipers, and M. Mills is a little more lenient than Risa, right? Risa, you consider yourself lucky if Risa says, hey, stop where you are and gives you that warning. Consider yourself lucky, right? she may do that and she may not do that. Clarence, I didn't even get a warning. It's up to her what she gonna do, right? It's up to her. So all I can say is, do you want to come back, right? Let's see, Risa keeps our chat clean, right? But she don't always agree with me, right? She don't always agree with Pro C, right? But she love me, but she don't always agree with me, right? But one thing she gonna do is keep that chat clean, right? So I'm not gonna say nothing to her or M. Mills or any other mods, but definitely not. And I gotta still check on the thing you was asking me about, Risa. I'm still looking into that. I'm trying to figure out how to get that done. Okay, but anyway, that's another thing. Anyway, so yeah, we got Risa in the chat, man. So sometimes you gotta have somebody who the trolls respect and they know, hey, that person is there. Right? When I was playing basketball, I was coming up, we was playing basketball. We would play basketball every weekend, right? We would go all over, man. We'd get on our 10 speeds. We had 10 speeds. Y'all got mountain bikes. We had 10 speeds back then. So we had the 10, we get on our 10 speeds and we would just ride all over LA, man. We go to Long Beach, we go to Wilmington, we go to LA, we go to Watts, we go to Compton, we go to wherever, man, wherever people was hooping. And we had a couple of spots that we knew people would always hoop at. So we would go to all those different places. Carson, we go to all the different places, right? So anyway, when we would go in Carson, when we would go hoop in Carson, there was this cat named Ice. And Ice went to Carson High. I'm telling you, man, you talking about somebody nice. Ice was nice. I'm talking about Ice was not. People will come up to play, go up to the park or go up to Curtis just to see Ice play, right? Just to see Ice play. They didn't want to get on the court with him, but they wanted to see him play, man, to try to steal some of his moves, man. Ice was sweet. Man, Ice was nice. And so, I wonder whatever happened to Ice, man. But Ice was nice, man. One of those playground legends, man. Oh my God, man. Ice was nice. You know what I mean? But people didn't want to get on the court with him, man. It was very rare. And Ice was only in high school, but it was very rare that cats want to get on the court with him. You know, it had to be like some college cats that really wanted to play with him because everybody in his grade level, nobody wanted to mess with him. But shout out to Ice, man. But Reese's our Ice. Reese's our Ice, man. Nobody, if people want to check her out, but ain't nobody gonna go up against her in the chat, right? But you gotta have an enforcer, man. You gotta have somebody keep your chat clean so that we can have honest dialogue and honest conversation, right? Because we're gonna disagree. Y'all saw it up here today, man. We're gonna disagree. So, but it's okay because it's all good. It's all respect. You know what I mean? We just disagree on different things. You think me and Rico disagreed up here today? Oh my God, man. Y'all should see us on the phone, man. No, Rico, no, Clarence, that's all right. Yeah, we're much more aggressive with each other on the phone. But shout out to Rico. But anyway, shout out to Risa Neal keeping the chat. The chat's where it's at. Very solid performance from the chat. Very solid, very strong. Okay. Who else? Who else was up here? Let's see. OG Patrice came up here. What do you think about OG Patrice? OG Patrice had, man, she got kind of a rehearsal, man. So kind of cutting into her rehearsal time. She didn't really have a chance to really sit on the panel for a long time. I like when the females come up here, man, but she didn't have a chance to come up here. Sister Annie didn't have a chance to come up here, but she already said that she was going to be busy today. And I understand, man. Everybody got family and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, man, we'll get them next time. OG Patrice, very strong performance, very solid as always. She's the one like, bro, we got to do, well, her and Risa. Risa said we got to do another Delores Tucker show. And then I said, yeah, you're right. And then push me over the edge was Patrice. Like, yeah, we got to do another one. So we did another one. We did another one. But shout out to Patrice. Very solid performance, very strong. What about Uncle Salty Rico? What about Rico? Now, you know what? Rico can even put a strong performance through all the libations, right? Even through the libations, man. It just, he gets off sometimes, right? But I would still give him a strong performance. Very solid, man. Show is nothing like it is without him. It's nothing like it is when it's with him. But so we always appreciate his presence. You know what I mean? But shout out to Rico, man. Very solid performance. Very strong as always. Who else? What about Arshawn? What about Arshawn? Bro C, check it out, man. I might be incommunicado. What do you mean, man? You know what I'm saying? You rob a bank or something? You going somewhere and we don't know about what's going on? Well, bro, see, you got to check in. You got to tap in and see what's going on. What? Okay, all right. I gotta admit, I missed the last two shows, man, the last couple of shows. Definitely, right? So, but I gotta tap in, man. I don't want that brother to go nowhere. I need other people I can bounce ideas off of that don't always agree with me, and or can tell me to, more content creators that can, him, Mr. He said, other content creators, Chef, other people that I can bounce stuff off of, and they may see it a little different, right? Because me and Rico, we in the same age group. We probably gonna see things pretty much the same. You know what I mean? Maybe a little different, but pretty much the same way. But we got these young guys. We can kind of new growth. We can kind of see, what's going on. But shout out to Arshawn. What y'all think he did? How y'all think he did today? Very solid. Very solid. That is a solid dude, man. That's a solid dude, man. Shout out to Arshawn, man. Shout out to the whole crew over there yelling on him, man. Solid crew over there. But at Critically Drinking, by the way. But what do y'all think about Arshawn? Very solid. Very solid. Very solid. Very solid performance today. And if you get a chance to go on there and check him out at Critically Drinking, check him out tomorrow. He said that he's going to be, serving his last drink, whatever that means, right? I tried to get an answer out of him, but he, you know, he did like my oldest son and my youngest son. Those are my two distorters of truth, man. It's like they're my benders of light, man. They just tell you what. Oh, did I do that? You mean did I do that? I mean, you ain't got to keep repeating the question to me. Did you do it? Right? Man, but anyway, man, shout out to Arshawn, man. Very solid performance, very strong. What about New Growth? What about New Growth? Very solid, very solid. That's another solid dude, man. So we got to, man. Dudes like them, Mr. He said and all that, man. Even though now I love it that they don't agree with me, man, because I can learn something from them when they tell me something. I'll be like, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. Or I'll be like, nah, that don't make no sense. You know what I mean? But at least I'm with peers that can I feel like I can, if they say something, I could, you know, take it. I can learn from it, right? Instead of when you have people that around, like, you know, you ain't gonna learn nothing from them. They just with the nonsense, right? They just with the nonsense, and they just keep on pushing the nonsense, right? Shout out to Bolo TV. Shout out to Bolo TV. Bolo said, "I'm sorry, I'm late." That's all right, brother. You only 4 hours and 44 minutes late. That's all right. Oh man, but shout out to New Growth, man. Go on and check out his channel at Black Hearted with New Growth also. Check him out, man. Good dude, man. And very solid. And you know, all of these guys, they kind of think outside the box. That's why I think I agree. I could connect with them because I kind of think outside the box a lot, and they do too. And but they're younger and faster with it. So go check them out for sure. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Bolo TV in the Village, get your butt over there, man, and you can find out all the stuff about Scripture. You can have a conversation about Scripture. You can have a conversation about whatever, about life in general. But it'll always typically be biblically based. But go on over there and check them out, man. And the stuff that we say over here about the Bible, man, you can take it over there and say, hey, Clarence, hey, Bolo, Clarence said, you know, XYZ. And Bolo could tell you, well, this is what he probably meant. Yes, let me kind of hold it in a little bit for you, right? Clarence does tend to, what do you call that? Go off the page sometimes, right? Use that poetic license, right? But shout out to Bolo in the Village, man. Bolo, I can't read that last comment. I don't know. I can't read this last comment. Something's wrong with my glasses. I gotta get my glasses fixed. Anyway, I'll try to have somebody look at that comment later, Bolo. And you know, thank you, Vaughn, for putting his channel out there, man. Something must be going on with his computer. All right. But anyway, let's see. Who was I talking about? Oh, New Growth. Yeah, very solid performance. Very strong. Very strong. Very strong. Tune in and see Arshawn tomorrow and Bolo. I think Bolo has a show tomorrow morning. So go check him out tomorrow morning. That'll be 4 p.m. Pacific. So that's what, 7 his time? 7 p.m. 7 a.m. Eastern. Go check him out. We'll go check out Bolo as well. Go check out. But we gotta check in with Arshawn tomorrow. We might find out some stuff, man. We will find out what the hell is going on around here. I didn't like that whole last drink comment. I didn't like that at all. I did not. But shout out to New Growth. Very solid performance from New Growth. Very strong. What about Diamond? What about Diamond X? Right? Diamond X. As soon as he comes up the same program, we got to get rid of everybody. Right. Thank you, Bolo. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, sir. We gotta get rid of everybody. We gotta get the concentration camps open, and then we gotta get everybody that's not willing to do what we say, put them in the concentration camp. Right. I am over exaggerating just a little bit for Diamond, man. But Diamond says, hey man, we gotta get rid of the people that's causing all the problems, man. We gotta get rid of them. I think we all agree with that. We all agree with that. The question is how? How do we get rid of the people that's causing the problems, but at the same time secure the people that aren't causing the problems? And have those people be able to keep their rights, and have those people be able to keep their rights. See, we got to have the rights for the wicked if we're gonna have rights for the just. That's the problem. So we got to find the line in there where we can step in on that line. Because if you take the rights away from the wicked just for being wicked, then you're gonna have to take the rights away from the just for being just. And that's where we say we can't do anything until the wicked make a move. And then when they make a move and they commit, then we can start taking stuff away from them. But until then, they just got a wicked mentality. You see it's coming. What can you do? Try to encourage them or engage them, encourage them to not be wicked or to not follow that path. That's pretty much all we can do. Because if we take the rights away from everybody, we got to take them away from everybody. And then are we in a better situation? I don't know. I don't know. Oh man. All right. But what do y'all think about Diamond? Very solid. Diamond's a solid dude, man. Very solid dude. Very solid. The thing I got to work on with Diamond is, I had to work on Pagoda on a lot of stuff, right? So I can start working on. I got some work to do with Diamond. I got to get Diamond to condense his version down a little bit. Right? He gets so passionate, man, it just starts flowing out of him. But I got to condense it down to like maybe a minute or so, where he can tell us, because he pretty much has the same solution every time we talk, and he has the really same points he wants to bring up, which is cool. But we got to condense it down so we can keep the ball moving, man. But other than that, man, solid dude, man. Very, very solid dude, man. All right, I think that's everybody. Hold on, let me see. Vaughn?
What's going on, Brother Clarence?
Brother Vaughn, did you want to come up, or were you hanging in the back?
No, hey man, I just wanted to commend you on the show today. You have such a gracious way of you know what I'm saying, doing the program. And I just wanted to commend you on that.
Thank you, brother. It means a lot coming from you, man.
Yeah, I just thought I would just pop up here, after the smoke cleared a little bit, a lot of smoke going on over there.
Definitely. But man, I love the brotherhood, man, and I love being amongst them, even when they out unruly sometimes. I just love the brotherhood, man, and so that's probably what you're coming out of me. That's why I give you guys assignments to go outside, because I love the brotherhood, man, even though they're crazy.
Exactly. No, I just wanted to pop up just to let you know what a gracious host that you are, because I know it takes a lot of patience sometimes when you're in the thick of it. We got another guest.
Yeah, I know. See, Vaughn, you did something wrong, Vaughn. I've been good, sister. See how I threw Vaughn right under the bus? That's Vaughn. It wasn't me. No,
this was a great stream, Brother Clarence.
Huh?
This was a great stream. Well, one, I just want to come up because I was like, "Oh, party up here." But this was a really good stream.
Thank you.
And that was really powerful what you said a little bit earlier. And it's like it's kind of scary.
Yeah.
It's kind of scary. And the thing is like, and I think that somebody had asked earlier, like, how do you get it back? Yeah. Like, I think that, like, even like when you think about when you read scripture, there's things in scripture that's not so cute to look at. Yeah. So sometimes we're going to see things that happen in the world, and some of these things are supposed to happen. We didn't know they were supposed to happen and look like this, right? But I do believe that we, so I'm just really big on like solutions, and not saying that something is going to be solved in 15 minutes, but we do have to start from where we can touch people. Right. So like your channel and just everybody coming up. This was really good. Like, it was really good conversation, and it wasn't like anyone was afraid to share their perspective. I'll have to just disagree with Rico. I mean, there's never a conversation where faith can't come in the picture.
Yeah, Rico was out there a little bit today, but gotta love Rico now.
A little touch of the vine today.
Mm-hmm. No, but this is how we do it, y'all. It has to be the invitation of the conversation. So you bring people up. We definitely have to be able to allow people to get their full thoughts out, because you never know what solution can be in the interruption. So we got to listen to everybody's perspective, because people's responses are coming from what experiences they've had. Like, one of my favorite movies is the Planet of the Apes, in particular, The Dawn. I love Cobra, but most people, when they look at that movie, they be like, oh man, Cobra, he tried to, kill Caesar. But Cobra came from an experience where humans, to him, all they did was abuse him. And here he has his best buddy that looked like he's starting to like cuddle up with the people that all he knows is bad experiences, that hurt him, that caged him, that didn't treat him well. So his solution is no. We don't want to help them with anything. They ain't getting any help. They need life, so what? I don't care. Right? And then when he saw Caesar trying to help him, even though he loved Caesar and he was there for him, he was like, my hatred towards humans outweighs my friendship to you, because I know the potential of the harm that they can do to us. So everybody's coming from different perspectives of how they want to provide solutions to a very big problem that we have. But one of the ways that we work on that is just having conversations like this. So I'm thankful to you for allowing your platform to be a safe space for people to be able to come and just kind of spill out whatever their thought is, because it's coming from a place of, we all have the same goal in mind. So that's all. I just wanted to come up and tell you that I thought you did an amazing job. I thought everyone on the panel did really great. It just opened up a whole and Mr. He said, I wish if you did a stream with Mr. He said, Rashawn, and New Growth, that would be a powerful stream right there. Just bringing them up, and that just be like I think you men just kind of need to huddle up and let us everybody else just eavesdrop, or eavesdrop.
That is a great idea. That is a great idea. Maybe we'll do that next Sunday. If I can get all of those guys together, maybe we can do that. Maybe we can do that.
Yeah. You know what? I would agree with that. It looks like the young people today gave the older people a run for their money. You know what I'm saying? And I appreciate all of the innovative aspects of their perspectives. You know what I'm saying? And it causes you, if you listen though, it's a lot to learn from some of these younger people, like New Growth and Arshawn rather, but man, the conversation was very interesting, Brother Clarence. I could see areas and parts in there where you kind of, got a little fed up a little bit, but you were holding your ground though, sir. You were holding it down. You were holding it down. You know what I'm saying? But what I really saw was how graceful you were as a host and a content creator. Because some people, they'll get down and dirty, with the panelists that join their platforms. You see what I'm saying? And they can become very rude and disrespectful as well. You see what I'm saying? But you didn't show any of that type of character today. So
no, I respect all the
kudos
guys.
to you, sir.
Thank you. I respect all the guys that came up here, and even though I may disagree with them, I would always show them respect. At least I would attempt to do that. But I'm just so comfortable with the fact that the guys that were up here today, I know they would never disrespect me on intentionally. So I felt very comfortable, the way I was handling everything. I didn't, I wasn't in, well, I'm taking the back road and I'm looking back. I didn't even think about it like that. I just think about it like, hey, this guy has something important to say. Just like when I have you guys up here. Vaughn has something important to say. He needs to say that. And he has something important to say. She needs to say that. I don't feel like when you guys start talking, I just to be quiet, right? Because I know everybody, and I want to hear what you're going to say. I want to hear what you're saying and see if I agree or disagree or why. If I don't, why, and all of that stuff. So, and pretty much you guys taught me how to do that. You got, listening to you guys and saying, well, yeah, I agree with Vaughn on this point, but not on this point. And so that don't mean we got to go to fight, right? Like most of the Black content creators, right? Vaughn, you don't agree with me, Vaughn? Where you at? Oh, you in Pasadena, Vaughn? Okay, good. I'll be out there, Vaughn. I will come see you. I'm right out here in LA. I'm gonna come and see you, Vaughn.
Then they go to doxing you and doing all kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Man,
I got
it just
all
gets
Vaughn's work
crazy.
history right here, right?
Wow. Yeah. But for the most part, everyone was very respectful on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Brother Rico, he kind of skated a little bit on that line at times. But we all know Brother Rico, and sometimes, he can get a little wayward sometimes. Just like all of us can. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not excluded from that. But
we still love him.
But still, the conversation was able to go forth, even though a little bit of contention here and there, but it wasn't disrespectful. And see, so that's what allows people that are viewing and listening to hear each person's perspective, without it being clouded.
Yeah.
Because we're not talking over each other. See what I'm saying? Each person had the platform to speak, so we could understand where they were coming from clearly. And and so I love the way you run your panel. You know what I'm saying? Because it's totally opposite of what I'm seeing in some of these spaces. A lot of chaos going on. It's okay to disagree,
right.
But let's hear each other out.
Right. Definitely.
Well, can I just say something real quick to
Of course.
Diamond's thing? And I'm not going to keep you long. I see the time. The reason why I say one from a spiritual place, but I won't get into the spiritual aspect of it, just because I know that that's not what appears to be your cup of tea, and that's fine. But from a spiritual place, that's where that comes from when I say that. But even if you no one believed in God or anything like that, the only way you would know that something is like, if we think that we're going to be in a world where there's no bad, no evil, that is misguided. That is very misguided. There's no way that the billions of people and that everything is going to be good. So things are going to happen. The thing is trying to lessen and trying to make sure that you keep as many people safe as you can. Like I had this man that came and did some work in my house. And when he finished with the work, because we had just had like a really cool conversation or whatever, but he gave me this this taser thing. That's what I'm talking about. So he came to fix one thing in my house, and just from us having a conversation, and he had an extra one in his car. It's legal, so but he wanted to make sure that I felt extra safe. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't need that. They wouldn't sell tasers. They wouldn't sell things to protect yourself. They wouldn't sell guns if there wasn't a need that we may have to use them. So I think that things are supposed to happen because they're going to happen. So that's the reason why I said that. So I just wanted to mention that. I'm gonna say one more thing. Sorry. Okay. Sometimes sometimes when we're having conversations, it feels like we could be talking about. I'm not trying to stick out or pinpoint anything on Rico, but Rico's up here, pop that, right? So he was saying that like a whole lot through the stream. And then the very moment that's in 2 seconds, there's something is spoken about with God or faith. It's like, whoa, wait. Let's stay on topic. Well, wait a second now. God gets to have some room in some of these conversations. We understand that. Listen, I understand that everybody's not a believer. I believe and I understand that even people that are believers, there's different thoughts. I do believe that when you read scripture, everybody's not going to get the same interpretation. I believe that some people believe that the Holy Spirit will speak to you and some people don't. Okay, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind about anything, but I'm saying respectfully in a conversation, in the same way that I can sit and listen to people say, you Christians, or things like that. We got to be open to me saying, thank you, God. It's a blessing. You know what I'm saying?
Sister Annie.
Yeah.
Don't listen to Rico.
No.
I
I would know. That's what I said I would have. But I'm using Rico
Listen
in
to
this
him.
conversation. I'm just saying in a broader, when we're sitting at tables, right? So when we talk about, hey, let's have the meeting of the minds. Let's have a round table. When you have round tables, not just on this panel, but just in our private life. You know what I'm saying? Like when I go to work, everybody at my job, you know, everybody doesn't believe in God. They know that I do. They see my Bible on my desk. They see scripture on my thing. So everybody's not going to have come from the same place, right?
Right.
But when we're having conversations about a particular topic, hey, keeping our kids safe, you don't have to believe with me with God. Do you believe that these kids need to be safe? Let's just go there. Let's just, you know, if I happen to say, thank you, God, that I want to be here to protect these kids, you can just ignore my thank you, God. That was something I needed to say. So what I'm saying is, like, whether it's faith, whether it's somebody having a different sexual preference, whether it's somebody having a different preference of music, if we're at the table and the mission or the goal for that particular meeting is to save kids, then that means that, hey, Hank, if that means that if you, Hank, Bolo, Vaughn, Rico, if you're gonna have a conversation with some young boys, y'all get together. Whatever y'all differences are, when y'all get to the table to do that, be on one page. And that's what y'all did. You see what I'm saying? So like when we're talking about that's how we gel things together. That's how we start making changes. We start saying, hey, listen, I can't come to this table and talk about everything we don't agree with. What do we agree with? What needs to be plan A? Everybody that wants to come here and tackle this one, come to this meeting. Everybody wants to tackle this one, come to this meeting. And that's what the goal is. You know what I'm saying? So
I hear you, Sister Annie.
yeah.
But what did you saw what he did and you saw what I did, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't care what table you have, you start talking about trying to help Black people, that person will be at that table.
Mm-hmm.
That person will be there. So it's not the fact that we're not never going to get rid of that person. Only thing we have to do is keep encouraging them and let them know that, hey, it doesn't matter what you say. Like I told them, I said, hey, it doesn't matter. If you have a question about something, ask your question. You don't have to wait until it's a faith-based thing. So that's why I'm not going to get involved with it. No, you losing out.
Mm-hmm.
But it's how we handle them. You understand what I'm saying? It's how we handle them, because they are going to they can only crunch things up as what they know. Like you have an extra toolbox. You have an extra toolbox to handle stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Called the word. You can dig in that toolbox and get something out to work with what's going on. Whatever situation's out here going on, you can dig in that word and you can find something that can help you deal with the situation.
Mm-hmm.
Some of our people don't have that toolbox. They can only crunch it up this way.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to still look out for them, as well as try to guide them into maybe there's another way. Maybe there's another way you can look at it. And not by telling them, but by being an example for them.
Very
That's
good.
critical for us.
No, that's the way you put me in my place. You're absolutely right. You're right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We got to be examples for them.
Okay.
That's why I had to say, hey, you got to. All right, we can take an MF or two here or there, right? But when it's start getting all out of line,
we're taking in the chin.
Wait a minute.
Exactly. And you know, it's all about just being mindful too. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to look at the point that you do have an audience listening. You know what I'm saying? And you know, some things, you know, you can't please everybody, and I know that. You know, but we can also, you know, take our time to speak differently at different points too.
Well, Vaughn and Annie, can we bring Hank, Bolo, and Risa into the conversation?
Your mic went low, brother.
Yeah, can you get your mic in the conversation too?
Okay, now how about that? Is that better?
Mic, bro. Talk into the mic.
Okay, is that better? Okay. I got to give me some new mics, man. All right, so we want to bring in Hank. Hank was the first one on the docket, so let's bring Hank. Hank said he got something disrespectful to say. Okay, watch yourself, Hank. What's going on with you, brother?
Man, just yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, man.
I just want to make sure you hear me because I got some issues with you, brother.
Loud and clear, brother.
Come on with it. Come on with it.
Hey man, you know I'm just BSing you, man. I see you was going, so I thought I'd come over and tap in. But I do have a request for you, brother Clarence.
Yes, sir. What is that?
I'm gonna do a mentor show on Wednesday. If I didn't know if you was free, it's gonna be a Wednesday in November. I know,
Okay.
you know, we've done
What
stuff
time,
before. I didn't know what you know, right 7 o'clock. Guess when I usually go live.
Yeah, I'll be working though. See, at that point, man, I'll still be at work.
Okay. Okay.
But
Well, can you tap in afterwards? I don't know what your schedule like afterwards.
maybe you could tap in afterwards, brother. Maybe you could tap in afterwards.
Okay. No, hey, better late than never, brother. That's all I can ask for. Better late than never. Yeah, I didn't really want too much. I just seen you was on, so I just thought I'd give you a little hell. Talk about I got an issue.
By the way,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If y'all haven't seen, Hink did a show with his son, man. Absolutely outstanding show. Y'all need to go over there into Hink the Basement and see the show he did with his son.
Oh yeah, yeah, that was excellent.
It was a great show. Great show.
Outstanding. If you haven't already subscribed to Hink the Basement, go over there and subscribe to the brother right now and go check out that show. He did an outstanding job with that show. You know, hey, bro, I don't know, maybe your son might be taking your place, man. He might bump you out that chair, and he might be sitting in that chair, man.
Yeah, that was definitely a great show. Great show, man.
Yeah, man.
I really appreciated that.
Looking at that young man, I'm very proud of you, brother. I mean, I'm very proud of you, man. I can see and hear the time you put into that young brother, and the man is awesome, dude. It's awesome. I wish we could show that on regular. You know what they need to do? They need to show that on regular TV so some of our men could see that. You know,
it was a very good example, though. Very good example of father and son. You know, and that chemistry. Yeah, that chemistry that should be there naturally. You know, what a great example that was of that.
Well, you know, they, you know how in these places they talk about they want to see receipts and see all that. Okay, well, what better way to show you receipts than show your kids and let them speak from their heart and how they feel about their parents and what they thought. And again, I didn't have no problem with people asking questions to my son. You know, as long as you didn't go over the extreme or too far. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Neal. She was up there, even though she doesn't really like me. I still appreciate Miss Neal being there.
Please stop slandering my name.
Oh man.
But no, that's just want to show that and see other individuals. Hey, as long as you create a safe space, there's nothing wrong with bringing your kids up there. You know what I'm saying? And who's mature enough to handle that, of course.
Hey,
but I just wanted to show the interaction, what a black man does with his black son, and how it could be great, and show that interaction that we do love our kids, we do care for our kids. They're not just an obligation. We actually love our kids.
Yeah, man. I was very proud to see that, man.
Man, it was just so awesome. You know, it helped me understand how much I love my son too. You know, it's like it gave me a greater love for my own son. You know, and it was just so good to see, man. And we need to see more of that in these spaces because we talk a lot of talk. You see what I'm saying? But who's really walking the walk? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's got all this advice to give, but what examples are we really seeing?
Yeah. And another thing, and I say that all the time, man. I want to see more married couples. I had a marriage show because I believe in that. You know what I'm saying? I really believe in love and marriage and all that. And I'm planning on getting back into joining the fraternity and the sorority of marriage again. You know what I'm saying? It's only
wait, what? Wait, what?
Yeah, I just thought you heard what I said.
Wait a minute. You planning on getting back into the married life if you get an opportunity, Hank?
School them, Hank. They lie. School them.
First of all, you're gonna stop mispronouncing my name, man.
I know, because he keeps saying Hank.
I mean Hank. I mean,
yeah, that's just some stranger you talking about. I don't know what Hank is. Now, that guy, he's all right. He's pretty decent sometimes. Sometimes he's an asshole.
All
no,
right,
but
bro.
yeah, I really am looking forward to joining the fraternity and the sorority again. I'm willing to take that chance and opportunity again. So yes, sir, that is a factual statement I just made.
I am kidding with you, brother. I'm very happy that you're looking at that as an opportunity for you, man. And I hope and pray that you find exactly what you're looking for, and a woman that's good for you as well, that'll push you, because a lot of guys don't want to get pushed in marriage. They feel like, hey, I'm great already. You just coming in to just get some of my greatness, right? But no, we need women in our lives that's gonna push us even when we get kind of complacent.
Exactly.
Start veering off. You got your wife
there. Brother, she's already there. I just gotta. I'm just waiting for the right time to ask to pop the question, right? You know, that's the. So I plan. She's not watching the show, so I can say it now.
Okay, all right,
I plan on doing it during the summertime.
All right,
So
all right, all right, all right.
That's the plan.
This is a lucky one. Didn't get left at the restaurant, huh?
Hey, they missed out. That's their fault. They should act right.
That's right.
All right, man. We got to move on, Hink.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to take up the show. Thank you again, brother.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Hink, before you go, man, when's the next time we can see you live on your channel, man?
Well, I'm gonna go Monday, man. It's 7 p.m. Eastern, man. 6 p.m. Central, man. I'm gonna talk about some sports, man. Monday's on sports, and we're gonna talk about what happened with the Tyson Fury fight, man. Did he really win? You know, or was that brother cheated? So that's going to be the main conversation. We're going to talk about that fight as well as other things that happened this weekend in the sports world. So, yeah, that's what we're going to do on Monday. And Wednesday, I'm still up in the air about the conversation that I'm going to have, but I'm sure it's going to be a good one. And I'm sure the people who rock with me going to come to the basement, man, and come with some great questions, great statements, and great chat interaction. So thanks, Brother Clash, for even having me up here to even talk about that. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Brother Vince. Thank you, Mr. Aaron. Brother Bolo, and my girl, Miss Bill, how you doing? She gets mad at me when I'm
doing well. How are you, sir?
I am great now that I got to speak to you, ma'am. That's all.
Yes, sir. Go Bears. Let's go. Let's root our team on. Go Bears.
I'm on my way home, and I'm hoping we can win tonight, baby. I hate being up late watching a losing game, but I'm hoping for they win.
I'm with you.
All right, brother. You gonna hang around, or you want me to put you down, man?
No, I'll hang out, man. I just want to listen and engage and do all that good stuff. Go ahead, brother.
Cool, man. Cool, because we might hit something, man. You might want to dip in on. All right, I gotta bring up Brother Bolo, man. Brother Bolo.
What's the dealio? What's going on, everybody?
What's the dilly, G? What's going on, G?
I'm so sorry I came in late. My bad, man.
All right, brother.
My bad. Caught up. How you guys doing?
We're doing blessed, brother. Blessed is the best word I can use in English language. That's how I'm feeling. How about everybody else? How you guys doing? I guess none of them.
I'm doing well. I'm doing well.
It's all good here, Bolo. Thank you, brother.
Hey, what's going on, Hank? What's going on, man? It's a beautiful thing to hear that you're doing streams with your son and see the example of father and son, and not talking about it, they're getting to see it. So that's a beautiful thing.
And that's
thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I wanted to second what Anae was saying, man. Thank you for the platform, Brother Clarence. For allowing us to be up here and just you being who you are, and how you conduct your panel. It's different. It's unique. It's special. It's a good place to be, a calm place to be. So, even if it gets tumultuous at times, it's still a calm place to be, a safe place to be. So thank you for that, my G.
Welcome, sir.
You got to check on that mic, brother.
Yeah, I got to get another one, man. I got to get another one. But I was turning on the lights in here, so we good. Did you have anything else that you wanted to comment about anything we were talking about, or something you want to interject in, man? You have anything you want to bless us with, man? What's going on?
Well, I mean, just listening to the pieces that I heard just now, it's good to be tolerant of conversations, to hear where that person or persons are coming from, so that you know where to help. A lot of the times, if you don't know where they're coming from, you don't know how to answer or respond, as the scriptures say, right? It says, listen so that you may know how to respond to a person. So, I'm learning how to do that. I'm getting better at it.
Me too. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah, it's a learning process for sure.
We had a little we were a little tumultuous. It was a little hard last night, Vaughn.
Oh, really?
Oh no, we had a good time, man. We had a good time.
We had a good time, man.
And that's another good example of how you can agree to disagree. Come on.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, you don't
Feel
have to
y'all.
yell at and scream at each other because maybe you come to a fork in the road and you say, well, you know what? I don't see it that way, brother. You know, and then your brother may say, well, I don't know. I see it differently. You know, well, I can't change your mind.
The beauty in what you're saying, right, is knowing the spirit of the person in which you're speaking to. And you know, there are some people like, you know, when it comes to, I'll bring you, like if we're having a conversation and we agree to disagree, we know that it's coming from a place of love and a place of trying to gain clarity or understanding, right? Even from my ignorance at times, right? However, you know, when you use discernment, there are some people that come with that vibration of acting like they don't know, but they know. You know, and um they saw discord through, you know, that guise of ignorance of them not knowing, and they do know. You know, so you know, with people like that, we have to be mindful to be able to use the X-Acto knife to be able to cut what they're saying because they know what they're doing. You know, so that I'll talk to you. You broke out a little early yesterday, you know, after the show, but I'll call you. I'll talk to you on it. But
Talking
yeah,
about me or Vaughn?
I'm talking to Vaughn.
Oh, wait a minute.
Left
I must
early
have missed
last
something.
night.
Good.
You say I left early?
You left early last night.
Oh,
After
yeah,
the
yeah.
show. After the show. You
Yeah.
left. Yeah. We stayed back for about another half hour, 40 minutes.
Oh,
We
wow.
just
Okay. I didn't
you know,
even realize because I had to do
I mean,
something.
yeah. I mean, it wasn't nothing that was planned. It just happened to go
Yeah.
that way. And you know, just being mindful of certain things and certain conversations and how they go, and you know, you start to develop an understanding towards certain conversations that people have, you know, and you're just mindful of what they're bringing to the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So that's it.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right,
just call
y'all.
me, man. Call me.
All right, y'all. Can I bring Risa in? Can I bring our sniper in? Risa.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, what's going on with you, sis?
I enjoyed this today. I didn't get a chance to come up and speak with everybody. It was so funny seeing Luke come through Rico. He got
Oh.
the reminiscing on them old songs and took
That's
over
when
his body.
that's when you know the libations have kicked in, right? I'm just saying. 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 Clarence, be quiet. I haven't even said anything. I'm not doing nothing. I know. Be quiet. I didn't even say anything yet.
Definitely clippable moments today.
What's going on, Risa? You got anything you want to add, or you want to throw out there, or anything? You know, on what we were talking about, or something you want to throw in there?
Yeah, I just want to say great show. I'm kind of speechless today after this one. I don't know. Great show though. Great show.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah. I kind of agree with. I don't know. I don't know. But great show. Me and I think Annie and I had like a conversation going on in the chat. We were reminiscing about old music we listened to too.
I saw y'all.
And I mean,
Watch
I'm
y'all.
gonna say I'm gonna take accountability today and say I was there with them. You know, I mean, we had a nice couple of dances to some of these songs. You know, so yeah, you know, I'm gonna take my accountability. Maybe the lady was right, but you know, hell, we were kids. We were young teenagers. We listened to what was in and what we thought was in, you know. So yeah, she was pretty much right, I guess.
We just see it coming.
But
That's my thing, Risa. We just were kids. We didn't know no better.
no,
They show us
we
better, right?
just like the beat. We like the beats, and you know, we wasn't really listening to what they were saying until we got older.
Of course. I got my wake up call when I was listening to Snoop in the car one day, and it was on the radio. But I said, man, I had the kids in the car. I had car seats back there. I was like, whoa, I gotta turn this off.
I mean,
I had never really listened to the lyrics until that point. I said, "Oh, wait a minute, yikes!"
when my mama listened to the lyrics to one of Ludacris songs, she told us, she said, "Y'all better not never bring none of that in my house." So I was like, now that you go back and think about it, if we hadn't listened to the lyrics, maybe it would have been a little different. But these days, people, they listening to the lyrics and still, going out and doing what they saying. They're actually listening and we weren't. So, you know, no. But I will say I'm not gonna say counsel rap. I'm gonna say, get it under control if you can. But like I said, that's a battle that's kind of uneven because even if you do choose to fight like she did, you're met with so many obstacles because like I said, these gangster rappers and the people that they're pushing before us, not only do the people own the record label, but they own the print, they own the magazines, they buy billboards. You see them all the time. So they're going to promote, what they want to promote. They're going to get it out there one way or another. And that's what I'm like. Sometimes it's like a losing battle. But not all rap is bad and not all rap is good. So that too. But a
And I
great
think,
show, great show.
thank you, Risa. But I think most of us agree that we don't want to kill the whole rap industry. We just want to get the stuff out that's leading the kids astray. I think that's if we could cut that down at least, and reduce that to a small number, as opposed to the large influence that it has at this point. Then we could, that would be a better thing. All right, let's see, y'all. I got a question for everybody on the panel, and then we closing up shop for real this time. Closing up shop. Y'all all like to come after I've already done the rundown. After I'm trying to close up the shop, here y'all come, right? Okay. Since you came, now you thought you could just sit here on the panel. No, I'm going to ask you a question. I want everyone to answer. Everyone. Y'all heard me go on for about 15 minutes about what I think the world is going to look like, the Black community is going to look like, especially for Black women and children in 50 years. At the rate that we are going now, what do you see Black women and children in 50 years? What do you think how will the society view them, and will the danger have increased or decreased or stayed the same, or what do you feel like what's going to happen at the current pace of this rap music? Vaughn, you go first.
Okay, well, I would definitely say that what we have seen is a progression of perverseness. It dates back to, way back. You see what I'm saying? And as time goes forward, it continues to become more and more perverse. So this is what we can expect, in the future. You see what I'm saying? What you see now will morph into something even worse later. Now I pray that things change and people change, but it's the same devil that out here that's trying to cause division and destruction. You see what I'm saying? So, those who could take heed, those who could still be examples like Brother Hink and different ones. You see what I'm saying? Those who could enlighten others and help them to come to a place of understanding and awareness, and to be in a place where they can be transformed by the renewing of their mind. I think that will also be helpful. But at the same time, when you do good, evil is present. So I definitely will say that as we progress, we will progress as a society to become more perverse.
I said agree. I was muted. I said agreed on that, man. Definitely. Sister Annie, what are you thinking?
I definitely think that the line will be pushed further out. I do believe that I am seeing some, I think it was New Growth that talked about like J. Cole and Kendrick Lamar. And there are some artists that are positive. We don't hear a lot about them. Probably it's a whole lot of like local people. What we have to do our best to do is like magnify it, those positive messages. And I don't even, to be honest, I'm not saying that some of the music needs to go away. Like, Risa and I were talking about Scar. I dance off Scar. That's a good workout. You know what I'm saying? So it's the way that the music is being, to me at least, being penetrated to where kids, it's like it's just no fillers. And it's easy to say, oh, parents shouldn't let the child listen to them, but you think about the different homes where kids are basically raising themselves. So if we are able to put more of a cap on, some kids' abilities to hear certain things, I think that it would, if it goes exactly like this is, with no kind of filters, no groups of people trying to counter it, it's just going to get worse. It's going to be where you just walk down the street and you might as well just, what was that club, Studio 54? It's just going to be Studio 54 just out in the street. So I think that we just have to be more vigilant about speaking out about protecting and just having some boundaries around some of this music and how some of these things are exposed. It shouldn't be where you go to a basketball game and you see somebody's bottom out, while you're trying to watch a basketball game. So we just need to have better filters and boundaries in certain places. That's all I would say.
All right.
Come off mute, Brother Clarence.
Am I off mute? I'm off mute. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. Let's go with Hank.
So the thing about that is, man, the genie's already out of the bottle, and it's not going back in no time soon. So I you can try your best to keep your kids from this type of music we're talking about. It's not going to help it, because the biggest influence on every child is his peers. So once he's out of your sight, your house, your reach, and all that good stuff, he's going to go somewhere else. School, maybe a family members or friends, or someone like that. The thing we need to do as parents is we need to educate these kids about this.
How you mean?
Educate them, let them know that.
How?
So by educating them, I mean by letting them know this crap you hearing, these dudes ain't really doing that, because there's a penitentiary chances they taking right now, and I don't see none of these dudes in jail or in prison or in the grave as we speak right now. They're not. So you think they really doing that, or are they just saying that to sell records, to glorify something they're really not living or doing? That's one thing I always do with my son. I always will go in the room, find out what he's listening to, because I need to know what's his intake. Watch what he's watching on YouTube. Watch what he's listening to, as far as music he's downloaded on his Spotify and his iHeartRadio. I need to know what that he's listening to, so now I can counteract what he's listening to by being real and honest with him and letting him know what it is. If I don't do this, we're in trouble. If other parents don't start doing this, they're in trouble, because the kids are going to hear it regardless of you want. Look, I came up, my dad used to listen to sports talk radio and gospel music. That was it. That was all we heard in the car. But guess what happened? I got infested with the rap, the old school rap we talking about, that 90s rap, that gangster rap. I infested with it. Why? Because I went to my cousin. My cousin was listening to it. You know what I'm saying? My teammates at school was listening to it. So guess what happened to me? I got hip to it. So it's not something that you're going to be able to keep your kids totally away from them. But at the same time, make sure they're aware by educating them.
Yeah, I agree. But okay, so let's get back to the original question, Hank. What is
okay? I'm sorry.
What is Black? Shout out to Pagoda, by the way. Shout out to Matisse said. What, and Marcus? What are we going to see? If it continues, what kind of world would it be for, in particular, Black women and Black children in the Black community, inside the Black community? If it's already bad now.
Well, I think what you're going to see is what it did to the influence of young Black men. Now that the female rappers are out here saying what they say, they're going to influence a group of young women to be ratchet. They're going to encourage that. They're going to sell it, and they're going to continue to do it. So I feel like we could go maybe a 10 to 20-year phase where you could see these young ladies trying to live out what they see and hear, just like we did with the men. And of course, the men is went a little longer. It's still going now, but you know what I mean, though.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's my possible prediction. Until we start making the changes, and like I said, now we have to educate our kids, and that's just not our sons. It means our kids, daughters as well as sons. So yes, we have to let them know this is not the way. We have to make sure we find out what they're listening to, investigate, snoop around, call it what you want to. There's no privacy when it comes to kids. They're your kids.
That's right.
So definitely do that.
I agree. Ain't no privacy whether they're kids or not. If they living with you, ain't nobody got no privacy. if they're in your house, because you don't know what they're gonna bring in your house. So you
That's
need
100.
to kind of find out what's going on. I agree with that, Hank. Definitely. All right, let me move on to Bolo. Bolo.
Yes, sir.
What do you think? Because Delores Tucker told us 30 years ago that we would be in the situation we're in now. In 50 years, where do you think our women and children, what kind of world will our women and children, particularly Black women and children, will experience in the Black community?
Danger is going to increase. It's going to increase. It's going to get worse progressively. It's going to get worse. Especially, with the over-sexualization of our women and our children, it will get worse. The perverse, what Vaughn said, the perverse spirit doesn't just stop with sex. It goes into violence, as Hank was bringing in, right? If we do not, look at where it's going now. You're taking praying out of the school and you're letting transgender men read to our children. It's going to get worse. You're putting it.
What is that worse? What does that look like? I'm trying to get a visual on what
it's going to be violent because the over-sexualization of women and children, you're desensitizing them to it. Now it's not something that they hide in secret. Now this is something that they're just going to do. Now you're going to have disease. You're going to have pregnancy. You're going to have violence. You're going to, it gets progressively worse. If we do not go into the music, because again, we talk about movies, but music is a whole lot more dangerous because there's nothing that music does not penetrate. It's in everything, and it doesn't need permission to go into your spirit. It just goes in. You dig what I'm saying? So it's gonna get progressively worse to the point where, you might have to, everyone might have to carry something on them, just to go to the store, even though you might be doing it now. Look at today, 10 times worse, 15 times worse.
I'm trying to get an idea what that looks like, brother.
More violence, less love, less caring. Less people on the street caring for one another, community gone, everyone going for solo, going for dolo, everyone moving in that vibration of I'm doing for me. And if you got something I want, I'm going to take. If you can look at today's age, if you can look at today's community, our community, if you can magnify it like beyond the Thunderdome, it's going to get progressively worse. It gets progressively more violent, more sexual. A lack of love, a lack of understanding, a lack of value. And when you have less of these things in the community, in your spirit, what do you value? You don't value life. So what happens now? You have a lot more violence. You have a lot more grape. You have a lot more children being abandoned. You have a lot more young children being killed. By parents that don't give a damn because those parents are children their damn self.
Right.
If we do not educate our children on God, language, music, sex, gender, movies, if we do not educate them, if we do not give them the tools to navigate through this wicked world, it will get progressively worse, because it is. It's going to get progressively worse. It's not nothing we can't stop it. The scriptures tell you that. You know what I'm saying? The Quran tells you that it's going to get worse.
Yes,
It's
but
going to get worse.
see, but
So what?
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Bolo. I'm gonna let you finish. But here's
Okay.
the thing. I'm trying to get us to see, because maybe if we see what's going to happen, that may motivate some of us that are not taking action now to take some action, even if it's just starting a YouTube page to get the conversation going. It might motivate somebody. So that's why I keep pushing you, brother.
Well, here's the problem with that. The problem with that is, seeing into the future is very abstract, right? So 50 years or 20 years later, what we've seen the sister talking about, life is meant to be lived forward but understood backward. Look at what she was saying. Look at the warnings that she was giving us and we didn't listen, and look at where we are now. Look at that. That's real. That's tangible. So if we've seen the decline from where we were, where hip hop was, you had the different genres, like you always talk about, the party, the educational, the battle, and you had all, I'm that dude. You had the different, when you were in that vibration, you picked that type of music you wanted to listen to, right? And she's talking about the degradation of women and children. Look at where it has fallen 25, 30 years later. It's hard to see the future, man. It's hard to see where we'll be at. We thought in 2023 we'd be in flying cars. We're not. We're in electric cars. But it's easy to see what we just came through. It's easy to see the past. Look at what we're doing to our women now. It's nothing to call her a B. It's nothing to over sexualize these young girls getting on there and talk. There's a new girl in Brooklyn right now. Oh my God! If you listen to the lyrics of what she is saying, it's like she leaves nothing to the imagination.
Nothing to the imagination.
Nothing. Nothing to the imagination, and scantily dressed. Nothing to the imagination. Now you've seen the progression of this happening after this woman spoke 30 to 25 years later. It can only get worse. It's hard to see the future with people, right? It's hard. When you come to the realization when you're 50 and you're our age, you could kind of see it getting worse. But with these youngins, you just sit there and say, look at our past. Look at where we came from to where we are now. It's going to get progressively worse. So those that have that insight, those that are looking, continue to be that beacon of light, continue to be patient, continue to be empathetic and sympathetic, and know that we can't save everybody. That's not your job. Our job is to continue being that light that the Father wants us to be, and point him towards him.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. All right, Risa, what about you? What do you think, Risa? 50 years.
I kind
What's
of
it going to look like for Black women?
I kind of think like a few more people that it will most likely get worse. But also I have hope that it will kind of like balance out as well, because I think as some of the younger kids are coming up, they're educating themselves, they're a little bit smarter than the average young person out here. They're trying to get education and stuff. They really don't bother with the whole beef rap and all that. But yeah, if we don't start trying to work immediately on changing the things that we can change, you know, that we can touch and that we can change, yes, I really feel like it'll get worse, because they're setting the path for lives to be lost, more lives, because like you just basically said, it's not going to be safe out here for us people who don't engage and stuff like that. Of course, I'm always strapped. Everybody knows that. But for the females that don't, and are non-confrontational, and just for the people that might be on the scene, leaving a store and catch a stray bullet, you have to think about all that. It's not, most likely it's not gonna be too good. It's not gonna end good in the way we're going and the way we have been going.
All right, y'all. Thank you, everybody, for coming up. I've been trying to close the show for half an hour. I appreciate y'all for coming up. I think did I get closing remarks out of you guys? I don't think I got closing remarks out of you guys. Let's get closing remarks out of everybody, and then we are out of here for real this time. All right, let's start with Hank. Hank, what do you say, man?
Brother, look, thank you for allowing me to come up, man. I appreciate this.
Always.
Definitely a great subject that's definitely should be talked about on a regular basis, by every platform that has it, everybody who has a platform. To at least have this conversation at least once a month is definitely needed because this can affect our future as well as our current situation. So with that being said, man, just make sure you're in your kid's life, make yourself a
Good
present
point. Good
and
point.
all of that good stuff, man. Definitely do that because it's necessary.
Good
So
point.
God bless you guys, and Brother Clarence, thank you again for having me.
Hey, man, thank you for the invite, man. I'll try to see what I can do, but
Oh yeah.
I know you're gonna do an awesome show without me, brother. But appreciate you, man. And as always, it's your home, man. Whenever you want to tap in, just come on and tap in.
But it'll be better with you, brother, right?
Yeah, I know.
And Brother Bolo, I'm sending you an email now.
All
right, my G. Thank you, brother.
You got it.
I am gonna pull Hink down, man. You can go see Hink at Hink the Basement. Go check him out, man. Good dude, man. He's one of the dudes that me, him, Bolo, and Rico was talking to these young men. Unfortunately, the sister that was hooking that all up, she ran into a couple of different personal problems. So we got to reconnect up with that situation through someone else. But shout out to the brother Hink, man. Good dude, man. Good dude. Go watch that show that he did with his son, man. Outstanding. I was, it takes a lot to impress me, man, and he impressed me with that. And his son, very, very, very what do you call that? Mature cat, man. You can still see he's a little young, but I mean, definitely solid, man. He's solid. You could tell, you could see when you see the young man, you could see, oh man, his dad put a lot of time. You know how you can see a child and you can see, oh, the parent put a lot of time. Somebody put a lot of time into that kid, right? But you could tell by the way you watch that show, you see how they interact with each other, man. You could tell it was Hink is the one that was that boy got Hink all over him, right? Shout out to Hink, man. Excellent job, man. You want to learn how to raise a boy, man, or at least get an inkling of, putting in. Because sometimes they don't listen. But fortunately for Hink, his son took it all in, man. They got a real tight relationship. Sometimes, but that don't mean you stop, man. Sometimes some of these kids gonna listen, some of these kids ain't, right? All right. So anyway, let's move on. Brother Bolo. Any last comments,
brother? Again, man, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to see you have these conversations. It's needed. It's a beautiful thing to see men show their vulnerability, show their sensitivity, show their growth, one towards another, empathy and sympathy. It's good to be able to be in a place where brothers can do that and be firmament their masculinity. So thank you for being you. Thank you for having this platform. Thank you for bringing all these men and women together. Nay, Vaughn, Risa, thank you for having this, man. And, I love you. And
love you too, bro.
The one thing I'll say is, people just, you're not alone, man. And in those times when, you just think that you're not alone. It's hard when things just don't seem right and things aren't going your way. And it's easy just to continue going with the way of the crowd. It's easy to do that. It's harder to stand up. It's harder to do right. It's harder to listen to that person, whether it be male, female, that is talking to you and telling you, you got to do this, you got to go left instead of going right. It's hard. However, when you put in, nothing, everything worth fighting for, anything good is worth fighting for.
Correct.
And God never gives you finished work. He wants you to finish it. He wants you to put the work in so that you realize that when you get to that end destination, the journey, all of the lifelong lessons that you can take and pass on to the youngins. And, That's what it's about, man, and keeping Christ as your Lord and Savior. So, with that being said, guys, thank you for having me. Love you all. God bless you. Good night.
Wait, Bolo.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
When's the next time we can catch you live, brother?
7:00 tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time.
Is that AM or PM?
That is AM.
Okay.
It is AM. It is.
All right. Well, hey, brother, somebody might be watching it. It might be that one person that's like, man, I'm down on my luck. I need to hear somebody talk about the word. And they go to try to look for you, and they go, wait, I can't find him. It's 7 p.m. He said he would be on. Hey. No,
Okay, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Absolutely.
All right. If you haven't already subscribed to Bolo at the Village, go on over and check out Bolo the Village and go check them out, man. Beautiful, beautiful scenario over there, man. Beautiful situation over there. And guess what? They will talk about the Lord. They will talk about the Lord. So get on over there. All right, Brother Bolo. Appreciate you, brother. I'm gonna pull you down.
All right, just check on that belt for me.
Huh? What?
Can't never
What
hear
happened
that.
to Bolo? What happened to Bolo? Where'd he go? Oh well, he must have fell off by himself. All right. Anyway. Okay, man. We got the home team up here, man. Anybody wants to go? Anybody can go. Anybody wants to, take that first step?
I can go. I've already pretty much said the closing comments. I guess my only closing comment for you would be: don't even think about being up here much longer. But you need to. I would just say, well, I'm saying you need to. Please continue to do streams like this. I'm so thankful that your reputation has made it so that people understand that when they come over here, that they have a voice, they have an ear, and this is a safe place for them to be able to express themselves. So I thank you for making that, just very well known to people to come up. Like you have like powerhouses like, Rashawn and New Growth coming up. Yeah. And Mr. Heath, it's just like, oh my gosh. Like if you imagine, like if all of y'all could just, let's say like if all of y'all stayed in the same area or could do like I wish y'all had like an organization, a nonprofit where all of y'all huddled up and y'all did kind of like this traveling thing. You had a plan together, like a strategy plan or whatever, and you went and you met and did forums or events at different cities. And then you just talk to men, saying, hey, let's just get everything out on the table. What issues are in this area? What are some ideas that you've had? Here's some ideas that we've had in the city or the area that we're in. If y'all could do that, oh my gosh. Like all y'all are very respectful of each other, very smart, very wise men. I think that that's the kind of things that we need, like where people are okay with working together to get the solution, not being focused on, oh, it was me that solved the problem. No, it's us. It's going to take us.
Yes.
So that's all I would say. I just thank you for, it's almost 6 hours, Brother Clarence. Honestly. No, but Tuesday and Thursday are out. You can't do a stream Tuesday and Thursday when you go to 6 hours. But I see why it's needed. Like it's easy for me to just come up and fuss with you in the back chat and say, get out of here. But the calling and the purpose is bigger than, when you need to come down.
Agreed.
So as the Holy Spirit tells you to keep it open, keep it open.
Agreed.
So I'll only fuss a little bit. But this was a good stream, okay? All right, and I love y'all.
I love you too, sis. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna pull you down. All right,
okay.
That's Annie. Came up here. Excuse me. I'm coming up there. Y'all started to talk about them kids. I'm coming up there. Shout out to Sister Eddie. Glad to have her. All right, y'all. Who wants to go first? Who wants to go last? Oh, y'all gonna make me do an eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Oh no! If my sister wants to go first, by all means.
Go ahead, Mom.
Ladies first. Ladies first. Ladies first. Oh, she said, "Go ahead, Mom."
Oh, okay. Well, in closing, I would just say, again, I appreciate the platform. I appreciate the professionalism that you provide, you know, on your channel. I know some things can get out of order at times, you know, but in lieu of the conversation about Delores Tucker, you know, I believe that she was a visionary, and she was moving in the prophetic at the time, you know, when God gave her that word to pinpoint this situation, you know, about where we could possibly end up going in the future if we allow this type of behavior to continue. You see what I'm saying? And you know, when I look back on it, and I know, Brother Clarence, you said that, well, you know, you know, I remember you saying something to the effect where you couldn't stand her. You know, during that time when the rise of rap was going on, I was really deep in the church. So I didn't listen to a lot of the rap music, you know, but then there was a phase of my life when I got out of church. See what I'm saying? You see, as some of people call it, they say backslid. Right. You know, and so I started to take in a lot of these things that I wasn't privy to prior, you know, and so I do know the content. And some of it, even though, you know, I was going my own way, I thought some of it was very inappropriate, very, you see what I'm saying? Very uncalled for.
Yeah.
You know, just because I left the church didn't mean that I left. The church still remained in me, even though I left.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I can understand where she was coming from, and I can understand where the young people were coming from, where they, you know, they didn't like the fact that you're trying to bust our bubble right now. See what I'm saying? We like what we're doing. We're trying to express ourselves. This is a form of expression. You know, how dare you come on the scene and try to make it look like what we're doing is inappropriate? You know, and that has been the case between the younger people and the elderly people or the older people for a long time, centuries. You know, it's dated way back before gangster rap. Look at Elvis, like Brother New Growth or whoever it was brought it up earlier. You see what I'm saying? They thought that was crazy. You know, don't listen to that kind of music.
Devil music. Right?
Yeah, it was devil music. You see what I'm saying? But it did get progressively worse.
Right.
And now when we look back on what those elders were saying, it comes back to bite us, doesn't it? Yeah. See what I'm saying? The very thing that we despised, you see, now we see that it was something that we should not have despised. You see, we see the importance of it now.
Yes.
You know, and so this is a very good topic. You know, I appreciate the time and the space to share. I'm sorry I came up so late, Brother Clarence. I feel like all of this is my fault.
Nah.
You know, because I basically just came up here to say something real shortly, and then everybody popped up. But
no, man, that's all right. That's all right.
But yeah, but you know, everybody made good points today
Yeah,
on the stream. You know, everybody's perspective was their own. You see what I'm saying? And the good part about it was each one was heard, whether you agreed or disagreed. Each one had the opportunity to be heard. And so that's the good thing. So for that, brother, thank you, man. And, you know, I'll see you on the next one, but actually I'm going to stay in the back.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to put you down, brother.
All right.
All right. That's Vaughn Bryant. Vaughn Bryant. And then there was two. We got Risa Neal. What's going on, Risa?
Great show, Brother Clarence. Thanks again for doing part two. And I would also like to say to the audience and anybody listening on the replay, over here, and let's talk to Better Black Life. We are not trying to persuade you either our way. We're just giving our points and some of the stuff that we saw when we were growing up. But I will ask you all to do this if you're listening on the replay or whatever. Go back and just listen to your favorite rap song back in the day. We're not saying this lady's right or wrong. Just listen to some of the words now that you're grown, you know, have lived a little life. Just listen to some of it and you decide within yourself if she was right or wrong. We're not trying to persuade you either way, you know, but, you know, it's kind of odd. And I want to go with something that Simon said in the chat. We must always remember that most of these people that they put before us are paid actors. They're playing a part. We got to remember the same person that said that about Tupac that said what he said about this lady. He also gave us a song called Unconditional Love. I guess they do what they're hired to do. They are what they need to be for the money at that moment.
Yeah,
So
pretty much.
as as I like to say in life, let's try to make better decisions and let's try to control our emotions because 9 times out of 10, when a person does something that they regret, they were at an emotional point in their life. Something had happened. They turned on this rap song. Man, I'm gonna turn on, set it off, and they done went and set it off. You know, so we have to like separate the acting and the reality from these people are just following a script. It's up to us not to play into it. But for the ones, I do agree that we have to start with the kids. We have to,
Yeah.
as they said back in the day, stamp that out in our houses, and in the community. It's not that hard because most communities, if you ask the males and females that drive, because I have a system as well, you ask the males and females that drive when they get to your block and to turn it down or whatever, they will turn it down. It's no big deal,
It's how you approach them. It's how you
yeah,
approach.
yes, you know what I'm saying, because in 9 times out of 10, most of them will, if they see the babies on the block, they gonna turn it down anyway. It is a respect thing that people want to lie and say doesn't happen anymore. But we still do respect each other. It's just like you say, the deliverance and how you talk to people. But that music they listen to have them going right, and they on 100 all the time. You're not going to get anything accomplished like that. You will not.
That's your last word, Reese?
But great show, Eric. Yeah, great show. Thanks. I guess I'm in the back too.
Yeah. Hang tight, because I don't know what's going on back there. So hang tight. All right. That was Reese Neal, our resident sniper. What's a sniper, Clarence? That's somebody that can pick you off from 100 yards away, right? You got one coming through the dome. You didn't even see it coming. You didn't even. All you hear is the pink. You hear the glass break. That's the last thing you heard, right? That's Reese Neal, right? All right, y'all. That's it. We're gonna do a little rundown, right? We have Vaughn, Any, Hink, Bolo, and Risa. I'm gonna give them all strong performances, all solid, very solid performance, all of them, right? All did course as always. All of these guys do great, excellent job every time they come up here, right? But today, um, we had 6 hours, y'all. So I cut it down, right? I cut the time down. Sorry Vagoda, sorry Diamond. I would have let you guys on, but I said no. If I let them two on, then I have to let more people on. I said I had to stop it right here because we was gonna shut down the show. But anyway, thank you everybody. Okay, here's what's gonna happen, gang. We probably, unless it's something really major pops up, we probably won't be back until Sunday. Probably won't be back until Sunday. I might get some pre-records out there, but probably not. Probably not. Um, Probably we're gonna just go to Sunday because we did the 6 hours today. But y'all tell me what y'all think. If y'all want us to do a show, you got my email right there, right? You can go to the show. Clarence, we want you to debate Princella. That's not gonna happen. That is not gonna happen. That is not going to happen. Not on my end. It's on my end. I would never debate her. I would never debate her. I would interview her and discuss with her certain things, but I would never debate her. There's nothing to debate. Most of what she says is way off the reservation for me to debate her. But hey, I wish her well. But anyway, you got a show idea like any had a good show idea. Hey, why don't you and Rashawn and Mr. He said and New Growth all get together? If I can hook that up, I'll hook that up. All right, we'll hook that up. We'll see if we can get us together and give us a couple of topics that we can talk about, and we can go around the horn. Because what I like about those guys is they have their own flavor, right? They may agree with me, but they may agree with me for a different reason, right? They may agree or they may not agree with me for a different reason, whatever, right? But they all can articulate their position very well. So I like that. I like that. So anyway, we might do that. We'll try to put it together. We'll try to put together. Um, but anyway, we will probably be back on Sunday, y'all, unless something earth shattering happens, right? Okay, y'all, be good this week. Be good. Be thankful. and always remember that every day is a new day to start all over, man. I know you might be living your life and you might have fell down again. You might be on cigarettes again. You might be on, cocaine again. You might be on heroin again. You might be drinking a little too much again, right? But every day is a new chance for you to get started and start all over again, man. Wipe the slate clean. It's a gift. It's called the present, right? It's a present. It's a present. It's a gift that you got this moment in time to decide what you want to do, right? Marcus said, "You got a long stream, bro." See, I know, man. I know. You know what? It's such a big family over here, Marcus, including yourself, right? It's such a big family over here that when everybody pulls up, it's like you outside barbecuing and your cousins pull up, right? They ain't gonna just say, "Oh, we were just driving by." They see that barbecue grill going. They're gonna be like, "Hey, let me." They're gonna put that napkin up in there. They're gonna be like, "Hey, when's everything gonna be done? Is that chicken done yet?" Right? That's all it is, man. Mark said, "P.S. You still gotta debate me and Gray Pill on our topic of pearly things." I haven't been running from that debate. I'm asking for it whenever you guys ready. Good day is Saturday for me, so we can have that debate whenever you guys are ready. I think me and Rico are we are always open for a debate. But if you wanted to do that, that's fine, man. Just go set that up. Go set that up, Marcus. Go tell Gray Pill. We'd be more than happy to do that. Maybe a Saturday or a Thursday night, something like that. Close to the weekend. It's probably better for he and I. But yeah, man, let's set that up. There you go, Marcus. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, man. Because yeah, we have some fun doing that, man. All right. But anyway, that's it for today, y'all. We done. We out of here. 6 hours, 4 minutes. We done. Anything else you guys want to hit us up about? Hit me on my email. All you gotta do is go to the about page and hit me up on my email. All right. All right. We'll see y'all on the next one. Peace.